rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hope, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that y'all living is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't follow the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's in your mouth, I stay in my place. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. Hello, I think it's black robot, yeah. Can't think of downloads and shit, man. You shit, man. Check the stats, man. And do it, man. Check the word is flat, man. Grow up the whole man. I think it's down my shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now.
cup. Got too flustered, drove down the toilet bowl. Toe flakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. Government agents. Toe flakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. Throw 'em in the garbage can. Toe flakes, fat earthquakes, pizza snakes. You're a piece of shit, man. Cornflakes, fat earthquakes, and pizza snakes. You don't want a hoax, man. Cornflakes, flat earthquakes, and pizza snakes. Put them in the trash can. Cornflakes, flat earthquakes, and pizza snakes.
We're living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But a waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history. Controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasite fit for your life.
Still in heaven. Your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant. You're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With their nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Yeah, truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fall. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing gods. Wake up, wake up.
bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
I keep my mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. The snakes and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the Ghost Society. Do you really know what's happening? When you watch the movie, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppet battling on man, sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Where's the garbage? Don't be unique and build some courage. Read it deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best of boost to keep you nourished. Stay on it and find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake their minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
Man, I try so hard to learn the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ask cause I don't like being fooled. I'm not a rebel, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am rooted like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake their minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First a pandemic, now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police, 33 times, yeah. But the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks planted randomly on certain corners. Order out of chaos, that's how they control us. They got us separated every way, it's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane, fuck that we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and lame. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime, the higher you go then the deeper the bind. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage called the curtains and blinds. Tip at the beat, we can lift up the line.
Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Break the masses with your vodka card. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome. And this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
I'll pause for just a second here. Yes. Just doing a couple of tests and everything looks good. I have the music and replays. Everything here is actually being also broadcast on our audio streams. So we're on TuneIn, radio.net, and quite a few other places. It's hard to keep track we're on every single podcast platform you can imagine. And if there's one we're not on, we'll get there soon. Yeah, that was Jordan Maxwell closing that one out. Wake the Masses. Also, I'm going to be putting links. Actually, I think we already have a lot of them, but we'll be putting links in the chat, relevant links. So actually, all the music can be found at infiniteplainsociety.com. I'm making it easy. But I'm going to keep this going. We're just updating the playlists, and we'll be back to our regular live schedule here very soon. And there's like a lot of new music I have to add in from, one of them is Thought Crimes, new track from Symbia, and a couple of others. There's another video I'm working on, in fact, from One Eye Jack, but no spoilers.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host and message, squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the up is getting better. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The move to heads paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hoax events. Quick DIPS are making an entrance, but some doors down cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tenpin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hawks army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship, we ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Another angry white kid, just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real, I don't know, hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Ed McMahon, shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon, bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting honorable man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, me eating Bates and smiling, a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, it's a guesswork, way over to the right, way over to the east. And where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is indeed in flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon, go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead, leave the gas line. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead, leave the gas light on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say called "Everyone Knows" because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying to keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model-specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes. Moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
All right, so let's see. That was "We Are the Virus." That's actually by JT33, who did part of the soundtrack for the first episode of this project we're working on, which I think you'll like. Zareth the Alchemist says, sounds kind of like Tool. Yes, I concur with that. I have a number of emails and photos that came to me from an individual who's been investigating the hospitals. So that's one thing I'm going to look into here. Millennium Falcon 2001, Star Wars Clues says, take into account the 24-degree tilt on the Earth. Go 3,250 miles east, start anywhere, and you will end up on the equator. Fuck Bill Burr. I'm not sure what Bill Burr said, but yes. Okay, so we were talking about outer space and inner space and how the two are in fact the same, how they're not actually going into deep space as in up there, they're going into deep space down there, and they're digging a tunnel of China, essentially. So you can go farm potatoes under the false pretense that you're saving the Earth by leaving it behind to go live an ascetic life on Mars. Here's a couple of memes. This is the meme review. If you go to a party, you go to jail because of coronavirus. If you're in jail, we will let you out because of coronavirus. There's nothing coincidental about this. I mean, there's a reason why we have these contradictory statements and orders. part of gaslighting, in fact, is conflicting injunctions, different instructions that you're given that you can't do both, catch-22s, things that just literally make no logical sense. And that's the whole point. They don't want thinking to help you. It does no good to think reasonably about these things because it's not reasonable. When one appears, the other disappears. And this is a meme juxtaposing Superman with Clark Kent. Kent being the flu, Superman being COVID. And yeah, they did pull off some type of a switch there, it seems. Very clever. I mean, I commented on this back in, probably even in March, that you're going to see a decline in the number of people run over by steamrollers. And the commensurate bump's going to be on the COVID side. They're just shuffling papers around and it's working. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, caller? Anything in particular?
Hey. Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening to the podcast. I'm a couple seconds behind. Should I not listen to it?
Yeah, go ahead and mute it. There might be a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
It could even be a Mandela effect, but yeah.
All right.
Your timeline could be like 8 seconds behind. But yeah, go ahead.
I just thought was interesting I learned this week, which was the I don't know if this is what you want to talk about, but there's a word Wetiko. You heard of it?
No. What does it mean?
Hold on.
Yeah, the word is, you said, yeah, go ahead. Wetiko, I don't know what the word means. How do you spell it?
Look it up. W-E, like wet, W-E-T-I-K-O.
And why don't you fill us in on what this means and what it means to you?
I mean, I literally just I just heard it like 2 days ago, and I'm like kind of fascinated, but I'm probably not going to speak well about it, but it's a Native American term that basically sums up what we're seeing today play out, which is like a mental virus on society, which basically, in a nutshell, this is like the oldest concept of society that we're supposed to be aware of. And since we don't have language for it, it's obviously hidden, but I would assume the previous generations of, natives would talk about this as basically like maybe the dragon or whatnot, but it's like a virus on the mind of the human psyche.
Okay, I found something here. It says, dispelling Wetiko, breaking the curse of evil. It says here, the mind virus, which the Native Americans called the Wetiko, covertly operates through the unconscious blind spots in the human psyche. Yeah, I think this would describe the mob mindset, the loss of individuality, individual responsibility. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's cool to just have a new vocabulary word that really predates the current situation. And just if you look into, and there's cool imagery for it, and basically the Wetiko is a spirit. It doesn't stop until we're all consumed by it, basically, and it's like destruction.
Yeah, interesting. This is actually, you're right about this thing too. We don't have the lexicon to figure our way out of this thing. Like, even simple things, crisis acting, hoaxes, psychological operations. We don't have words for this, and we don't have a lexicon of evil. Nobody believes in evil. They've kind of reinvented it as systemic oppression, but nobody really believes, at least the modern paradigm kind of removes the idea of a metaphysical or supernatural evil, something predatory, something like unhuman.
Sure. Yeah, and I've heard people maybe talk about this. The only way to destroy it is if you kind of embrace it as like a learning opportunity to say, "Oh, okay, thank you for coming into our realm. How can I learn from you now?" And you can't like just fight it. In other words, like, so, and I see that playing out now. Like, the more you fight this, like, the more people kind of double down and go into their, battleground, I guess, bunkers.
Right,
And
right.
so
Like that reminds me of you get the idea of like Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations, where he had this idea that you need a system that takes man's inherent greedy selfishness and channels it into something productive. So the idea was that you can't change human nature. We will be greedy. So if you force equality, you will create injustice. So you have to let some people reach higher than others. But and so I think it's against nature. I think communism is unnatural. And I think it's inherently based on greed and evil and collectivism and having this covetousness towards what others have. And yeah, I do think that human nature is what it is. And that's exactly the issue that we have. The utopians want to reinvent man, get rid of your carbon footprint. I mean, that's what mind control is about. They're turning us into insects.
yeah, it's like a hive mind kind of taking over. All insects have that. They're all mindless, autopilot. Yeah, and I feel like this AI kind of program, I guess, or a virus, like the AI represents, it's kind of like it's kind of destroying all of our avenues of thought. And like I think you were kind of describing this earlier, just how it's kind of it's closing in the universe of thought and ideas.
Sure.
And I feel like the AI is set up to do that. Like the AI is kind of set up to look for any ideas that are kind of expanding our minds, and it's like hammering it down on the edges and like shrinking it down to this point.
Well, look, there's one thing I've noticed. Okay, so I used to, before I really got immersed in the internet, I spent all my time in libraries and old bookstores, and I did my research the old-fashioned way. And when I'd go to libraries, I would look for one particular topic, but I'd find a lot of books in the area randomly, serendipitously. So you had coincidences or synchronicities, randomness, where the research process takes on a different type of, there's a different process that goes into research. It's a little less direct than just simply searching things or going to a place where the library is all electronic. And I think they remove a lot of the randomness, which is where like life kind of seems to happen, where you make choices and decisions as a thinker. And they're getting rid of that. So it's like you automate everything. So you get a self-driving car, it drives you from A to Z. Well, now you don't even have the option of just impulsively stopping at a shop or anything like that. So they're getting rid of randomness and getting rid of randomness to streamline everything, which of course, yeah, they're making us into, it's like a beehive. The original symbol of the Illuminati was the beehive.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the way you just, I mean, I associate that with kind of left brain, right brain, and we're in a left brain society here, but I'm just a natural right brainer. So I'm always, it doesn't, you can't justify, you can't ever make sense of a right brain, but it's to me, it's life. And I always find people have there's an audience for me, but I don't always I'm always kind of not excelling in some ways, but then I'm always coming back to, people always come back to me. I notice, and it's, I mean, there's a left brain is like the most linear thought process, and it's like, that's obvious to me, but I don't like to do that. So it's like, I mean, I think we all have that ability, but the right brain's kind of being hammered out of existence as much as it can be, it seems. There's always here's an obvious, I think if we intellectualize these things and try to give vocabulary for things, we kind of box in ourselves always. So,
well, look, daydreaming, like you think about things that they always stop you from doing. Daydreaming is one of those things, like when do people use their imaginations, like as thought experiments, like, to even imagine the idea that the Earth is stationary requires original thought, conceptualization in the imagination. But they remove a lot of that. And I think that we're so immersed in movies and in CGI simulations that it's kind of displaced the right brain activity.
Yeah.
Like, so the government gives you your right brain circus. You don't have to use your own.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot. Yeah. I mean, I talk to like little kids today because I feel like I still tap into that kind of childlike brain in some ways, and I try to ask them like, oh, do you like 2D cartoons or 3D cartoons? Like, I personally don't really care for the 3D stuff or like the video games, but because it's like it requires you to use more imagination, like to not. I mean, it requires less imagination to watch like a 3D cartoon, but the kids like it because maybe I don't know why, but maybe that's why, because it's like less.
Yeah, you're right. It's like a dream.
So hyper realistic that it's boring. Like I don't like looking at like really hyper, digital screens. Like I like the more fuzzy. But maybe I'm just old fashioned. I mean.
No, there's a different process. There's a different cognitive
Yeah.
process. One of them is a deep hypnotic, guided meditation trance loaded with junk food for the mind and propaganda, and the other is an act of communication with the author. Like when you're reading a book, when you're reading some analog, a comic book. I think there's more interaction, and then you do have to unconsciously anyway. Put the scenes together. It's animating in your mind. And yeah, there's a different process there. And I think they're purposefully allowing the critical thinking and the imagination to atrophy so they can replace it with this hive mind thing that, yeah, it's going to be probably regulated by essentially AI.
Yeah, right. And I did like the thing you were just talking about this, Sputnik and like, the inner. I mean, I was trying to. It's like a new concept, and like it's like I always like when I hear a new concept of thought. So
yeah, well, what do you think about the deep underground military bases as having possibly even Mars bases?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I feel like that realm is going into augmented reality and like simulating going to Mars, with these like the Hyperloop and even just Mars travel, I guess, that they keep, seem to promise to people. I mean, I imagine that it has to be some sort of augmented reality. It can't be like, I was going to say like the Hyperloop, like won't have windows, for instance. That gives you an opportunity to paint your realm. And I think like the more you hammer into down like your imagination, like the more logical that makes sense to be able to trick some future kids that rely on these things.
Exactly. I think we're looking at basically that they had the way being paved for the new age, and augmented virtual reality is a huge part of it, and it already is. I mean, when we went into lockdown, they already shifted the balance as far as now more of your person-to-person interaction is mediated through the internet than before. It's just a fact. They cut off your contact with living human beings. That's a major transition. That's a big deal. And it was seamless. They pulled it off. And
for sure.
To me, that's us entering into a simulation.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned something about the mask, like hiding our humanity. Like I had this early thought too about that, about are there like beings coming in here that can't really control their face, and the thing is about the reptilian thing is I was actually told by someone really close to me, she's an older woman who's in these kind of elite societies, and she did say that she did experience that with somebody, but I don't know if they were maybe they were actually promoting that to this group of people, like because she was not the only one in the group that saw this person change into a reptile, but who knows if it's an energy field or.
Well,
I mean, I think they want us to know about this, but I don't know if it's literal, like.
When
I'm open to anything. So.
When I first looked into the Reptoid thing with probably a lot of people, like David Icke, and one of the things he had said in his writings was this idea that the priesthood were taking sacrifices from the people they controlled, but that the regular people weren't allowed to see the faces of the priests who had their faces covered. And he said that the face coverings that the various religions use has been to provide a cover for the reptoids. It's an interesting theory. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it definitely though has to do with cutting down our communication, because our facial expressions convey probably more than our words do.
Yeah. Well, I always think there's so many angles to everything they do, to these things too, and that's definitely one of them. And also just dehumanizing people to getting to the point of trying to civil war. I mean, it also makes sense because it's so much easier to like look at someone like non-human now.
Yeah,
the breakdown of communication.
That's true. That's true. They have they've said the media has done a pretty good job where it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to punch a MAGA, and now the other side they're all looters and murderers and whatever. And it's like, yep, you're not going to see a lot of sympathy from either side when the bullets start flying.
Yeah. And well, like MAGA means like apparently is like the priest, like a magician, a female, I believe.
Yes, I was talking about that earlier. MAGA is the feminine form of magic. I brought that up because someone said the Whore of Babylon has Babylon the Great on her forehead in scarlet. Like MAGA hats are scarlet, and it says America the Great, essentially. It's not Babylon, but same thing. So I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is. But I don't understand these high level like magicians. Like I don't know. I don't really know the end goal, but I do feel like there's something about the possession, and I think, yeah, I definitely believe the aliens are there, but they're demons, and they're trying to convince us that they're aliens because they can play out with the augmented reality, this scenario, but can really come into us kind of thing, and if we believe in them, especially.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, and that's one of the things here. I think it was Benjamin Franklin or someone said, "You'll live with the amount of tyranny that you tolerate," and I think you'll live, essentially, you'll live with in a level of deception that you tolerate. And if we didn't push the brakes on stuff, if there weren't any skeptics, we would probably already have alien overlords having us work on farms or something in fiefdoms. But there's a little bit of pushback, not a lot. There's a small percentage of us who aren't going with the program. But what's your take on the UFO invasion thing? Let's say they have a bunch of flying saucers hovering over major cities, dropping bombs, bombarding them. Do you think that the population will fall for it and just say, okay, Mars has taken over?
I'd like to. Up until this year, I would probably say no, but now I'm like, it's pretty. I think it's pretty easy to convince anyone. Convince the masses of it, because there's just a majority mindset of that will go with whatever's told to them, and there's some level of like occult ritual magic, like with numbers and they do it on the right dates. So there's like this, I don't know, there's a spiritual like pushback in people, and you really have to like understand, like, back to the creator. Whatever you call, I like Jesus Christ, it's come out in me when I'm in a situation. I've been in a situation before, and it's come out of my mouth, and I've never been like preachy or anything, and it came out at the right time, and I needed it to, and it shut down like this ritual that I was somehow found myself involved in. It sounds crazy, but
well, let me ask you this:
it's like,
so do you believe that there is a proxy war, good versus evil, and that humans are agents for either side? Is that what we're facing right now?
Yeah, I think we're all we're receptors. So whatever you think about religion, it doesn't matter. But the word Jesus Christ takes you to a point of undeniable like reset, whatever it is for you. Like it doesn't matter like religion, because I grew up in the church, but I ignored it for I went away from that, and like. But to me, like it doesn't matter. It's like your mind knows what that means, and whenever you say that, it brings you down to like the most pure love that your mother gave you at birth, for instance. Like it's the most like powerful, it's like a diamond. It's like pure, untainted, and if you're ever lost, like if you say that word, like it will bring you, save that name, it will bring you back to that point. And I think we all can relate to that. and we can all be possessed. But when you say that word, it's gonna like kind of buzzkill you in some ways, or it's gonna.
Yeah, look. There's certain things that we're taught to mock and ridicule. One of these things,
right.
The idea of telepathy or psychic phenomenon, or if someone says they're psychic, it's like it's not meant to be taken seriously, and it's probably because of con men and charlatans in the past have given it a bad rap. But the idea that our minds, our consciousness, it somehow can be a receiver for interacting with beings that may not have physical bodies, like it's not a new concept, and I don't think there's a lot of people who disagree that there's something there, that we're not purely just basically I guess what animals. I hate to disparage animals like that, but like the idea that we're just like automatons, we're just the end result of the Big Bang and everything slowing to a halt. No, I do think that we're conscious players in this, even if our bodies are somewhat disposable.
Well, yeah, and I mean, back to being like animal-like. I mean, I do think at some point before the fall, like I think there was a time where we were sort of like animals, but we were like we didn't need anything. Like we didn't have to speak either. Like all this stuff is material world in some ways. Even the language is, and once we were, I mean, it makes sense to me. The serpent that tempted Eve. It's telling you like, you didn't need to your mind didn't need to wander out there. Like you were being taken care of. You didn't need to, you were guided look at animals. They don't need to they don't need to really work hard, and they have everything taken care of for them in some ways. Even though it looks like they're in a chaotic world, they're actually at peace all the time, and they never worry. And I feel like if we can train ourselves to just be in that state, like we would be taken care of. And I feel like I've experienced that at my low points, like where I had to rely on faith, like something's watching over you, but you have to but you don't need much. Like you're not going to get material wealth, from that.
Well, let me bring this up, because there's like a couple of points of view on the Garden of Eden story. Many believe that yes, that was ideal, and when man disobeyed, he fell, he lost the harmony, and now we're paying for it. The other perspective is man was actually a slave, didn't know it, and that he's potentially a co-creator or a god, and that he was in a state of ignorance, and once he found out, it was actually liberation when he got kicked out. So
of course, that's sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, there's two different takes on it. A third take on it is that the serpent was in fact working for God, and that the whole point of man disobeying and being cast out was so that he would go through the whole ordeal and somehow fix it at the end or something. I don't know, but I think it's a very interesting concept, and I think that the idea of a perfect world that we could bring back is something that the utopians have been trying to dangle in front of us. That's why they always promise us heaven or the communist paradise or sustainable moon bases.
Right, except for they're the god now in that case.
Exactly.
Where
yes.
maybe we were an experiment. We were put here, and I would think that everyone works under God, but it was up to us. We have free will, and free will brought about. The way we use our free will brings about heaven and hell. I'm not saying like we're trying to get to heaven like on earth. I'm just saying like one action does lead to another, and the fact that we have free will lets us have evil, and this could go on for eternity until we decide we don't want it anymore. But that comes up to everybody, and it's not really my role to try to convince everyone to get to that point. That's we have to go through these ups and downs. This is it's a exercise here.
Sure.
I feel like
sure,
and it's time. It goes on forever. I mean, it's eternity. We can't understand eternity, but
okay. Let me run this by you, because when I look at the world stage as it is, it seems to me that there is we'll say a group within or something. There's an establishment, and this establishment seems to have a longer memory than the rest of us. Possibly going back much further. I mean, do you get the idea that the world is in the grip of a singular cult?
Yeah, no, I do feel that way, and yeah, I mean, there's so many layers to that, but I mean, singular cult. I mean, yeah, but I think there's lots of, how every group like kind of infights at some point. Even like the SJWs, they're eating themselves. Like every group will always probably infight. So I'm sure there was a singular cult, but they probably are branched off at some point too.
Okay, and final question here.
Hidden knowledge.
As far as how
What's
deep,
that?
okay, hidden knowledge, right? We're talking about like a knowledge disparity. So we're basically prisoners by the fact that we're that much more ignorant than they are. That's the Garden of Eden story. That's the story in the village.
Yeah, we're like, yeah, definitely. I mean, well, I can't compare it to the Garden of Eden, but I would say like some entities, or people. I mean, I guess you can kind of talk about bloodlines here, like with the reptilians again. Like, yes, there probably is some sort of entity that maybe survived a calamity that did retain knowledge from the old world. And if you're interested in like Tartaria, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
Sure,
I haven't
same
actually
here.
looked into that at all. But
well, that
definitely
is
there's like
that is interesting. For people who don't know, the idea here is that maybe we had some type of worldwide calamity a couple hundred years ago, and that what we're on right now is a construct that they fabricated our histories, hid all the best technologies, and lied about when and where everything happened. And we've been so essentially humanity was born into a matrix of lies, which is true, but it's much worse if this is true. It means we can't trust even our history back 300 years, and it also suggests that there might be a more advanced civilization among us.
Yeah, and I think there definitely is, and I think it's hidden in plain sight still. Like there's still like wireless energy up in the atmos, like above our heads. There's still those power lines that apparently are actually taking the energy from the air for free. And there was this is like the Tesla story, like the Nikola Tesla. How he wanted to make abundance. I think they had that world already. I think it was turned around on themselves with people who are, people who wanted to destroy the old world on purpose. And I think that this is just one theory, that led to the calamity of the worldwide mud flood, for instance, which set us back so many generations. But there was some, I'm sure some people have retained that knowledge somehow and saw a plan for the world, which was, I think they took the same energy, the free energy, and they destroyed the old world with it, and now have come out and this to me makes most sense because of all the whole, like Tesla's laughed at, today. I mean, even Elon Musk like makes fun of him in some ways to say that Edison was better because Edison wanted to profit off of it. So these people are living like kings. And this is where like a possession of some sort kind of to me comes into this, because there's something about like even like looking at the movie Metropolis, there's something about being like the worship of idols again. Like there's some energy that's harvested from us. And something is getting power from that.
Okay, now
so there's like these control points.
That's a very interesting point there about the harvesting of energy. And, what you brought up also kind of reminds me of Atlantis, the story that there was a rogue faction that buried it, flooded it, and then they took it underground. And the symbol of the torch and the underground secret societies with a continuity of suppressed hidden knowledge makes a lot of sense. I think there seems to be something to that. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
It's very, there's so many stories that like even like Lord of the Rings like shows you like there's a power that's like once you have it you become like you just like what the right thing to do but you just can't because you're like, oh my god, this is like endless power. And it's kind of like I think that's the whole, I don't know, losing my words here, but
well, look, David Icke also brought this up. He talked about words like the elders, the El referring to the Saturnian cult, the Elohim, which refers to the lights who came from above. But he also said elect and electricity, suggesting that electricity and the story of Benjamin Franklin with the key and the kite was actually just talking about the secret of harvesting atmospheric electricity or something like that. All very fascinating considering Benjamin Franklin's connection to the Hellfire Club and that secret society network, suggesting that yes, that the elect.
I haven't looked into that, but yeah, I'm looking at it. But no, I totally buy into that. I mean, the whole thing is like we're trained to think that energy is not abundant, and that's the whole like enslavement that we're seeing unfold now. We're it's the scarcity. It used to be abundance, and now it's scarcity, and now they're trying to make water scarce. The fact is, water's everywhere in the atmosphere. You can draw it with a dehumidifier. Anyone can. Like, water's so abundant. We can't ever fall. We can't ever fall for this lie.
They're also saying, though, that land is now scarce, or everything is scarce because there's too many people. I was just looking at a magazine cover, one of these scientific magazines, and with a capital S because it's the religion of science, the way they worship it. And in this article, it said, we have 7.7 billion people. That's too many. That's why the virus is spreading. So they're, again, putting the idea that, there's too many of us, meaning there's not enough space.
Yep. And it's I mean, if you just fly across the U.S., you would just know that there's like endless space. And it's like, we don't have to, when you live in an urban center, you can, where do you live at? I'm in L.A.
Oh, I don't live next. I live in a small town. Well, it's a city, but I consider it to be a town, and it's on purpose because, I think that the masses of sheeple have been triggered enough, and we know what they're capable of at their worst. And I just don't want to be front row seats at the apocalypse.
I'm trying to get out. No, I hear you. I want to be out in the country now. Like I do, but I'm just saying, like, it's easy to think that there's, when you live in an urban center, it's easy to think that things are overcrowded and things, but.
Oh yeah, I see what your point is. Your point is in the movies. Yeah, in all the movies that you were like, let's say you lived through your TV screen, through the TV shows, you watched Friends, you didn't get out much because you're always working, you're at school and in college, etc. Your worldview is actually more informed by what you saw on the screens. So yeah, you might think, there's too many people, and you live in a small town. And so that's the world stage, in my view. The world stage is the false construct, that 95% mistake for the real thing. So they think, yep, the world's overcrowded, let's get rid of 3 billion. Well, we don't even know if there's that many people.
Right. Yeah, I just think that there's two kind of mindsets. People that think they play, well, when you kill God, like, you feel like you have to become God. And that's what I think we see happening with the elites. Like, they literally killed God a long time ago, and they have no faith, so they literally worry about everything. And I think, I honestly, I think some of this mass thing is partially to do with, like, and this has become, again, like a possession, or they're grossed out by everything. They think that their lives are so important that they think that you're going to harm them somehow. I really think that's what your mind becomes when you worry so much, and you feel like you have to protect your life so much instead of just flowing and, like, it's kind of like just living with faith too. You have to walk in faith, because if you have fear, like, I don't know how else to cast out fear other than having faith.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You know what? The elite have made it very clear. Like, here's what I think about. You see, you brought up AI.
They're scared. They're scared, though, too. They're really scared. And that's the thing. They really are scared.
Well, I agree with you about that.
That's why they hide.
I agree with the hive mind AI thing, but I also think when I hear them talk about AI, they're like, what happens when all the appliances become autonomous? Is there going to be a problem? Will there be an AI revolt or something, or takeover? And I think that might be an elite code for one of their fears of autonomous individuals suddenly not following the hive mind. So I think the real AI threat is actually us. And this is just a way that they can, like, they want us in the simulation, which is their world stage construct. And once we start disbelieving the lies, we become autonomous thinkers. Where are the rogue AI that they fear, if you ask me?
Right.
And that would be the thing they're trying to stop with this control of the flow of ideas and memes.
The human mind works by evolving, like, around the situation always. Like, you can't trap it. So like if you have creativity and imagination and it's abundant, like, that's what keeps you alive, and that's what keeps you going. Like, and these people that want to control us, like if we laugh at their system or we make a joke out of it, like they literally want, they command the worship, and I'm telling you, that's like whatever is taking them over, but it commands some sort of worship, and you see that with pop stars and things, and like they filter the energy to their occult, whatever they do, and I mean, we're surrounded by this. Back to the cult thing. I mean, if you look, if you look at it's the sorority and fraternity systems in the colleges. Like every single person on TV, on the fake news, talking heads are all from the sorority or fraternity. They have to be, because they're mind controlled already, and they do rituals every week. I mean, they've already been inducted into some sort of secret society that consumes them, and they're the ones playing out all these mass events. They're the ones kneeling with Kaepernick or whatever. They're the ones putting up the fists for this BLM. This is all rituals. Like these are all some sort of, and they need tons of people to do it, because it fuels whatever entity on the top.
Let me run one by you, because this is absolutely true what you're saying. On the anniversary, it was the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. On that anniversary, you had 250,000 people gathered around the obelisk in D.C., the Washington Monument, which is also the symbol of the black sun Osiris, the dead sun god. Well, MLK Day is being celebrated at the same time. Actor Chadwick Boseman dies, and he played Black Panther, and he played a king. So
I didn't know this.
You had Rip King was trending on Twitter that day, and you had the youth who had the Black Panther toy, bearing it in their backyard and crossing their arms over their chest and saying a prayer. Well, the arms crossed over the chest is the sign of Osiris slain when he's in his casket. So what I'm saying here is the entire group of people in DC around the obelisk and all the youth with this idol, and it's a literal idol, the Black Panther doll, burying it in the ground, grave, which is symbolic to Saturn. It was a big Saturnian death rite, a mass ritual involving the youngest you could think of, like 5 and 6 year old, 10-year-olds, as well as all of the adults here who were all about the political movement and Black Panthers. The children are about the Marvel character and the Marvel universe with a fake king and the Marvel character Black Panther. But the symbolism and the iconography was very consistent throughout. And I'm saying, that was a mass ritual like you're describing.
That's interesting. That's exactly. I mean, I can only kind of describe it. I'm not immersed in it, but I've seen it. Like, I mean, I can see this happening constantly. And there's always like some sort of blood sacrifice. There's necromancy involved, though. The thing is about these entities, these hive minds, these like fraternity, sorority things, they really are a hive mind. And they actually pray to something, and they say, let it take me over. I mean, they're like cells. They all act as like cells. They're all in one unit, like one entity that takes them all over. And it's like they literally say a spirit of whatever takes them over, and they're giving their sovereignty to this entity. And that's why I'm saying we're all vessels for things. And so there's definitely people that know how to use that, and the magicians or whatnot, and they're priests and they're religious.
Okay, so
they know how to organize this stuff. So.
Yeah, what you're talking about, and you kind of talked about this earlier about energy extraction from everything we're doing, our computer screens. If you look at the history of magic, it involves the consciously directed will, and it also involves projecting the will through black mirrors. A lot of the technology that we use in our social media seems to replicate a lot of this. Oh yeah, a lot of it is very much. It looks like. Funnily enough, it seems to resemble by its trappings in many ways everything you would do to interact with the other side metaphysically. So I think all that is possibly very likely on purpose, intentional. I don't think these things are unintentional. I mean, we could be, I thought about this. The human race, we could be walking into a trap intended to catch 7 billion souls, and somehow... I don't know. It sounds dark, but I mean, isn't that what the script seems to play?
No, you're right. I mean, I have lots of dark thoughts like this all the time, and I think that's kind of the overall goal for the hive mind at some point. So we have to keep speaking out. We have to keep diverse thoughts, and we have to not like do rituals and things. I mean, and again, you can pray, you can declare the name of God. I mean, that's the only name I know, and I always question this too. Like I can always say like, oh, is this name actually what it means? But to me, I know what my mind goes to, and I know it neutralizes like my ambitions, for instance. Like, if we call on that name to reset us, it's because we need it. Like, if you ever have a spiritual attack in the middle of the night, and I've gotten these lots, like, I mean, I will pray, like, I'm like out loud, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, save me, like, kind of thing. And it works. It works every time.
So in the movie The Matrix, The Matrix is the template that everybody has to obey, and it's a hive mind. And when Neo breaks out of the Matrix, now he's a problem. He's a virus. And if you remember the symbolism there, he's hanging out with Trinity. He dies for 72 seconds, which I think symbolizes 72 hours or 3 days. So there is this character of the dying and resurrecting this individual who sees through the Matrix, and he goes through this death, or symbolic death, or spiritual death, and then he comes back. It seems to be a reoccurring thing. And so I find it very interesting that these archetypes and these stories are always being played out in front of us, like it's in our faces, like this is what you're in. You're a pod person, and we're just one generation away from having a soy feeding tube implanted directly into your mouth and having you plugged into an Oculus 24/7.
Yeah, well, I think there's something out there that knows how to control reality, but it needs to trick us into it first. And that's why the mind control's what it's all about. And yeah, I do believe in some ways it goes back to the fall again, because it's like, I mean, I always hear this thrown around that Satan controls the air. To me, I take that as the material realm. This material realm is a farce. It's fake. We don't need any of it in some ways, but we're in it. But you can attribute that back to the Eve, like, biting the apple, because she chose to deviate outside of like the animalistic kind of. I hate to compare it to animals, but in an innocent sort of way, though, of like they're just there and they have everything taken care of for them. But in some ways, the fall could just be like a fall spiritually, like of awareness, maybe, or like,
I thought of that
I'm
too.
in this realm now. Now I'm curious. Like, what does this taste like now? Oh, I'm getting cold now, or like, oh, I'm naked now. Like all these thoughts that I never had before, but it's because like I wanted to now be in this realm. Now we're in this 3D realm, but I think maybe the fall was like there were timeless beings. Maybe there are angels here. I don't really understand that part, but
I've heard this concept
that
that
was kind of
the
her
fall
choice.
from
Like,
grace, the idea that we had a higher state, and this is kind of implied in a lot of these theories about
Her
resets.
choice.
Like the mud flood theory is the idea that humanity was doing things right, and now we're doing things wrong, but it's because everything was wiped out and we were put into a false paradigm that works against our own interests. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that assessment, especially if we look to the future at where we're being steered, which I think we're being steered into, neo-feudalism, slavery by being, we'll be arrogant, thinking we're the brightest we've ever been, but really the average adult today, and this is sad, but I see it on Twitter, they're visually illiterate, and they can't tell if they're looking at a cartoon, CGI, or real footage unless they're told. They have to be
what the round
told.
earth's about.
Yep, exactly.
That's what the ball earth's about. It's an idol, and we're forced to worship it, and it's created by, you could say Satan, or the worst of control. It's the manipulation, the rebellion.
Baal. It's Baal worship. Baal, the old word, the old Canaanite.
Oh, there you go.
The word
Exactly.
obelisk
it's
actually
literal
means
Baal worship.
shaft of Baal. That's what obelisk means.
Okay, yeah.
So you got the Washington Monument, the shaft of Baal, and what you talked about earlier. This is one of the most fascinating things about this whole thing. The more, because I'm very immersed in the news cycle and the worldview as it's being propagated and promulgated, and it is 100% timed astrotheologically, just like the fertility rites of Mystery Babylon. We're in a system that I think is very ancient, but it's given iterations, and I think that we live in a world that's pretty much dark ages. We're in a dark age where visually illiterate, but we've been deceived to think that we've actually advanced from whatever was before. I really get that sense.
Well, and that explains like the old world, because I mean maybe there were giants then too. I'm moving any possibility from before, but there definitely seems to be. And if you look at all the old architecture, I mean, it's all set up for. They're all antennas. They're like the Hagia Sophia, like these. They always have like a tower tall in the middle, and then like outer towers that are lower down, and that makes sense for like wireless transmission of electricity and things. There's nodes everywhere that light up, and I think if you look at a lot of old photos of people coming out west, like they discovered these old buildings in some ways. I'm kind of on the fence about that, but like we have these primitive technologies discovering these beautiful old buildings that are buried under the mud, in fact the whole Seattle was like half underground.
Right.
And we were told that's because of modern toilets, but it doesn't, like other cities aren't like that. So there's the mud seems to be more in other areas, and that would make sense. But
look, you got to watch, there's this, I don't recommend Netflix anymore, but on Netflix, there's a show called I think it was called The Chronicles of Shannara. And it's like this Lord of the Rings looking thing, elves, trolls, the whole thing, middle-aged looking. Middle Ages. Well, in one scene, these two characters are running through a forest, and they fall through a hole in the ground, and they end up in a 20th century ballroom. And the story is the 20th century the 21st century was the end of the world, some kind of nuclear holocaust. And the thing is, they fell deep. So in other words, the 20th century was like beneath the ground, like whatever had followed afterward had literally buried our world that we know. And so I was like, well, that's kind of interesting, this idea of burial.
I mean, even the Sphinx was buried underground, and so was under sand, and there's the Easter Island heads, for instance, are buried. Like there's so many old worlds buried under. So I think there's definitely something to that. There's, I mean, I really don't. I definitely know the lies of the time period, and I don't think it's like the Greek and Romans. I think that's like a big cover story. I mean, that's what the Tartarian ideas are. Like the Tartaria was like a whole world empire, but at some point, like you can say the darkness or whatever took over, and they turned around the technology on itself, like destroyed itself.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
In order to build up because it was a world based on an abundance, and now we're entering the world based on scarcity, and that's why we have wars, and they make us fight, and that's why the oils became a monopoly, and everything's a monopoly now. So,
look, when I saw people fighting over toilet paper less than a year, earlier this year, to me, I think that the elite probably engineered that so they could laugh at us fighting over worthless paper. So the people who weren't invested in the stock market, who saw their paper turning worthless, were the poor, who had their own struggle over worthless paper. And I think it's some elaborate joke because they knew this was going to happen decades in advance, and they're up there eating their popcorn, watching as this controlled demolition.
For sure. Well, the Hunger Games was like the model for the future, is what they say, and there's the Sandy Hook event attached to the Hunger Games director. I mean, they're all these events are related, is my point.
Oh yeah, the Hunger Games director was connected. In fact, a couple of things. The writer Sandra Collins lived in Sandy Hook. The director was the father of Elliot Rogers, the shooter at Palo Alto, who was one of these.
Exactly. God.
And then check this out. His grandfather, Rogers' grandfather, was one of the first ones to do Holocaust photography at the various concentration camps. How weird is that?
Oh, yeah. Well, to me, it's not weird anymore, but yeah, I mean, I think all these things are connected, and once you tap into these, you can meet some people face to face that you can tell have knowledge of this, and it's really interesting to see the interaction when they know something, because I've encountered that.
Sure. Look, a lot of people are under the spell that they have the best educations and that if there's anything else out there, they would know. but that they've already achieved the limits of human knowledge. And you
Right.
you just watch one of these documentaries about space. Now you know how the universe started and where it ends. So they've been given
Yeah.
this illusion that they have all the right answers. But if you look at the old handbooks of these various secret societies, even Albert Pike wrote that you're purposefully
Yeah.
misleading the lower levels. And I consider
Yep.
the public,
And that's the thing.
we're the lower level
Sorry.
initiates in the world cult.
Exactly. Yeah, we are. And the thing is, we stick out like short thumbs, like when you're not like programmed. So we are like the Matrix, like when he comes out, like it's so obvious. And that's the thing is like, that's why there's this. Everyone's trying to get each other to wake up, but it's like, we're going to be singled out with directed energy, and the more reliant we are to the grid, like it's going to be easier to take out people the AI is going to seek you out. So it's up to the minds, like.
Oh, look,
the evolution.
Think this out, the Matrix, right? What was it that distracted Neo when he was getting his first lessons about the Matrix? Do you remember?
No, I don't. But tell me. I love the movie. I just can't. I'm not good at like remembering everything in the movie.
Okay, it was the woman in the scarlet dress, the red dress.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was like a tie-in with the Siren, I think, or something. One of those people, they testified there was a woman in a red dress that like triggered him into mind control or something. Do you know about that?
I remember Saran. Yeah, exactly. MK Ultra.
Yeah,
there was a trigger.
Talked about that.
But the idea I was thinking was in the movie, see the New Age movement. They described the world, the Whore of Babylon, as scarlet, or a scarlet woman. So I kind of thought that might have been he's seeing through the Matrix, but then the Matrix is seducing him back into the deception.
Sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Matrix is supposed to make us complacent in indulgence, and it's built on the fact that we're, psychologists have mapped out our minds to know that we're irrational creatures. So just like feed us indulgence, let us dig our own graves that's how we're controlled, and but I think just people wake up like. I mean, at least myself. I mean, I don't feel satisfied with this life. I never did with all the stuff that they try to get you excited about, and it never worked on me. I'm not saying I'm unique in that sense. I know there's lots of people like that, but I never had an idol. Like I don't know what it is. An inherent like. I remember around elementary school, they come around and say, like, oh, like who's your favorite idol? And I never know what to answer. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like that question doesn't. Like I don't have I mean.
You know what? I was reading this.
Always like weird.
Look, I got this book by Colin Wilson. Great book. It's called The Occult. It's written I don't know, it came out probably in the 60s or 70s. It's called The Occult, and it goes into a history of all these banned ideas, witchcraft, and where it all came from. Anyway, he had this theory at the beginning of the book that there is a small percentage of the population who will just not fall for the bullshit. And the small percent, and he said that you could look at POW camps.
They go crazy typically.
Yeah, that you could find, if you could find that small group of instigators, the rest of them will be complacent. And I thought that's a very likely thing, if you ask me, that they know exactly how to find the nonconformists, that they can, target them. That's what you would have to.
I think they all I think they do look for those people early on, and I'm probably not one of the more. I don't know how to describe. Like I was probably not like a higher level one. I was probably like just kept to myself. And I think they've already scouted those kids out early on with tests and things. And those are the people they put into the CIA and programs like that we would never even know about. And I think that's what happens. They go through and they find that there's some people that are obviously like that, and they coerce them early on. But there's also people that are like sleeper cells. I feel like they're constantly like it's an intuitive thing,
Right.
I mean,
well, there's
I don't know.
When the New Age movement really got started, there was this book called Morning of the Magicians that addressed the idea of what would happen if you had people who were born exceptionally psychic. Would they network? And it posited this concept, that they would probably be drafted. Anyway, I think that's where like the X-Men and a lot of these different shows come from. And I think that psychic phenomenon has been buried as a serious research topic for this very reason. It'd be very inconvenient, I think, if that kind of thing was let loose. And that's why magic is one of the, you say magic and people want to laugh. It's a joke line, but why would you laugh at what appears to be one of their main weapons or one of their main secrets?
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. No. Definitely. I mean, there's magicians everywhere, and there's definitely cults everywhere, and there's covens everywhere, and I mean, I think it's pretty rare if you're not in some sort of group of some sort.
Well, even if you're not,
But,
the cultural default is you are. Last night I was
Yeah.
watching Mike Pence and a few other people, and they were observing that rocket launch. And the thing is a SpaceX rocket called the Dragon, and that's the and it's the capstone on the obelisk, which represents the top of the pyramid and everything else. But they're watching this burning obelisk fly into the sky, and they're clapping like robots, like animatronics. And I'm like, why are they clapping like that? Well, that's part of the hand gesture, the prayer to Amun-Ra, the sun god. And the rocket, I think, and even phonetically, they give away a lot of their spell work. What you're actually looking at with the burning obelisk is the burning man, the phoenix, the Christ, or Osiris risen. And when the rocket goes to the night sky, that's when it's having its conjugal visit with Babylon or Isis. And that's when the earth god and the sky god has conceived the sun god. I'm saying that this is a Babylonian mystery religion fertility cult. And the vice president is playing along, clapping along with it. And I think the clapping and all this stuff, it's all part of this sending their energy, their consciousness. It's worship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it is. Again, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can only observe it, so I don't have the answers. I'm like you. I'm just trying to describe what I see and repeat it over and over again. I can see the same kind of things going on. And who knows what they're yeah, I mean, like all these stories of revelation, like I think there's some truth. Maybe there's some truth to that. Maybe there's something maybe there's some big entity that can emerge, like based on all this. I don't know. I'm open to it all. So
cool. Well, hey, this has been a great call. A lot of great comments from the people listening. So definitely appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, if you want to take other calls, yeah, for sure.
You have a couple of other people trying to call in. I don't know if they're going to call back. That's fine.
No, I've heard them. I feel bad. You guys should call back because I want you guys to take more calls. So
no, we're on every night, so it's no big deal. In fact, I used to do pretty much nightly. Recently, I've been a little busy, but we're getting back on track to where the Infinite Plane Radio. What we try to do is we keep the phones open, especially when a lot of stuff is happening in the world, because we get callers from everywhere. And no, it's always good to hear from people, especially people who are interested in this Tartaria. That's all very fascinating to me. Alternative cosmology, all this stuff is very, very fascinating.
But it's all about rituals and.
Well, hey, there's the call coming in. So hey, have a great evening. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi Tim, how you doing?
Excellent. Hey, thanks for calling. Zareth the Alchemist, correct?
Yeah, this is Cole Cracker from Pennsylvania.
Oh, wrong one. Somebody said he was calling in. Zareth, because Zareth just said, I had to read his comment. He said, I saw a shapeshift of a beautiful woman named Pam Stonebrook into a reptilian. Okay, anyway, what topic are you calling in on tonight?
I wanted to call and ask you if you happen to see the Amazon series Utopia. Did you get to see that?
No, I haven't seen it yet. What's it about?
It's basically it was filmed before the COVID-19. It was filmed in 2019, I believe, but now it's out during this, and it involves a deadly pandemic, suspicious vaccine, mind-controlled slaves, massive conspiracy. It's just it seems like it might be some sort of warning and definitely MK, definitely, everything that you talk about. It's something that you just have to check it out. There's so many signs in this. It's just crazy. And that Gillian Flynn, she is the one that wrote it. And then all of these critics are saying that should have never been released. Time Magazine doesn't want you to watch it. It's just crazy. The symbolism.
I'll check it out. Utopia. I mean, when I hear the name Utopia, instantly it tells me where it's going. But yeah, I would call it predictive programming. I would call it conditioning. And I would also call it the echo chamber. Like, isn't it crazy how it's like you can't go to any sort of entertainment without getting the same exact message. We're all getting the message. Like, we get it now. They want a virus to wipe us out so they can create a perfect world.
Yes, and that's the whole point of that movie. And it talks about the Zika, how it was made in a lab and so forth. But you're absolutely right. It's just the whole population agenda, supposed. But this movie here just hits the nail in the coffin. Just everything you talk about, predictive programming, the whole 9 yards. It's just they're just pushing it right in our faces. I mean, they've been.
Well, I'm looking at the cover right now, and it's got a carousel where they're riding on white rabbits, which is probably an adrenochrome reference. And they're on a carousel. They're scared. That could represent a lot of things. But the character who's looks kind of possessed has a sun on her chest, which is like a big solar crown. And of course, so yeah, it looks very ominous. It looks like typical what I would expect, for so-called entertainment in 2020. Which is all just mind control. Entertainment's a side effect.
Yeah, the White Rabbit ordeal there, I think, is supposed to ends out. I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but the White Rabbit ends up being the CEO of Big Pharma. So he's the one that's, mind controlling all these people and getting them to listen under his command. But they have the riots in there. They have everything that's just been going on prior. Obviously, this was filmed prior to the events that happened, but the events happened totally as they happened.
Okay, well, that's a couple of things here. One, I'm always okay with spoilers because the world could likely end soon, and so there's no time for us to watch everything. Like, I'm not even recommending people read Atlas Shrugged. Like, there's not enough time. Just read the last chapter. The White Rabbit symbolism, very significant, even ties into the space program and this underground mind control bases, Wonderland. And one other thing, a pharmaceutical CEO and White Rabbit, that's probably another adrenochrome tie-in.
Yeah, definitely. With the symbolism with the children that's in there, I think the girl is pretty young. So yeah, without a doubt, definitely. And then you had to bring that space up. I think today I just had to jump on the live watch, and they were trying to get 4 guys the first time ever up there on the space station. I just had to laugh because the view that they gave of Earth as they had to switch they kept moving the camera, but there was one point that you didn't see the eyefish lens, and you actually got to see you didn't see that bubble. So they kind of screwed up, but they flipped the camera up real quick. It was very interesting. I was just watching that before you come on, and I just had to laugh.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of it, and I was, I wasn't hoping, but anyway, I was just like, well, something's going to happen. But I did see something. That little, I think what is it? Is it a Mogwai? No, I'm sorry. It's not a Mogwai. It's the Baby Yoda. It's the same thing. They just colored it green. So Baby Yoda's floating around like a balloon, just bouncing around. But the craft itself, the capsule, is perfectly still at 17,000 miles per hour. And I'm like, wait, how can it be so perfectly still in space, and yet the little toy is bouncing around? What's the difference?
Yeah.
I think that's a contradiction.
The Yoda was trying to take the seat. I seen that. It was going into the seat belt, like more or less. They had to crack a joke about that. But if you look, the scene right after that where they showed Yoda going in the empty seat, right after that they'll show that eyefish window, and you'll see what appears to me, it appeared to look like a fly on the outside of the window. It could have been now moisture, so forth, which shouldn't have been at 17,500. But if you look at it, it's almost like they blurred it out, but it looks like a fly. Well, I tried to make wings and a leg on it, but...
Well, I know a rocket enthusiast. His name is Reds Rhetoric, a big fan of NASA and SpaceX. And if I had to consult his professional opinion at 3 a.m. about the fly that you saw, I would probably just rule it out and say it was a smudge.
It moved. So, yeah, I mean, it's plausible.
No, actually, I'm with you. It's probably the same. It's probably the same fly that was on Pence's head. They do this stuff as jokes. It's like probably a little shout out to Beelzebub or something. Like they're constantly flaunting how good their special effects are, to where they've got a puppet like Mike Pence on a stage and a giant fly on his head, and nobody pays attention to the debate. It was an epic move, but clearly that wasn't a real fly. But with the ISS, yeah, there have been flies, bubbles in space, so many gaffes. It's a 20-year blooper reel, and every time I watch, there's something they got wrong. But they're getting rid of green screen, so the next generation of space stations are going to be perfect, and we won't be able to debunk them so easily.
Yeah, that's because they come out with the PlayStation 5 and the new Xbox, so we'll be seeing it in 4D maybe. You know, they'll get rid of that green screen.
Oh yeah, they have it all figured out. I think they've already tested out the new tech with Starman. I think that's how they did it. It's a form of rear screen projection, but it uses LED, and it goes all the way around the room and on the ceiling. And it's tricky enough to fool people, the visually illiterate. But the 8% of us who see through the moon landing aren't really fooled by it.
Yeah, just like the TVs that they come out that are curved. Same aspect, I guess. Curved TVs make that aperture like it's looking, like you're looking at the globe, I should say.
Oh yes, every TV show, every cartoon, every animation, every video game that you play. This is the thing. I mean, maybe Minecraft, but I don't think there's any flat Earth video games. I think they're all on balls. It's all based on balls in space, and if you jump high enough, it curves at the bottom. That's just they put a perceptual bias into our minds. We've been curverted. We're curverts, essentially. We see curves where there aren't any curves.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just since birth. I mean, the first time you open your eyes, you've probably seen that light that looked like a ball. Yep, it's all, they're starting to pick up a lot of lights now, or balls, or some kind of, they've seen it from the ISS supposedly down, projected going towards the clouds, and then somebody from the ground actually got video of these white orbs, or balls, or eyes, or whatever they want to call it, moving good rate of speed. And 2 people caught it. One person viewing the ISS caught it, and then a person on the ground caught it. Happened to be at the same time. So that was very interesting as well.
Right. Well, we'll see what they come up with. I'm pretty sure they've got somebody from NASA and someone from SpaceX monitoring free thinkers so that they can catch whatever errors that we've spotted for them. So you can bet that the next time they dock SpaceX with NASA, there's not going to be a fly in the window. Somebody's going to be sent out right now, like even right now as we're speaking. There could be some NASA agent up there with a fly swatter.
Yeah, and your buddy Elon, his that Neuralink or whatever the heck he's doing there, it's not coming too well for him. I think it's crashing from underneath him, from reports that I heard. So it's not going too well for him. So.
All right, wouldn't surprise me. He's got COVID as well, so he's got a lot of problems to deal with right now.
Yeah, 2 positives and 2 negatives. He took 4 different tests. So he said that there's got to be some misconception. Something's going on. It seems fishy because he got come up positive twice, and then he took a different test to come up negative twice. So, yeah, it seems kind of strange, but we'll give it to him. He has all the money, right?
I think he seems to think that the last one you take is the one that counts. So as long as you stop on a negative, you're healthy. Kind of like a horoscope. If your horoscope sucks, just read the next one or the next one.
All right, Tim.
All right. Hey, thanks for the call.
Night.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Cole Cracker. Yep. All right. Excellent caller. Appreciate all the callers tonight, both callers. And if you missed this or any part of it and you want to get the restream tomorrow, it makes sense just to go to infiniteplainsociety.com and join. That way you get notifications whenever the archives are updated, and you'll notice a continuity that we've had since I've started this way of organizing the site. Jason76 No BS says Elon is partly positive. Well, there was one actress who was only positive in one nostril. It's like, just go to a BLM riot, inhale some tear gas. Apparently it cures COVID. No one dies of COVID if they've attended a protest where there's tear gas deployed, but yet strangely you go to a Trump rally, and yeah, I mean, Trump had COVID ostensibly, and he shook hands with Herman Cain and killed Herman Cain. Donald Trump killed Herman Cain with a handshake. And yet these activists out on the street for 4 or 5 months, and they don't even shower anyway, they're on the left, not one single case of COVID. 90 of them have been hit by cars, not one COVID. I'm like, when are they just going to go protest against the Department of Transportation? All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. Subscribe below. We'll see you all tomorrow. You can get all the music at tinyurl.com/infiniteplaneradio, or just go to infiniteplanesociety.com and click the button on top.
It's like, I mean, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars?
Okay.
You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation. Drive your car to Mars. Do yourself a space. Hiding behind Tesla's name. Afraid the sheep will wait. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to feel the pace we can't call home? The Mars colony of our playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name. Oh, belong.
Just pausing briefly here for those of you who are listening live on the streams. We're definitely everywhere. I haven't compiled a list of all the podcasts, but you know, some people like Spotify, some people like Apple Podcasts. So I'm putting everything on a list. I'm making everything easier. I'm using LinkedIn. So infiniteplainsociety.com is something of a hub now. And I'm rebuilding our playlists as we speak. And we're working on some new music videos, but we'll be back live on a regular schedule here. So if you're not getting notifications, I'll put a link below so you can subscribe for those, or just subscribe on the channel that you're on.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Wait for the sonic booms.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over Auto Hoax. The term Auto Hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually we were right to do it this way.
Trolls. The Penguin Trolls. The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to online media.
The Penguin Trolls. The Penguin Trolls. Penguin Trolls. Penguin Trolls. The Penguin Trolls. The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You're tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
It's amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat. to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out the psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and sure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame, every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. In the halls of mental asylums echoes what critical bosses scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The thief management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infested all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartmented the murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the light-minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guardrailing its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions, nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. You went That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, you don't. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it does. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work. Oh, hell no. Somebody figured it out. Oh, some scientist figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Listen into it. Listen.
Yo, Sarah Show.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.
I'm so confused, I think I got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cooties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home.
gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S.
your seat. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. What? Puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. COVID-19 84. What?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Cartoons, 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 doo-doo-doo. Cartoons, 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 doo-doo-doo. Space is fake.
All right, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is Fake AF. That's an acoustic version with the tractor backing up in reverse and some other sound effects. And that was in fact in front of a mural of Don Petit, who's something of a hero out there. I believe it's Portland, which is now under lockdown. No one gets in, no one gets out. I think it may even be the place where everything goes down. Worth noting that Oregon is the 33rd state. Might mean something. Washington's the 42nd. All right, phones are open. Let me go ahead and play a message first. Again, 833-311-1984. We take voicemails 24/7. So if something happens, you see something, find a bag of ballots, you're in the trunk of a car, whatever it is, you have to send a message to the world. I will broadcast it here. So let's see what this person has to say. Again, this is Infinite Plane Radio voicemail 833-311-1984.
Yo, IPS. Hey man, I'm wondering if you've seen all of the people that Joe Biden's hiring into his cabinet. They're all like big pharma tech company people. And if you've seen all the censorship that Facebook and Airbnb and PayPal's doing to the Virginia Tea Party. They're shutting down their emails, all kind of stuff, brother. It's getting wild. Then also the mask man, they're never going to go away. Dr. Fauci's saying wear masks forever. I mean, I see people, I ask, like some people are like, oh, I'm going to wear it to be good and just save the world and just what's it to you to wear the mask because if you're saving somebody's life and blah, blah. And then other people are like, dude, I'm going to wear this mask because I don't like my real face and I like my mask face better. And just, yeah, dude, we're screwed. So, yeah, man, just seeing if you would start talking about that because Zuckerberg's got some kind of Centra. It's like Centra or whatever, but it censors everybody, man. So, yeah, I wonder if you could hit on that.
Yeah, very interesting point here. And I didn't know about this, but I know that PayPal is shutting down people. It's very politically motivated. They will shut down a channel if you talk about the Earth being shaped like a velociraptor or a taco or a pancake. You know, today, or yesterday actually now, today's November the 18th, 1984. It's the 18th. Yesterday, the 17th, right about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my YouTube channel was taken down. And this one was approved for monetization. I mean, I met the requirements in terms of views, subscribers, content, everything. And I was waiting for approval. So for more than a year, they sat on it. They sat on this YouTube channel, and it's because they know the power of it. They don't like the idea that you can, well, counter official orthodoxies, counter the state church, contradict the MSM. They wouldn't want you to make money on anti-media. They wouldn't want it to be lucrative to burn down their system because it's so easy to poke holes in it. And it is rather entertaining. So of course they don't want to monetize it. They know better. So I didn't expect them to, but I was just noting. It's like, well, let's see how long it takes. So they sat on it for a year, and without warning, they removed the channel. No warning, no strike. They just pulled the plug on it mid-live stream. Now, a few days ago I said, one of the reasons I believe I've been censorship proof is that I never turn my videos off. It's like, you never stop moving. When Jason's chasing you, Jason Voorhees with the chainsaw, you don't have to sprint the whole time, but you don't trip. You just have to just keep moving. And so my tactic was just keep going. You have a 36-hour video. Okay, reboot the computer. Well, they got a huge file. There's no way they're going to render it in order to censor that huge file, and it's worked. But then last week, I started with the Flat Earth Report, which is a news brief podcast. And I think that made it very easy for them to target me. Instantly, I was beset by trolls. In fact, I might even have some comments from some trolls on my channel. I was actually noting it today. So it's not a coincidence that I was shut down. Here it is, actually. So here's a long comment, and I was kind of nice. I corrected some of his misspellings here so no one would blame me for it. But this is Ed Haynes, a committed Glober, who says, "This is a video from those who deny reality." Now, everything about his syntax, everything about his tone, and really just the sentence structure, like, I don't think the guy's dumb, but I do think he's probably Russian, a Russian bot even, possibly. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. "A video from those who deny reality, but if you're going to believe in a flat earth, you must deny many things. If somebody wishes to offer for a flat earth, why not offer indicating earth be flat rather than anti-globe making claims about every single conspiracy? What it is about flat earth that threatens the establishment the most?" Anyway, he goes on for a long time and it hardly makes any sense. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to understand it. Such impossibilities, conspiracies are required before the planet could be flat. Yeah, I understand his argument for the most part. I think what he was trying to say is that too many people would be in on it, which isn't really a great argument. It's like saying there's no way Santa Claus could be a hoax. You know how many people would have to be in on that conspiracy? But that's the difficulty, I think, with this concept for a lot of people, is they're not able to accept that compared to the elite who built this thing, who built the machinations of mass deception, this new state church, the TV's the Bible. I mean, it's literally a cult, a doomsday cult. We've all been born into it. But they're not able to come to grips with the fact that they are like children compared to, in terms of the levels of ignorance. And, Santa Claus is a fairy tale for children, and modern scientism presents superstitions and fairy tales for adults. If you behave, Santa gives you presents. If you don't, you get coal. So it's a very easy to understand punishment reward system. And they still use it today with every other really trick that Big Brother gets you to believe in, so you think that you're always being watched, always being monitored. Think about all these different invisible things that people base their lives around. I mean, I thought climate change was problematic, but mostly a joke. I never thought they would actually achieve their goals of shutting down society to save the planet. But now they just shifted their tack a little bit, and they're shutting down the world to save humanity. And they're saying, hey, while we're saving mankind by shutting everything down, we're noting that the earth is healing. So let's not go back to injuring the earth. I mean, this whole Great Reset thing is a thing. My hometown newspaper here says this shutdown is for the reset. They keep saying reset, as though they have some button and they just push it and everything gets fixed. That's kind of a farce right there. But this is all just insider lingo. And I have some theories about how far this goes. And by the way, for the record, this thing about 2020 being very terrible and all that, I think that's mostly hype. I really do. I know a lot of people aren't having the best of times right now, but I think they want to demoralize people and make us think it's hopeless. But I do see a lot of coercion, mass coercion. And I think we're being moved into a new form of life. And this space age is really it. I mean, it really is a reset. But I guess it's just obnoxious hearing these out and out technocrats just rub it in our faces. We got Dr. Fauci saying, well, I know a lot of you still have a sense of individuality. I know a lot of you still think for yourselves, but now's the time to obey. Flat Fact says time was reset in 2000, covered up by Y2K. Now, I remember Y2K. That's the first time I actually heard Alex Jones. And I think he was ranting and raving about everything's going to shut down, fill up your cabinets with canned goods. That's when I first really came across the notion of the world's about to end, like a new form of doomsday. And I'm highly critical of doomsayers for a few reasons. And it's because I do believe that it's a fear-based control system at its core. And I find it very peculiar that you can be on the political left and you're scared of the sky because global warming. You're on the right, You're scared of the sky because wrath of God. And these are generalizations, but I'm just suggesting. One believes in eschatology in terms of judgment. The other, it's because what man did, the globe is judging us. But then you have those who don't believe in global warming because they know it's a hoax. And they don't believe in manipulative threats from religions. So they fall into the middle ground where they tend to find some other reason to be afraid of the sky. It's like, look, you escaped the big ones, and now you're going to be afraid of condensation trails. And they're very look, chemtrail believers, just to point this out, they operate with the same fear-based response that the climate change believers, or even here's an interesting parallel. I remember a couple of years ago I was having a talk with a few friends, and one of them was talking about chemtrails, and the other said, I don't believe in that. And the other person said, well, how dare you? You not believing in chemtrails are responsible for my children at school having to inhale all the toxins. So he was blaming this guy's non-belief for the chemtrails. And I was like, that's a very religious way of responding to this thing. But it's the same thing with COVID. Oh, you didn't wear a mask? Well, you're the reason why we had another wave. You're the reason why we have these hospitals where they're so full that they have to bring in freezer trucks because the morgues are full. Tents. They're digging mass graves. If you notice, the skies are black from all the crematoriums. And it's all because you won't wear a mask. They always have a way to blame somebody else for why the sky is falling, and it's always the non-believers. But my point is, I think there's some primal fears here. One of them is fear of the sky, and it might be just something programmed into us, kind of like how when it's a very cloudy day, it might rain, some dogs or animals will go into hiding. They start shivering in advance because they know what's coming. And maybe it's just very primal. Yesterday I had a caller, we were discussing how certain fears are being played upon, and it seems to be very partisan and calculated. Like the same party is wary of open borders and open skin, referencing vaxes. Like, why is it anti-vax a right thing? How come there's no liberals who are anti-vax? Well, it's because it's too calculated. Now, the chemtrail conspiracy is one of these undebunkables, and it's all based on the fear and the Chicken Little effect. So the Chicken Littlers, they think, well, I can't do anything because I'm powerless and I'm just a chicken. But what I can do is I can warn all the other animals. And then once there's enough of us, we've raised awareness, we're going to solve it, like that does anything. No, all it does is it brings out the fox, who says, yeah, I've got the solution. So you got this fox named Jim Bridenstine who says, yeah, bring all your hen friends and get into this cave and I'll protect you from the falling sky. Jim Bridenstine, of course, is the chief of NASA, who's telling us that the gravest threat to your survival is not COVID, it's space rocks. That's the main thing. They bring space rocks and falling space junk. Whatever they can get you to believe in. And that's the whole point of it. Do you remember when people used to use hairspray and then they found out about the hole in the ozone? Like, it's really that simple. They're creating guilt trips, fear complexes. Guilt trips are huge. Guilt is a huge coercive tool, and it's a simple psychological manipulation tactic. All religions use it, and politicians use it. The Green Movement is based on guilt trips, 100%. It's one of the dead giveaways that you're dealing with a religion. If you're enjoying your life, well, there's got to be a way to extort you for this. Oh, you feel bad for it? Well, recycle. This is the thing. Recycling is like confession. It's a way of separating your actions, your decisions. So these ones pollute. These ones are sustainable. I'm going to take my polluting ones, the cans and the glass and the cardboard, and I'm going to go recycle it. So recycling it is to expiate your guilt because you just sinned. And it really is a new secular replacement for confession, not a coincidence at all. I mean, I used to watch this ritual over at the recycling center, back before COVID, when we were free. I mean, we still are, but people are insects for the most part when it comes to just obeying stuff without thinking. But I used to go to this place where I could have coffee, and I'd watch down below where people would recycle. And you have these cube-shaped recycling bins. They're all green, and they have the 3 arrows. And if you ask me, because if you look in the negative space, you definitely see a hexagram, a 6-pointed star, which is a symbol of the earth god, Osiris or Saturn, the original vegetation god. So what you're actually seeing here with recycling is their offerings. It's not only a confession where you give some of your money, it's the selling of indulgences. You're basically negotiating with God, like, look, my carbon footprint has been atoned for. It's a form of atonement. But I'm suggesting that it's actually a form of genuflection to this earth god, Osiris. I mean, you might as well say a prayer when you're at that recycling bin, because you're not saving the world, and that's my point. You're not saving the world. You're meant to think you are. And if you didn't recycle, it's not like this entity is going to cause a flood to punish you. And it's not a coincidence that NASA also uses the name NOAA. They have that side organization that is basically warning us about floods. Every time there's a flood, they tell us, well, it's because of global warming. Commenter says, of course, the Amazon series Utopia is all about the environmentalist planet religion, covertly advocating genocide for the planet. Well, they're not even covert anymore. Greta Thunberg, who may even be the Antichrist, the crown-conquering child, this Martian androgen, the herald of the new Martian age that Aleister Crowley was talking about. Anyway, she teamed up with the Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Skull and Bonesman John Kerry for World War Zero, which is about cutting our carbon footprint in half by 2030. And it's a very ominous thing if you think about the character of the Terminator and his role. And then you go into Greta Thunberg saying, don't fly, don't walk, stop breathing, how dare you. Then you got John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Saturnian death cult, cult of Osiris, who is kind of tying all this together. Very, very ominous, if you ask me. Commenter says, I just Googled genuflection, my new word for the day. It's actually good you didn't know that word. I mean, it's not part of your way of thinking. You don't go around bowing and scraping. I mean, right now you can walk into any grocery store and they have the holy water for you to cross yourself. But nobody gets the irony. And in America, it's so political, the mask thing, that you don't have any real resentment towards it. It's fascinating to look at how in other places the police are using their fire hoses, they have the riot cops out for the people who don't like the lockdowns. But here in America, that response is reserved specifically for the Antifa. All right, this thing though, one of the common themes when it comes to the science fiction in general, which is always strangely prophetic, is the world ending unless we do something to save it. And what is it exactly that's destroying the world? And this is key. So if you want to understand the new religion, and it's our religion, we're all a part of it, I don't think there's an opt-out. I mean, we can try. But we were born into a doomsday cult, a world-spanning cult without an opt-out. The fact that you're now having to wear the mask of the beast just to go buy your bread or go to work, you have to let them basically fondle your brain blood barrier with a Q-tip just to make sure you don't have some sort of I mean, that's such a ruse, if you ask me. But my point is this. One, just so we don't get censored, because this has been working. I've been saying for a while that we're pro-vax. So it wasn't misinformation that got us. It was hate speech. But we are pro-vax. We want to vax the left, especially. The MSM. Vax the athletes, vax the celebrities, vax all the astronauts, vax the Pope. Take away his Instagram. Did you see what the Pope was doing with his Instagram account? And I don't think it's cute or funny, to be quite honest. So if you look up Pope Instagram, it's probably going to pop up first thing. Pope Francis's Instagram account likes bikini model's photo. Vatican investigating racy Instagram like by the papal account. By the way, the phone can hold COVID cooties for 29 days. And where's his mask? Why is he's wearing it on top of his head? But now here's my problem with this Instagram thing. Now, she makes some pretty dumb jokes. She feels blessed. She's going to heaven. She made light of it. But my problem, it's not even a huge problem with it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but she's dressed up like a schoolgirl at a locker. Now, nobody over 18 uses a locker and dresses in a schoolgirl uniform. So it's like, is the Pope also liking cuties? Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, IPS?
Hey, what's going on? I was just reading a transcript of your last message.
Oh, wow, okay. What was I saying? Oh, okay, about my voice message. Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to add to that. Okay, so I was at work today, right, and I'm looking at a COVID poster about wear your mask and wash your hands and all that, and if you look at the bottom right-hand corner where you got to read the fine print because it's at the bottom, but it says May 13, 2020, 11 a.m. So, it's kind of like that 11 Hermes symbolism with it, too. It says 3/11/2020. So that's the day of the lockdown. Or it might have been the 13th. No, 3/13 because it was Friday the 13th. Yes, 3/13 at 11 a.m. they printed that. Or they came up with that or whatever. And then the other thing is with Division 2, right? I have Division 2. I've always played it. I thought that it was that the day COVID, almost before COVID even dropped into the mainstream media in America, I already knew about COVID. And I bought this game. They had it on sale for $3, dude. And it's like a $60 game. Well, they just had the other part of it on sale for $20 right now. So it's 67% off right now for the second part of it. So I'm going to play that for the predictive programmer. But Ubisoft just fired one of their voice actors for posting bad stuff about the mask mandate, that she don't agree with the mask mandate. So they fired her, plus they pulled all of her voice from all the games because her voice must be that offensive too.
What? Okay, so wait. She spoke out against the mask mandate. She works for Ubisoft.
Online.
And they pulled her.
Wow,
they memory hold her.
Yeah. And when this game loads up, it'll say Ubisoft and show the Ubisoft, and then right after that, it's the Phoenix, bro. I just seen that right now. Like, oh, dude, I gotta spot the second part right now because it is predictive programming for COVID. I've seen this when I first started playing it back in like January when I was watching Wuhan,
Well, for people who don't know, the symbol of the Phoenix has been used to forecast the revolution we're living through right now, and the Batman series made use of a bat phoenix, which in particular refers to the exact catalyst for the revolution, because the phoenix means burn it down, build on the ashes, and that means it just means conquer and of course dominate. And the COVID-19 has been the catalyst for this. So all these games, all the movies predicting this as the means for transforming the world, it's just so consistent. It's like nobody didn't know this was coming on some level.
Right. Yeah, and that's like I didn't see it before, but yeah, going back in all the different predictive programming, whether it's like the Avenger movies, because there's like a corona bottle and then there's like a virus on the billboard, I don't know if you've seen that one before.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There's quite a lot with Marvel in general. In fact, this has just been a remarkable summer. You have this Marvel character played by Chadwick Boseman called Black Panther, who happens to die coinciding with MLK's speech anniversary that was being celebrated. They've integrated the games and all of the fictional universes with the mainstream media. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, I've been trying to prove it wrong, but dude, that's the only shit that makes sense, dude. And I hate to even listen to some of the shit you say, dude. Sometimes because I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking no way, dude. But it's it really is. It's true, dude. It lines up, man. It's too nuts how it coincides so fluently, dude.
Well, look, someone sent me a link. There's something on Netflix or I think it's HBO called Snowpiercer. And it opens up, and on the side of one of the trains, it's got 31120. I mean, the insiders have obviously
Same
telegraphed.
with one of the first movies, but it's the John Hopkins Association, or it's not. It's the John Hopkins something. It's not association, but or university. That's what it is. But it's got like 313 or 311 in the beginning of that one too, in one of those Purge movies. You know what I mean?
Right. And
yeah, we're getting led by an occult dude or something, bro. Basically, in that, yeah, it's in everything. They have all these same repeated numbers and symbols and signs and references, and it's all like they got the Metascript. That shit I don't want to believe, but there is a Metascript, bro. There is. It's the only thing.
Yeah, I don't want to believe it either, but I think my take on this still is that if there's anybody over the rails who wasn't accounted for in this Metascript, it would be, I don't know if we can influence it or not, but I'm just not gonna not call out the strange things that I'm noting. And earlier tonight I was looking into that book called The Last President that was released in 1896, and it has way too many coincidences to be coincidences, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like the what is that Shattered Union, huh? That book, is it like Shattered Union?
Well, funnily enough, okay, so this book came out in 1896. It's about a kid named Barron Trump and some guy named Don Pham, kind of like Donald, kind of guides him. He finds some sort of a portal to time travel. But anyway, the story actually starts on November the 3rd, on a Tuesday, right after a contested election, and New York falls into chaos because nobody likes the outcome of the election. And the book that came out 4 years later in the series is actually called The Last President. So you've got Barron Trump, you have all the dates, and a number of synchronicities, even the fact that the guy in the book lives on Fifth Avenue, just like Trump does.
Huh. Too coincidental, man. It's not coincidence. It's not, dude. I don't know, man.
Well,
they've got to figure out how they're going to control everybody, dude. In that now we're going to totalitarian control, bro. And COVID's not about being sick. It's about control and implementing that control over the masses ASAP. And that basically, I think that with all this truth movement the last 20 years and the internet and everything building up like it has, and everybody attacking their ass, and like, dude, yeah, you can't, just like that one caller was saying, dude, that you can't keep doing shit against God like that, against everybody's will, and not always be paranoid about shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I think what this is ultimately about is time control. You know, controlling our sense of history, where we are,
and perception.
And exactly, it's literally about controlling all this stuff. And so I see these stories like this is this thing with Donald Trump and his connection to this book, The Last President, that's more than 120 years old. This has been analyzed by Snopes, and they couldn't debunk it. And to me, it just suggests that what we're actually looking at is a level of pre-planning where there is a world stage to guide us, and there are characters on this stage. It's not a metaphysical thing. It's a form of governance through theater, and apparently it works on the majority of sheeple.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, dude, they got the social media, they got the media, they got Hollywood. Just you put that all together and run a program of controlling someone's mind, and it works, I guess. I don't know. Just
well, Machiavelli said, never attempt with force what you can accomplish with deception. Art of war is always about the greatest form of war is the one where you don't draw your sword. And so I just think this is Psy-War. I don't know if it's ever been different. I think it's always been the same balance of power, but I think right now it might be a particularly disruptive time. But by all indications, it was planned. It was expected. Like maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Because I still feel like we're in the midst of a reformation. Like I feel like the system is falling in all the ways it should, but they're trying to reconsolidate it. And I didn't see COVID coming, and I think COVID is about stopping the flow of memes, not viruses.
And you seen COVID coming, dude. You were calling the wrong disaster at the wrong year, dude. Like, because I was just watching some old stuff on your other channel, bro, today, and just like, dude, you were calling 311, dude, and it was just, it didn't happen that way. It was a Boeing crash or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought they were going to, in some way, exaggerate climate change, and they had been working on that. They were heating up the climate change, but it couldn't do it fast enough. But you can see it's the same exact agenda. But
well, that Cruz guy, I don't know his first name, but he's in the government, dude, and but he talks about all the climate change, and he's been asking questions about like this could be the most extreme threat to humanity, and how are we going to ignore this right now? And just his biggest level of education is a book he read, maybe like a magazine, science magazine he read or something about climate change, and that they're just totally washing out anybody that is a scientist and more qualified. They're not allowed to ask questions and run the scientific method, that they're just blocking that all out, just like with COVID, that they're only letting so many experts say stuff, and then as soon as one person snitches, yeah, like the one guy, dude, like you said, that Ron Paul or whatever snitched, and then the next day that his son got COVID or whatever, but he cashed out, you know what I mean? He cashed out for snitching, and then he shut his fucking mouth, and then his son got COVID and came up, you know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. That the day that they declared this thing, the very next day, I was like, wow, this is not going to
They
stick.
had gave Trump money too to fucking put a mask on and buy the shit, you know what I mean?
Oh yes, absolutely. From day one, I thought this is like a communist revolution without having to burn stuff down and smash windows. All you do is you dial 311 and you shut down businesses. And that's what blew my mind, is that for like a month, people were dialing 311, which this is all very occultic anyway. And that's the number of the Phoenix and the revolution. So they're dialing this to burn down businesses figuratively, snitching on their neighbors for violating quarantine. And so I thought, okay, this was genius. The oligarchs figured out how to shut this system down without actually having us do it. We're totally sheep. I didn't know they were going to actually follow.
I would tell people, like, if we were going to shut the system down, then all you have to do is not go to work for like 2 weeks, and that would cripple the economy so bad. And then, yeah, they just did it reverse on you.
Yeah, it was masterful, and at the same time, it left us in a strange quandary because we didn't have flying saucers to point at. We didn't have anything to point at. It was an invisible threat, and we had no way to really fact check it until.
And the proof's on you now to say otherwise, and then you're not qualified enough to come up with a new opinion, you know?
Right. But I think the system is, this whole paradigm is so threatened by certain types. Have you been following the story of that Canadian flat earther who was temporarily jailed for violating quarantine?
Oh yeah, the yoga instructor died. Well, I heard about. Well, I didn't follow him, the flat earth fucker or whatever. But there's another dude. He's in America, I think like New Jersey. But he tore his whole gym door down, so they quit boarded, so they couldn't board him up and close him down. And they would carry out like thousands of pounds of weight every day into the parking lot so people could work out. And then, yeah, they tried to jam him up the same way. Maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
Same story, actually. Very similar story, where they try to make examples out of people, and I just don't see it working. And the one thing that we don't have to worry about, like, despite all the insanity of this last year, the fact is, how many bodies have you tripped over on the way to work or just going to the store? Like, the fact that the whole thing is a psy-war is actually good news, as crazy as it kind of sounds.
Yep. Yeah, that it ain't the worst case scenario and it's all real. Yeah, that it's all fake actually, and you just gotta free your brain from it. Mm-hmm.
But then I see people walking around like insects with these cockroach shells. It's like a cockroach backpack with a visor. So you're walking around like an insect, like a beetle, to protect people. And it's just become such a clown show. People playing along with it. And then Trump catches COVID for 3 days. And then he comes out saying, I cured it. Like, how does that even match the rest of the script?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because his body was better than everybody else's body. And that virus was no match, that it would have killed Joe Biden 3 times over.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently they had to stop him from having a Superman shirt when he came out. And people were chanting Superman at his rallies. And, and here we are in this weird position, too, as forecasted in these games. and as forecasted in that Barron Trump book, where we're in the midst of a contested election, and one side is a little emotionally unbalanced.
Oh yeah, now dude, like they got all those tech companies up their butt. So like, dude, if you don't want to be on their side, then dude, we're just gonna pull your account, dude. And you don't get to have PayPal anymore, or you don't get an email address with us any longer. Because yeah, I heard about the Virginia Tea Party wanting to rally for a recount, and they were gonna spread out all of their stuff through email. Well, I forget, it's like Mail Monkey, or I forget the company, dude, but they pulled all of their accounts. Supposedly, it was on Tucker, man. Tucker did a little piece on it, man. It'd be cool to get him on your show, but he would get fired if he came on your show.
Yeah, MailChimp was basic, and that's messed up too. So you got a mailing list, and it's to your private subscribers or whatever, and yeah, they have they're censoring it just as much as Twitter does, or as much as Facebook. And like yesterday, like I said, I had a channel, not a big channel, because they never let the channels get that high. Right when it got close to 2,000, they just terminated it. And the last time they left me alone for like 3 months, we accrued 12,000 subs. We'd have 1,500 people on live streams. And I don't think they like that, because it does create a lot of, what they call toxic misinformation, right?
Yeah. They got it figured out, dude. They're coming out with their gloves on this time, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
The technocrat oligarchs are really going to take this shit over. And Joe Biden put a bunch of them in his cabinet, and some big pharma company people, and just we need to see what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Looking at the people he picks right now is going to tell a story, I think, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm still of the mind that the powers that be are so damn manipulative and sinister and cold-hearted that I think what they're doing is this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to create a rift, and that's what we're waiting for. And so we'll know by December 12th how well this thing goes down. But I think that they're engineering a major conflict, because they know that the right wing will lose gracefully, but they also know that the left wing is so unhinged at this point that they'll go full on ISIS.
Oh yeah, they'll go full bowl cut on some right wingers, bro. Mhm.
Yeah, speaking of bowl cuts, where are the bowl cuts? I thought we lived in a racist country with bowl cuts just waiting to get out of their basements, and here they've had 4 months. It's open season, no resistance.
Especially all this racial tension, and like, yeah, that we might not be going to school, baby, but I still see you in the street. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And the only bowl cut we had wasn't a bowl cut. It was Kyle. And you notice he only shot like Jewish convicts. He didn't shoot any BLMs.
Mhm. Yeah. It's pretty weird, man.
Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much.
Yeah, one more question, bro. Jim Fetzer, dude, what's the book that he wrote about Sandy Hook that you can buy, man? I need to buy that.
The Capstone. I'm glad you brought that up. The Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer. So yeah, I actually ran this by him. I said this, and this is proof that this works. He was censored for his book on Sandy Hook after he sold like 500 copies the first day, and I was like, kind of like, that's terrible, because you could make a good living if you can get a good ebook jump started like that. So I said, let's just republish it, write it as fiction. So I had a ghostwriter take his book, make it into fiction, so you can get the Capstone Event paperback. And if you look at the cover art, and this is on Amazon, this is why it's funny to me, they can't censor it. I'm like, look, man, we're using fiction as code. And if you look here, it actually says the Capstone Event, they never thought they would lose control, and that's David Hogg combined with Adam Lanza on the cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they looked at it alike, man. And Greta Lynchburg looks like him, too. Or whatever her name is. Greta be looking like David, too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Adam Lanza and David Hogg are the same. And I think this is why I think they do it. I know it's kind of a stretch in a way, but the way Stockholm Syndrome works is that your savior is also your abuser. So they terrorize you with Adam Lanza, and then they comb the bowl cut up, give him a tan, and have him speak out against gun violence, and suddenly now he's the anti-Lanza. Same face, same person, but different persona. And I think that's part of the mind control.
Yeah, the duality and then it's the duality of it, you know what I mean? That you have the both extremes, and it's the Hegelian of it as well, and you're always stuck left to try to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I think there's a whole science to manipulation that we've been kind of left out of. I mean, just the fact that none of the most, like, how many conspiracy theorists were clueless about, well, I'm just like, for example, speaking of, David Hogg and company, even the most well-researched conspiracy theorists wouldn't have had an accurate picture of the world if they weren't accounting for crisis actors and staged events. And just how fake things are wasn't really common knowledge until 2012.
Yeah, and yeah, dude, that makes sense, dude, that, like, all the reality shows, because I even had a friend that went on MTV, like, he was in that SPCA for School of Performing Arts, that MTV did, like, a TV show about it, and, like, yeah, I mean, he graduated from there, he's a wonderful artist, you know what I mean, but he was in that show, and he said that nothing in that show is real, and it was all scripted, and that even some of the drama ain't even real that happened at school. Like, we weren't even mad at each other, and just, it's all fake. And that's when I really got into, like, everything reality TV fake. That was, like, the first step for me, and then it's seeing how it like, I don't know, just goes into the media. It's crazy,
Yeah, it's remarkable, because if you think about the long-term effects of it, like lies, you're lied to about little things over time. Someone can actually hide entire sections of the world from you. It's just amazing how we have been lied to consistently with these manufactured events. And just wait until they start making space junk a regular thing. Then suddenly it's like, well, now we have to deal with this new thing. I'm just glad they haven't brought out Godzilla or something, absurd like that.
Like, what is it, Pacific Rim, those monsters that come out of the ocean. And yeah, what was it? Shoot, man, I lost it. But yeah, just, it's crazy, man. Oh yeah, the characters, man. Once they do all these different reality shows and have random people play different people, then they see who plays who best, and then that's like their pool of crisis actors that they can, that they can bed. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, I mean this thing with crisis actors is the game changer. But I remember when I first started looking into it, because I was already interested in a lot of these topics, but when I started thinking about what that crisis actor thing really meant, one of the first things I encountered was pay no attention to that. Auto hoaxers or disinformation. I remember Alex Jones's sidekick, I think his name was Paul Joseph Watson, was berating people, saying, you can't call it a hoax. We don't know it's a hoax. And I remember he was muting people on YouTube live streams for calling the truck attack in Nice a hoax. And that's when I realized, okay, so the mainstream conspiracy theorists aren't allowed to use that word. They can call it a false flag, but they can't call it fake. And because the difference is, in one case, people are dead. In the other, they aren't. And I'm like, why is InfoWars protecting mainstream media psyops? Are they just not that good at their job at spotting this stuff? Or are they actually protecting MSM assets?
Yeah, that makes sense, because Alex Jones was, like, real good at first, and then just something happened, dude. Just even watching his stuff was different. Like, I don't know what it was, but it just started to be more random and more random and more random, show after show, and then it's just like he'd just be getting off topic too much. You know what I mean?
Well, he's definitely an entertainer, but I find it interesting too that he was sued by the Sandy Hookers, and he was given everything he needed to tear that case apart, and he refused that information, and he said, that he believes that it's real. So he gave in, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why? What was he losing by holding to the truth?
What were you saying? One actor that was related to the Sandy Hookers, but I think they were on like maybe Dr. Phil or something. But then they ended up being related to the people that in Sandy Hook somehow.
Oh, I'll have to check.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, because there's some connections. Like you got the author of The Hunger Games, who's the movie director, had a son who did one of these fake shootings in Palo Alto.
Mhm. Oh yeah, that, and then that other San Bernardino shooting, that one I know, dude, that had to have been fake, or maybe they did. Man, shots were fired, dude, but it might not. It didn't go down like that, and that they were driving the same kind of car the police drive. So if they were getting chased by like 4 undercovers and one marked, then it's easy for him to get lost. You know what I mean?
Well, in the last year, we've seen a number of cases where they've used what you'd call simunition, where they do fire rounds, but they're like they call them spark paintballs. Like if you remember last year, there was, I think it was in Florida, it was a UPS truck that had been hijacked by a couple terrorists, and it was a big chase scene. It was really slow, but it was a chase scene. Anyway, the police end up firing into the cab of this thing, and wherever the bullets hit, you see explosions of sparks. I mean, they use simulated ammunition all the time, and it's essentially like paintballs.
Uh-huh. And squibs if they have to. But then the one I'm talking about in San Bernardino, like they definitely shot this SUV up, but they said that SUV was returning fire out the windows. But if you look at it, dude, like the glass is like shattered, but the windows are up on it, dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Like glass breaks out, but it's still stuck. Like you could tell the windows were up still. Like.
Well,
when
if
they
this
shot
was
it,
that
but-
San Bernardino Christmas, was this the San Bernardino Christmas party shooting where they supposedly shot like 14?
Muslim? Yeah, where they went to like the daycares or something. I can't remember, but yeah, it was like the Muslim extremist couple or whatever.
Yeah, there were a couple things about that one. One, they allowed mainstream media to go into their apartment and say, "Oh, look, there's some pipe bombs." Like they actually let the news crew go around in an active crime scene. That's when I knew it was a hoax.
Yeah, that's how all of them are, and just everybody's it's like, dude, you haven't even talked to the police yet. You know what I mean? And just and then people people just doing random normal stuff like nothing even happened. Dude, I lived in Oakland before, dude, and like I lived in like the 60s, but you could hear gunfights in the 40s, bro, from the 60s. You know what I mean? So I mean, everybody's gonna know what's happening 20 blocks away if something like that went down. And like, why are people acting all normal, waiting for the bus and shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the simplest answer here is we're looking at drills that are presented as real on the news because it's legal to. And it's also, this is something else.
And it's entertaining and it gets ratings, yeah.
If it bleeds, it leads, absolutely. And so they're getting paid, they're doing a job, and they probably feel like they're changing the world in a positive way by scaring us about dangerous things like guns.
Mm-hmm. And viruses, yeah.
Right, and you're now a loaded gun. Like you, even if you have a mask, if you're within 6 feet of somebody, you're deadly. So now we're all loaded weapons.
Masks aren't going away either. They said that masks after vaccines, and like, dude, my girlfriend hates me for denying the mask, and she's like, "Oh, you're just gonna be a millennial crybaby, and everything revolves around you, and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, dude, yeah, right. Like, not only millennials believe this shit, and that something's up with it, and that she's just like, oh well, her opinion is, what's it to you to wear your mask for a little bit just to save someone's life? And then I was like leaving my apartment, and there's these 2 black dudes in like a brand new Benz, and they both got their mask on and their windows cracked. And I just started laughing at him and pointed, and then he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Dude, take your mask off. You don't need it in your car, bro. You don't need your mask, dog." And he was like, "Well, I don't want to be my real self right now." You know what I mean?
Right. Look, the mask is the uniform of. It's a uniform. It's a uniform of a cult. It's a religious paradigm. It's a puritanical cult. It's like ISIS's mask.
Yeah.
And the idea that you're
and all that, dude. Like, yeah, like I even like, dude, I wish I had a black friend I could ask him if there's like some kind of deeper religious shit to it, dude. But I mean, like, there already is, but it's just like,
Wait, well, you bring this
they
up.
really like,
You can
they
find
really like
many
talk
people
to
love
them,
it.
you know what I mean?
A lot of people love the mask. There's nothing like, even the MAGAs, even the people who were against the masks on principle, even they seem to be wearing it with some element of pride or something. And I think it's a disturbing development. But the idea that you're being selfish, that's what I find kind of curious. Like, so it's you are being selfish by not wearing the mask is the main thing, because the opposite of that is being selfless. So covering your face is part of taking away your sense of self. And if you remember, Dr. Fauci, aka Dracula, he just said, you got to get rid of your individuality, get rid of your individualism, and just obey.
Yep, and you don't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Well, no one's life matters. I don't know. That guy, if you've seen that, no one's life matters. I mean, he got a lot of good points, man.
Oh, are you talking about Tom McDonald, the rapper Tom McDonald?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody actually sent me that video, which actually it is, but they said, hey, that guy, and you're not going to believe this because I don't believe it either, but they said, yeah, Tom McDonald is actually a side project of some guy named Macklemore, who just put on dreads and tattoos on his face. I'm like, yeah, they do look kind of similar if Macklemore got a nose job and some tats.
And that's what I was going to ask you. What, can you get the Deftones dude on your show? That'd be tight. But then what if he's like Bob, where he's just going to play like he's cool with it to make some money and then cash out? You know what I mean? 'Cause that's why I kind of like VOB, you know, because he kind of just dropped it.
I see what you mean with that. Well, no, I was listening to this one, and actually I think he's actually into it. This Deftones, Stephen Carpenter. And the reason I think so is he coined a term that I might even start using. He said when he learned about this, he lost his space fear. So even he gets that we're living in a paradigm based on fear, artificially restricting what we have, so we feel scarcity is the main thing. But I think he's probably legitimately into it, and he definitely does auto-hoax the virus, and that's the real reason that they're so mad about him, because he doesn't have a tinfoil hat. He's got some credibility with his fans, and they don't want him influencing them to think for themselves. I mean, it's just amazing, right? How you got a heavy metal guy, they're trying to pull him back from the edge for being too extreme, when that's the genre you're in if you want to cross all the lines.
Yeah, and I mean, the Deftones were the shit, dude. You know what I mean? And I mean, even their lead singer, dude, was so outspoken, man. Like, watch some of his interviews, man. He was cool.
Now, as far as I know he got some responses, and his friend stood up for him and I guess the guy apologized a little bit too. I mean, I don't know. I would be interested, to be quite honest, in hearing how he arrived at this and where he thinks it goes from here, because I don't think everybody arrives at the topic and says, okay, now I'm going to believe in the Bible literally, and there's a overturned salad bowl above my head and I can't get out.
Yeah. Like, you can't take it literally, even when like the bull was worshiping the wrong age. Like, I like his analogy of that it wasn't like they're worshiping a physical bull. It was just the air, like the age or the era, you know. They're in the wrong time frame. They weren't hip to the new shit yet. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Now, the mask thing, a commenter here says people wear it for fear of the virus or for fear of being ostracized. And isn't that kind of interesting? So the people who are critical thinkers are still kind of wearing it because of pressure, social pressure. And that's what this is ultimately about. And I called this on 311. I said, this is World War III, and it's a war against individualism. It's not against America. It's not China versus America. It's the oligarchs versus individuals. They want to extinguish individuals, so we all become hive-minded, insect-like people. And taking away your face, cutting your communication, removing your ability to gather with other people without them. I mean, this is all, I think, a war on essentially the self. And you see it's the mob mentality. If you walk into a place and you're the only person without a mask on, well, they're all going to point at you and screech, and then the police are going to come after you. It's that crazy. It's like that movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yep. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
But
I like it, dude, here, man. A lot of people don't trip about you not having your mask. Some people look at you scared, and I don't know. And then everybody that's wearing their mask on their nose, I just tell them take it off, because I ain't even wearing mine. I just walk in, I'm like, take it off. Well, you ain't even wearing it right anyway. And then they just start like, some people laugh, and then everybody else looks at me like I'm crazy. But man, what are we doing?
Well, look.
But yeah, man. I
appreciate the call.
Bill Gates. I hope you have a good night, bro.
All right. Yeah. Thanks again. Have a great call. Have a great night. Appreciate the call. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to the mask thing, the people who think that they're saving other people and you're being selfish, you need to ask them, oh, why aren't you putting your mask, which is infectious waste, it's a COVID rag, why are you putting it in the regular trash? You should actually be putting it in a red biohazard container. It should be sealed, and it needs to be transported separate. You can't put it in the regular trash. It can't go in the garbage truck with the municipal waste. It's got to go somewhere to be autoclaved and documented. So there's a whole process involved in disposing of your infectious waste, but none of them do that. And it's like, don't you realize that your mask is like that original bowl of undercooked bat soup that started this whole thing? You know, think about what started this whole thing in general, 2020. A fake $20 bill and a bowl of bat soup brought the world down. Let's see, Lloyd says, here's the problem. If the virus was real, a mask would make sense as a desperate device. Well, look, we've had how many months now? How many months are we into our 2-week lockdown? Like month 9. So the issue is, and this is why I don't have any sort of concern about this at all. The issue is there's no piles of any bodies anywhere. There might be people here and there who are, have Munchausen syndrome, or they're celebrities. And I've been saying for a few months now, it's like, if it's only taking out celebrities and politicians, why do we even care? By the way, Rip the Rock, right? I think he caught COVIDs. No way you could survive that. Chloe COVIDs, Kardashian. Tom Hanks magically survived. Don't know how. Now he's donating his plasma. But it's only hitting celebrities, athletes. Athletes are getting it. I mean, I think it's all malingering, Munchausen syndrome, crisis acting, and opportunism. That's all it is. And I don't know how many of you are looking, and I'm not really here to dispute the numbers. I'm pro-vax. Vax Bill Gates, please. I'm very pro-vax. I'm not disputing the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that if you'll notice, the number of people who normally get run over by steamrollers every year is way down, and there's a commensurate bump on the COVID side. So I think they're shuffling around the paperwork a little bit. Johnny Chainsaw says, rest in peace, Sharon Stone's family because of refuseniks. Oh, that's right. Sharon Stone actually said that her mother-in-law and I think her sister, she had a few people in her family all died because somebody didn't want to wear a mask. And Alyssa Milano, speaking of tragedy, Alyssa Milano lost her hair because COVID. And I'm like, well, she's the one who said, where's yours? And she did a selfie with her, literally crocheted a mask. I mean, as it is, you could have a mask made out of, a medical grade mask. And is it going to stop the virus? Well, kind of, in the same way that a chain link fence might stop a mosquito. Like, it's a nice thought. Maybe it's a placebo. It makes you feel safe, and feeling safe is that's really what it's about, feeling safe. That's why I'm waiting to find out who the vax junkies are. Like, I'm not trying to shame any addicts here, but I'm looking at Andrew Cuomo as a likely candidate. The guy's probably addicted to vaxes. He's probably hooked on the COVID-20 vax, black market stuff. Addicted to the euphoric rush that comes with the feeling of just safety, pure safety. You inject it, you see Bill Gates, and you just feel safe. I'm not going to catch that strain. And there's 33 strains of COVID-19. I haven't caught any of them, so I'm not even sure how people are handling COVID-20. Like, can you jump, or do you have to get all the updates in order? Lloyd says they're misidentifying flu season. I happen to be close to people who work at a major hospital. They're panicking. Oh yeah, who didn't know? I mean, look, they misdiagnosed gunshot wounds to the head. You get a gunshot wound to the head. Oh, COVID-19. Oh, this guy, he passed out from wearing his mask too tight, crashed into a telephone pole, dead. COVID-19. So I'm not surprised at all. Anything you get is going to be COVID-19. Flat Fact says, not in Australia. The sharks here are going crazy. Well, look, there's the threat, and then there's the actual implementation. Like, we have to remember, nobody welded our doors shut. Nobody forced us into our homes. This has all just been a big, well, I don't know what you call it, a spell, a drill. But no, we haven't really seen any real coercion, if you ask me. And even in New York, 300,000 people left. You know, people aren't having it. Like, I don't think we're going to be... Here's one thing I want to just sort of allay, one fear. They're not going to send you to a FEMA camp. FEMA camp's at home this year. Like, you are already... This is your FEMA camp. It's a state of emergency, and FEMA is all about managing emergencies. And what makes more sense? Round people up and send them somewhere? For a lot of people, it would be an upgrade. You're going to take care of them. You got to feed them. You got to keep them happy, and now they're crying about rights. No, instead, you just make them stay home, send them a crisis actor check, stock up Netflix, give them a lot of drama on TV. Oh, okay, so there's something else I had to bring up. Guess who got looted? Guess who got not only looted, I bet he's pissed about it. You know who's got to be so pissed about this? Nipsey Hussle. His store, his Marathon clothing store, was vandalized and looted. He's got to be fuming. And he's fake dead, so he can't come out and say anything about it. Nipsey Hussle's Marathon clothing store had its windows smashed. Now, this is how you know people are a bunch of hypocrites, though. It's like, now somebody cares. You know, how many privately owned small businesses, how many entrepreneurs like Nipsey had their businesses destroyed in the last 4 months? Not just from the rioters and looters, but also from the COVID-19 thing. No sympathy. But now suddenly, because it's Nipsey's Marathon store, somebody cares. Anyway, one thing that's interesting about this, if you didn't know, the Marathon store is the world's first smart store. This is from World Star Hip Hop.
Whoever did this shit, they will crip. Nigga, ever find out who did this, it's ugly for you, cuz. I swear to God. Yeah.
Well, people are mad about it. Personally, and I've never been on the inside, but I think it looks like I think they could have done a lot better for the amount of money they supposedly had going through this place. But supposedly somebody looted some of his t-shirts and stuff. I don't know. They're mad about it, though. It's like finally they're mad. I was mad when a retired cop guarding a pawn shop was murdered during a looting spree in Vegas and nobody stopped to help him. But no, this got people. Give me a break. What did he have anyway? The Marathon store. What is it? Supplies for long distance runners? I haven't really seen the inside of it. But I do know it's the world's first smart store, cashless store. He died at 33 on Easter. Very Masonic, ritualistic, fake death. No doubt about it, Nipsey Hussle's not dead. You saw him get carted away in ambulance number 57 after the paramedics, who had white gloves, just pushed him in there and slammed the door shut after doing one-handed moving chest compressions. This is the thing. If his death was real, the family would have sued the paramedics for doing one-handed chest compressions while moving on a gurney. And have any of you seen the COVID-19 CPR. I thought this was a sick joke at first. The COVID-19 CPR procedures. It's way different. So now it's like you couldn't actually do mouth to mouth. I think what they do now, if I can find a graphic, is you put a rag over the person's face and you sit, I think they said 6 feet back, and then you call an ambulance. Okay, COVID-19 CPR rules. Yeah, this is how we do it now. Step 1, call 911. Step 2, again, somebody's dying. Cover your mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Then cover the unconscious person's mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Perform hands-only CPR. No more mouth to mouth. Put the rag over their face. Like, how is that helpful? You're trying to find out if somebody's responsive. Just seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. Okay, let's see. Lean Dion says the Nipsey Christ hustle. Oh yes, it was a great hustle. I don't know if there was a better example of someone using a death strategically to sell records, but I think he made like $10 million. They made like $1 million a month after his fake death. Let me see if I can find that here. I think it was $11 million. Yeah, check this out. The late Nipsey Hussle made the Forbes list top earning dead celebrity of 2019. Last year, the Victory Lap rapper earned $11 million, which put him at number 10 on the list. Back in March, Nipsey Hussle was fatally shot outside his apparel store, Marathon Clothing, in Los Angeles. So, top earning dead celebrity. Nipsey Hussle, $11 million. Musician died 2019, age 33. Right, nothing fishy about this. So Nipsey joins, oh, look at this list. In fact, I have some others too. So Nipsey joins Whitney Houston, death faker, Michael Jackson, death faker. Let me go through the whole list. There's a few of them. So we're looking at a list of others who have done pretty well posthumously. And I think they're all probably death fakers. You know, in fact, Nipsey's grave is on the same row as Paul Walker and Naya Rivera, who's also 33 and a death faker. Okay, so his family launches something. They're supposed to put a tower up, a Nipsey Hussle Remembrance Tower. I didn't see it, though. It's like somebody forgot. Flat Fact says $11 million. Oh, yeah, that money is ridiculous. Like, did he sell $1 million worth of records and T-shirts and shoes and swag? I don't know. Not quite sure. I honestly think that he was almost manufactured out of thin air. In fact, I've done a study of his career, and it's not just his death date, the Easter thing, that stood out as very symbolic. You know, 33-year-old dies after carrying his son, his name is Cross. He carries Cross to the site of his death, where he's shot between two thieves, two individuals who just got out of prison. I mean, this is a scripted event, but if you go back in his career, every major milestone coincided with a solstice. And the marathon, in this context, the marathon story, actually it's an allegory, or it references the journey of the sun. So he starts his career at the very beginning on a winter solstice, lunar eclipse, and that's when he drops his mixtape. Then he opens his store on a summer solstice. He dies on a astronomical Easter. His biography was, I mean, this is, again, I have a document on this. This is a character on the world stage who was clearly personifying, in a very ritualistic manner, the sun. And this death was during the same time period that we had the Holy Week where the cathedral burned, the Notre Dame. And this event, the burning cathedral, this assassination, these things were not disconnected. There's a whole story here. So if you look up Nipsey Hussle and you look at all the murals, you'll often see him represented with a crown. Again, he's 33 years old. You'll find 33 and crown always used together. But you'll find his murals, more often than not, he has a crown like a crown of thorns like Jesus. And the reason why I believe this is very intentional, the iconography, is that they created him this way, this persona. Take a look at this thumbnail. A lot of people noticed this when he died because his friends, Nipsey Hussle, crisis actors on the scene, they all said they believed he was literally Jesus Christ. Nipsey was Jesus reincarnated, Mason, false idol, Black Messiah. You find all these videos on this topic. Very fascinating. This is just one example, but last year it was a ridiculous year. Just say that. 2019 for 33-year-olds, musicians dying. DJ Arafat. This one was pretty funny. DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, died. And I saw the video. It was a motorcycle accident. I think it was fake. You have a picture of him on a gurney, which to me is kind of strange. It's like, what do you mean they're actually following him through the hospital? Yep, DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, dies in a road accident. Now here's where it gets interesting. At his funeral, nobody believed he was dead. And this was just shortly after Nipsey, and thousands paid tribute at a concert. But look, mourners open the coffin and they began ripping his shirt off. So I'm not sure, but it looked to me, because they had to send in tear gas to break up the funeral, but it looked to me like it was a dummy and they were going to call it out. So yes, says here, a police convoy escorting the coffin of the late Ivorian singer DJ Arafat. Mourners in the West African nation of the Ivory Coast forced open the coffin of a beloved musician and began stripping his corpse in an attempt to positively identify 33-year-old DJ admitted to a hospital for a skull fracture. They want to see his distinctive tattoos. So my take on this whole story is that they were checking to see if it was a dummy or not. But more likely, the ones who were checking it could have been actors, so they could reassure everybody that he did in fact die. Okay, let's see what else we have here. There's another one too we could probably get into. In fact, there's so many from last year. I said 2019 was ridiculous. There was another rapper who was shot and killed. His name was Trey the Kid. He was an Annapolis rapper. And the interesting things about this one is the city he was in. He was a 32-year-old, I think. The city he was in was doing some type of, I guess it was some sort of ceremony for the police or something, and they had draped everything in orange, like orange spotlights. I got to bring this up. We're going to have to do a retrospective now that I think about it. So here we go. Annapolis remembers the rapper Trey the Kid. He was found fatally shot. He won the National Gun Violence Awareness Day Award. And I think his death was faked. But anyway, when I looked into this story, we found all kinds of strange things. Like, for example, the city was celebrating National Gun Violence Awareness Day by draping City Hall in orange. Everything was being draped in orange. But I found some interesting symbolism connecting his death to the Nipsey Hussle death. And then I mentioned the DJ Arafat, another 33-year-old. And again, they didn't believe he was dead. Okay, anyway, I'm going to move past this topic for now. There's so many deaths. We're going to have to do a retrospective on 2019. we'll just make a plan. We'll do a month-by-month breakdown of all the major psyops of 2019. It was a big year. I mean, that's when you really had, like, for example, the New Zealand shooting. And I played a documentary we did on it here, where you actually have actors on the ground who are supposedly dead getting up and walking around. Getting up and walking around? Lean Dion says, Pop Smoke song Christopher Walking, released before Kobe died, has a crashing helicopter for no apparent reason for a track. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Another person who's not dead, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, Nipsey Hussle, not dead. Okay, someone says, for all we know, the pyramids could be hundreds of years old instead of thousands. Yeah, what we have here is more of this time control I was talking about. You know, they can tell you that the universe is billions of years old, the Earth is 400 billion years old. It's time control. It's a completely different story. And monuments are created for them to be able to say, yeah, this is established as a fact. So you have, for example, a skeleton of a giant prehistoric kangaroo or a T-Rex, whatever you think it happens to be. And you say, hey, look, this is proof that we were here 65 million years ago. Pop Smoke, Death Faker, confirmed, I think so. I've heard some bizarre theories about Pop Smoke and a few others, which I may go into. Because here's the theory on that one. There's this theory that some of these rappers are actually constructs of older, more experienced musicians and record companies who are creating these little tragedy stories to sell records and tap into younger demographics that they may not reach as easily. I mean, I think it's almost absurd, the number of these deaths. And of course, look, I was talking about Forbes. $11 million. Would you fake your death for $11 million? I mean, I wouldn't. But I can imagine the appeal to performance artists, I guess. But I think it's beyond just faking their death for money. You know, it's actually you could call it a baptism. It's a cult thing. So it's, and it's not even far-fetched to talk about if you want to get into the topic of death faking. I'd go so far as to say every Mason is a death faker. 5 million. I mean, it's not something you just do. Like, hey, let's pretend like we're killing this guy with a blow to the head by a hammer. Reenact the death of King Solomon's architect. And then resurrect him from the dead. But we're not going to tell him we're going to do this. We're just going to trick him into it after having him sign a non-disclosure agreement. Like, that's not normal. It's really not. Faking your death, non-disclosure agreements, oaths. Oh yeah, if I talk about this, you can rip my guts out, slit my throat, cut out my tongue and whatever. So my point is, no, there's a lot of this going on, and it's an interconnected thing too. It's not like these are, like, someone will say, well, there's no way that this person faked their death and got away with it, and they resurfaced as this person. Somebody would have called them out by now. Well, they do. They subtly call each other out all the time. They subtly do. They do so with jokes, inside jokes. They out themselves with inside jokes. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through my notes for the day. We got disrupted slightly, but not really. So we lost a couple thousand subscribers on one channel. It doesn't matter. This channel is like a hydra. We just replace and replace and replace. In fact, I will have a new channel up tomorrow. And one other thing too, anything that gets taken down, let's say you can't find the source video, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and you can get it there. There will be a continuity. And this would be my 86th channel removed, which is quite an accomplishment. I think it's actually like we should get a badge or something for the channel. We'll have to give ourselves a badge. 86 channels. I mean, what is it that we're saying that's so terrible? I want to print out the note that they sent me. So here's the actual notification. I'll put this up on the screen. We'd like to inform you that due to repeated and severe violations, man, I'm starting to feel guilty, of our community guidelines, your account has been suspended, Infinite Plane Society. Content inciting violence is not allowed. We don't allow content that encourages hatred. We review documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content with sufficient and appropriate context. So I appealed the case and I said my channel is conspiratainment and satire. Sorry you don't get the jokes. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, to me, this just makes my point that we're doing something right. Richie from Boston was actually kicked off YouTube recently. All of his channels, Richie. I used to kind of joke around with the guy a little bit and be like, yeah, he doesn't really drive around the country with his Jeep. It's a green screen. But now I've seen that he's been kicked off YouTube, and that to me says he's pretty legit. So he went off the grid for a couple of days. Totally off the grid. He came back, he's on Twitter, and he's like, I just got back from off the grid. I don't know where the hell that is. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, Richie, I said, Richie, I'm going to delete this message. Don't trust anybody. 95% of the population has been vacated. Like this message so I know that you read it. There aren't many of us. So I just left him a very paranoia-inducing tweet. I don't know if he took it seriously, but imagine if you left for a couple days in 2020, you come back and somebody tells you, yeah, everybody's been vacated. That could mean a lot of things. I mean, I think it was March 30th, he was saying on April Fool's Day, they're going to shut off the internet and you're going to see Chinese tanks driving down your streets and they're going to shoot you up with vaccines. They're going to make you take your medicine. That never happened. But he probably spent, I mean, he said, guys are going to come for me. They're going to show up in a black car. They're going to take me out of my basement and they're going to stick me with a needle and I'm going to fight it. I'm like, God, I mean, that's fine. I understand the fear and all of that, I guess, but not really. Not when so many of these things have turned out to be actually fake. That's what we're actually, and there's a term for this. It's actually called the Bubba effect. And the Bubba effect is it's a name for a stereotypical redneck name. But it has to do with this idea of being ready for anything. So here is, I think this is the best definition I can find for the Bubba effect. It's basically this. Everywhere you look, there's a very active conspiracy. The U.S. government is going to institute martial law, enslave the citizens of the United States because of some impending collapse, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, war with China, or rapture. As a result, readers are estimated to drop everything and head for the hills on a bi-weekly basis or whenever the price of gold fluctuates. As if lifted right out of Red Dawn, this scenario seems to include only those in rural America who would be able to resist occupation through force of arms based out of various fortified survival compounds, weapon of a gun in one hand and the word of God in the other. Now he calls it the armor of God. What he says here, in practice, the Bubba effect amounts to a histrionic overreaction to threatening fake news and vague rumors, in turn springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and various conspiracy theories. Despite this, the Bubba effect has proven surprisingly broad. So this is kind of condescending, the idea that you should be mocked for being prepared. However, Chicken Little is something I was talking about earlier. How many times has the sky fallen? And just about 6 weeks into the lockdown, Alex Jones said, and supposedly it was satire, but he said that he was sizing up his neighbors so that he could make sure that if they don't reopen the economy, his daughters wouldn't have to starve, and that he would be targeting his leftist neighbors for cannibalism, and he would eat them like, quote, corn on the cob. And this was 6 weeks. So that sent a ripple of panic through his listeners. That, okay, if Alex Jones is ready to eat his neighbors, then things are pretty bad. And again, this was like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. And I was thinking to myself, well, that guy's got a garage full of MREs and prepper goods. So why is he going to eat his neighbor's buttocks? And that's what he said he was going to eat. He specified which body parts he wanted to eat. So he's going to eat neighbor's buttocks. Meanwhile, he's got enough food right here to feed his family until 2030. Commenter says, the Bubba Effect sounds like a really cheesy bluegrass band. Well, here's my point about the Chinese tanks. Let me just bring this up. Because at the exact, and I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I'm just pointing it out. The people who go off the grid often sell a great deal of fear. And let's just pretend we went along with it. So let's go back in time. We have Donald Trump's time machine. Go back to, we'll just say the end of March, when he's about to go into his basement, into hiding because they're going to shut off the internet and send in the tanks. Well, let's say they had dropped off tanks in every neighborhood, as in Chinese tanks. Well, a lot of people would have stayed home. The news would say, okay, we're Chinese now, so surrender. You're not going to leave your homes for the next 6 weeks. We're going to reorder society. Well, most people would have reordered their entire existence. We would change everything, except for those people who decide to go see if any of it's real. And they would probably leave their homes. They would go look at the tanks and find out the tanks were all inflatable. They were drone-delivered inflatable tanks made in China, but not full of Chinese soldiers. So how dumb would we feel if we had been conquered by a bunch of inflatable tanks? Well, guess what? We got conquered by a bunch of empty tents. And what's the difference between a bunch of empty tents and empty hospitals and a bunch of inflatable tanks? None. We're talking about a standard decoy operation to inflate the appearance of overwhelming forces, when in fact it's all just air. And if we had that attitude of, let's hide, let's stay in a state of fear, let's run off the grid, we wouldn't have found out that the hospitals were all empty and that the COVID was a hoax. We'd be scared, waiting for Bill Gates to show up in the middle of the night with a Freddy Krueger glove with a needle and a different vax strain, from each fingertip, so he could come in and just poke you in your bed or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. And the fear doesn't help anything. And one thing that I'm really happy about as far as 2020, and these are silver linings. I mean 2020's been gold. If you really look at some of this stuff, we saw the emergence of an authentic people's media. In fact, even today, and I should bring these up, I've been getting a lot of contacts from the Film Your Hospital website. So I'm going to have to update it. I'm going to have to update it here because we're getting a lot of contact. But to me, that's one positive here. We saw the real media promoting fear of virus. I'm sorry, the fake media. But then the independent media, they came out saying, well, no, the evidence does not actually corroborate with that. And then you have the guardrailed, probably CIA-controlled agents who are in the middle saying, well, the numbers are fake, but the virus is real. They're just exaggerating it, but still, just vote. Vote for this guy. No, the truth is the whole thing was just a big psy war. And that is the truth. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. They will censor you for it. But I don't feel like I should not speak the truth. And especially because this channel's so emphatically pro-vax, why would they want to shut us down? I got a list of people I want to vax. It's like 5 pages long. In fact, if you want to vax anybody, just call 833-311-1984. I'll play it on air. or you can just call and we'll discuss it live. Lloyd Miller says, filming the hospitals must start up again. They're claiming that the hospitals are filling. Well, precisely. I kind of set that issue to the side. But in the last few days, I've been contacted by a number of people around the world, or across the flat disk, or around the velociraptor, whatever shape you think it is. I've got messages from people. Here's one, I think this is in Brazil. There's quite a few. I'm just going to have to put them all together. I've got pictures as well. Maybe this is why they shut my channel down. We're starting to talk about this again. Okay, well, I'll get to the empty hospitals. I want to update the website first because the website gets a decent amount of traffic. It's filmyourhospital.com. But let me go ahead and play a message I didn't get to yesterday. And I believe this one is from Zareth, the alchemist. And it pertains to the topic of the semicolons, the reptoids.
Hey, Tim. It's me, Z. If you'd like, at some point, I'll tell you the story about the girl shapeshifting into a reptile in front of me and then the aftermath. That's a really good story. It happened about 20 years ago, but I had to tell that story to somebody the other day. And because he was privy to their presence, our presence, really. It's a vibrational thing.
All right, yeah, you know what? I'm going to definitely text him, and I'll just have him explain it over a phone call, because there's a few questions I want to ask before we go any further into it. I think we got into the topic because we were suggesting, I brought up that maybe the alien overlords are disgusted by the human face, so we have to cover it up. Someone else suggested maybe it's because the reptoids, sometimes they shift. They want to make sure that if their forked tongue flickers out and it whips a fly or something, you don't see it, so they got the mask. Commenter says, I overheard a conversation with a woman talking about how amazing the news of the vaccine is. She said, unfortunately, it would need to go to the first responders first. Okay, one more thing for vaxophobes. Let's just say you're a vaxophobic, and I'm not. For all we know, I might be vax damaged. I received many vaccines in my life. But for all you vaxophobes, let's say that it does indeed contain nanobots that will seize your pineal gland, turn it into an antenna for some demonic entity to take over, or whatever you think it's going to be, or just instant death or sterilization. Whatever they're going to do to you, it's going to happen to first responders, military, media, and true believers first. And you have to think too, most of the people believe it's real, and they will probably kill you to get that vax. They really will. So if there's a limited supply, it's going to be a status symbol. They're going to flaunt it. And I actually think that what we're looking at is going to be incredibly divisive to have the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. I think it's going to be a rift akin to Protestant and Catholic. I think this is a counter-reformation. And the people who don't buy the big lies are obviously the ones who don't want the Holy Sacrament. It's easy to identify you. Okay, now again, I'm not even too concerned about that. I'm thinking 2020 is still not over, and we still have less than a month until the awakening. I mean, it's going to be a pretty dismal day, I think, for the people who put all their hope in Biden. Comment says, I don't like calling people NPCs. Well, when I call people NPCs, and I don't usually, but non-playing characters, we're talking about extras on the world stage. People who are staying on, they're staying on point. They're on a script, but they don't know it. So you can't fault people for being obedient and for taking precautions. But it is kind of ridiculous how they're conflating mask refusal with a whole lot of other things. Like I said earlier today with the term conspiracist. You know, I'd rather be called a tinfoil nutter or a conspiracy theorist than a conspiracist. Now, as far as people being NPCs or all that, I think a lot of people are just too busy to care or to think too deeply about some of these things. And there's other considerations. But now we've had a good, 9 months. We've had 9 months, and where are the bodies? Numbers on the TV screen can only go so far. Marvey says, WHO, NHS says nobody is educated. Right. Like, we're not properly educated. We're speaking out of ignorance or hatred or whatever else they come up with, but they never address the facts. And it's the same weak arguments they've used for decades against the 3% of scientists who don't believe in global warming, because it is alleged that 97% believe it's true. And apparently, if 97% believe it's true, not because facts. So science isn't really fact-based today. It's belief-based, which technically makes your scientists wizards because they're controlling reality. And if they get a great enough consensus, they actually make it so. So if we could just get 97% of the scientists to agree that the world's flat, the world will actually flatten out, by this way of thinking. And that is what they've done. They're a bunch of curverts, and they have curved the world where it's not. I mean, they really have. They've bent everything. It's all a distortion. We live on the wrong side of the funhouse mirror. Well, not we. There's at least, how many people are listening now? Okay, there's at least 100 people here who are on the correct side. So we're in Realville. I'm one of its mayors. And the rest of them are in TV land. The Truman Show. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and go through my comments. Oh, this is what I wanted to play. Give you a link to. We have a new main YouTube channel. So it's not a new YouTube channel. It's a new main YouTube channel. Like I said, this thing's a Hydra. They chop off one head. And it's worse. They're better off leaving me alone. Because what happens is, they shut the channel down. I tend to retaliate. I wasn't going to live stream tonight, but this is my way of getting back. I put an extra 3 hours of work into the animation and decided to go ahead and make sure they know that we have an ongoing presence that really isn't going to go silent. By the way, you'll never miss anything if you're on Spotify. If anybody here is on Spotify or iTunes, you will always get the updates there. SoundCloud, I highly recommend SoundCloud because SoundCloud has the ability to play as just the audio file, but if you download it, it's an MP4, and I always make them available for downloads. They don't let you start a new channel. You have to sign an agreement that you won't. I think when I lost my first channel, they said, you can't come back. So I've been 86 times now as of November the 17th, 2020. I sued YouTube in 2018. They did change their strike policy as a result. They've hated me ever since, I think. But there's nothing they can do about it. I know that I'm banned. I spent so much time in Facebook prison, more time in Facebook prison than not. Most of my friends from Facebook are actually people I met in Facebook prison. We never actually had accounts together. It's like we meet in other platforms. But no, we are persona non grata. And that's probably for life. I've actually I read somewhere that if some of these sites like Twitter flags you as a thought criminal, they pass it on. So Jack Dorsey is like, hey, Infinite Plane Society? And Zuckerberg's like, yeah, we know him. Yeah, ban him. And then they contact LinkedIn. Then they contact Gmail and MailChimp. Like they go to their Mason meetings and they have like a slideshow and they put the names and the dossiers, the files up of whoever is blackballed. So yeah, I've been blackballed from the internet. One Trick Pony says, just call this story time with Tim. Right. Well, this is something too. So we seized the term auto hoaxer because to them that was the worst you could be, when it's actually the right way to look at things. Well, another thing they've been attacking is the idea that you would be entertained by conspiracy theories. Like you shouldn't be entertained by conspiracy theories. And I'm like, wait, what about fiction? And this is the key here. They want to control all of the content that you absorb. All right, I am hijacking this. Okay, just a moment here. Let's see. I got to set up a new button or something that says like we're live so people know. Let's try this. We're getting back into the regular schedule. Phones aren't on yet. I'll be hooking those up very soon. Like in the next 2 hours. I'm just waiting on a deposit. But in the meantime, we have some other things that get pre-recorded throughout the day. So if you're on the mailing list, you're getting notifications. If you're not, you can subscribe below. Working on a program here called Canva. I saw a really good effect. I think it's called Burst. Yeah, Burst. So let me go ahead and export. You'll see what it looks like. It's a lettering effect. So the way the letters unfold is they pop out in a sequence left to right. Benton says, Mayor of Realville. That goes to Jim Morrison, although that's something, it's kind of ironic that Limbaugh would call himself the mayor of Realville when he's enforcing a world stage. Like, it would be more accurate to say, well, what would you say? I mean, he's the guardrailer that helps to maintain the false paradigm. I mean, I like his work and all that, but waiting for a few people to show up. I sent out notifications. We had a few things I had to take care of because, this is a long-term project and we're expanding into different things. I have plans. There are plans in place to, I think what we're creating here, what this is going to end up being, it's a media network, but it has a different angle than traditional media. And what I mean by that is it's a news source that isn't constrained by an adherence to fake science, fake news, political correctness. And so it doesn't rule out, quote, conspiracy theories automatically. It doesn't rule out any viewpoints, as mainstream media doesn't. They just don't address it. Notice they don't debunk the stuff they censor. If they debunked it, they wouldn't need to deal with it. Okay, so let me go ahead and send out notifications. We have so many crazy things happening right now, specifically with Trump. Trump calling out Babbitt. That's another thing too. It's like, okay, this is why we have to do this, because people are so 100% ass backwards about how this thing actually works. If you go on the assumption that somebody actually died that day, which we'll get to here shortly. All right, let me see how this. Oh, also, we're updating music. That's the other thing. We're updating music everywhere. We have a lot of new music that's been submitted, so it doesn't all have video, so we're actually making videos now for some of them that have no videos. All right, I'll be right back here. Let me send out notifications to Patreon. This is Chief Crow. thank you for joining. This would be episode 5 of the Auto Hoaxer Revolution podcast. Go to autohoax.com if you miss these, because they can be deleted. I just want to start off, if you're watching on the screen, we have footage of protesters gathered in Portland around a vehicle, and one of the protesters gets in front of the truck. He throws his arms up and he flails and he falls backward onto the ground, but the truck didn't actually move. And so we have an example of crisis acting in broad daylight. So he mimed it so hard that the glasses flew off his head and flung onto the truck behind him. I haven't seen flopping this unconvincing since the last time I watched LeBron James play. It's pathetic. Just thought I'd bring that up, just to show you that it's not just the mass media engaged in lies and deceptions. It's everybody around you. Everyone wearing a mask is engaged in the deception, if you think about it, especially now. By the way, don't trust the Jell-O. Don't take the Jell-O. Bill Cosby has been released. Listen to this, quote, "I was shocked by the verdict. Gloria Allred, lawyer for 33 of Bill Cosby's accusers." Now, I don't know how many of you believe this story to be real. I've seen some convincing photos of some of his so-called victims that makes me wonder if the whole story isn't completely made up. Why? That's another topic. New York City is urging its citizens to reduce electricity to avoid blackouts. And now there's open talk, as I brought up last week, about climate shutdowns, climate lockdowns, locking down to save the planet. And I want to point out that Jeff Bezos was talking about, quote, freezing civilization back in 2017. They said that if we're going to go to space, we have to freeze civilization first because the Earth cannot survive. It's been this ongoing theme, as you're all aware of. And I think it's important to call these stories out in advance, because if you don't, well, the herd goes with it, and by default, you go too. By the way, global warming is 33. It just turned 33 years old. Happy birthday, global warming, this month, or it's actually in June, celebrated its 33rd birthday. So they actually kicked it off on June 23rd of 1988. NASA scientist James Henson testified the greenhouse effect, blah, blah, blah. Right. Global warming, but they changed it because it wasn't actually warming up. They said, okay, it's too random, let's call it climate change. But basically it's just weather and selective reporting and computer models replacing perception. A few more follow-ups. That McAfee thing. Okay, so there has not been a dead man switch. We're still waiting. We're still waiting on the dead man switch. I figured 7 days they're going to have something come out on this matter, but nothing has happened yet. So we're still waiting to see. This is an important one too. This story is just now breaking. Donald Trump has his own private Twitter feed, his own website, Save America or whatever. And he puts out these statements. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. So he makes these statements as though he's still in charge. And he asks, who shot Ashley Babbitt? So that ties into 1/6 and the whole farce about 1/6 itself. It doesn't presuppose that the thing was a psyop or that it was staged by crisis actors. No, this assumes that it was real and that there's some kind of cover-up on the other side. So this isn't someone trying to get at the truth. This is stirring the pot for the mainstream media brainwashees. And it will do exactly that. So what are they doing here? I think they might be creating a martyr for the right. Something to give them like someone to rally around. And martyrs are very powerful things. This hasn't been investigated. And they're drawing attention to the lack of transparency. There's more than 10,000 hours of closed circuit television footage inside of the Capitol that we're not privy to that would show us the truth. Although those of you who watched it live and those of you who pay attention to the news know it was simply a guided tour with some acrobatics, some theatrics, and more photographers than so-called insurrectionists. They were even quiet. You wouldn't have known. There's no fires, nothing burned, nothing was looted. So you had this shooting of Ashley Babbitt, which, in my opinion, that thing was just totally fake. You can look at the footage if you want. You have this character who in the silhouette looks strangely a lot like Chuck Schumer. And then she's jumping through the window like a zombie. And this is Ashley Babbitt I'm speaking of. And she gets shot in the neck and falls on her back. Now, she's wearing a massive backpack, padded like a turtle shell. So it looks like a stunt. She's literally wrapped in an American flag. So she could have blood bags. She could have padding. We don't know what she's wearing. But I'm suggesting that based on the footage, there's no reason to think that there was an actual death that day. And most of the deaths that day were actually kind of comical, like bad writing, Shakespeare. So for example, one of the victims was supposedly trampled to death by the other protesters. And this happened while she was carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" American flag. So in fact, her name was Roseanne Boylan. So she's got a flag that says "Don't tread on me," and she gets trampled on. This is just bad writing. Now, here's a family member. Again, if you don't know what a crisis actor looks like by looking by now, I can't really help you, but this is pretty obviously a crisis actor. He's reading cue cards. There's no tears, barely even a convincing sad face. This is supposedly the brother of somebody who was trampled to death, and he uses this to score political points against Trump.
Family's privacy as we mourn her death. On a personal note, Roseanne was very passionate about her beliefs, like I'm sure a lot of people that were present at this event yesterday were.
Now again, mind you, he's supposedly talking about a family member who just died.
But it is my own personal belief that the president's words and rhetoric incited a riot last night that killed 4 of his biggest fans. And I believe that we should invoke the 25th Amendment.
And we should invoke the 25th Amendment. Right. Okay, so that's that narrative, though, about the insurrection, which, at the time I was just surprised. But that's the second time I was hit with that level of cognitive dissonance about the sheer credulity of the American public. The last time it hit me that hard was after the Tesla Roadster was launched into space. I thought, you know what, there's no way that that's going to pass muster. That thing is going to make the American public say, wait a minute, why are they showing us computer-generated simulations and passing it off as real? But no, it actually didn't happen that way. Nobody questioned it, and they said, there you go, Flat Earthers, proof. Okay, I called this, I called this more than a year ago. I said, hey, this has nothing to do with a virus. This entire lockdown is about controlling the flow of information. It's about the infodemic. The infodemic is real. The pandemic is not. The infodemic is the flood of information that the elite, that the monolithic mind control cabal don't have complete control over. Anything that they try to censor, anything they try to marginalize is something that might challenge what they're trying to establish as the dominant worldview. So they're pretty open about this now. Now there's no talk about the virus. This is a report, quote, no longer about health. Canada will prevent groups from gathering to stop the spread of unauthorized information.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my questions. I'm wondering about the injunction banning public gatherings and whether there really is a need for such a far-reaching one given the trajectory we're on now.
So, I think it's still there. We still have bringing large numbers of people together. It can present some risk. We'll continue to look at that. But I think the other purpose of the injunction is to prevent groups that are spreading deliberately spreading false information. Is to prevent groups that are spreading deliberately spreading false information that can actually create risk.
Okay, the guy's hard to listen to. He's babbling, but he eventually says unauthorized information. Unauthorized. Non-canonical, non-MSM. Like, what does that mean? Unauthorized, and by who? You know, really kind of strange. Oh, by the way, Donald Rumsfeld died at 88. So who's going to spike the Diet Coke with neurotoxins now? Here's an article from HuffPost. Donald Rumsfeld and the strange history of aspartame. I've been told that aspartame is a neurotoxin, and Donald Rumsfeld personally dumped a whole lot of this waste called aspartame into it in order to damage us. Now, I don't know how true this is, but anytime I see Rumsfeld, I think aspartame, and I reach for my Diet Coke. NSA, by the way, if you missed this one, the NSA was accused on national television by Tucker Carlson of reading his private text messages. And so they released a statement. They said, on June 28, 2021, Tucker Carlson alleged that the National Security Agency has been monitoring our electric communications and is planning to leak them in an attempt to take the show off the air. This allegation is untrue. Tucker Carlson has never been an intelligence target of the agency, and the NSA has never had any plans to try to take his program off the air. Goes on to say, the NSA has a foreign intelligence mission. We target foreign powers to generate insights on foreign activities that could harm the United States. With limited exceptions, NSA may not target a U.S. citizen without a court order that explicitly authorizes the targeting. So there you have it. They're not targeting Tucker Carlson. I have a few more clips. This keeps going around. Joe Biden and his whispering. I don't know if he's shifting into reptile. I'm not sure. I know he's been vaxxed like more than twice. Do you know anybody who's been double vaxxed? Are they starting to hiss and whisper?
I think it's time to give ordinary people a tax break. The wealthy are doing fine. I mean it. I mean it. Why is
Sorry about that. We got cut off on the sound. This is a picture of Elon Musk. I don't know if any of you find this believable. He said, I don't know Ghislaine Maxwell at all. She photobombed me once at a Vanity Fair party several years ago. Real question is why she invited me in the first place. So I just wanted to put it out there. Should any pictures of me surface with Ghislaine Maxwell in the future, I can assure you that I was photobombed. Here's a few other images. You know, decide for yourself. Photobombed or photoshopped. I think there's a little more going on. I bring this up because I just found out that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was accused of rape in 1984, he Cosby'd somebody, gave somebody the jello. He attended a reception at Ghislaine Maxwell's residence in 2014. And I have a picture here. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson with his Masonic swag, his sun shirt, his vest, the suns and the moons. Very kind of a ominous picture here. His hands are covered. They're in his pocket, but I can't tell what his hands are doing. They're covered by the scarf. But that's Ghislaine Maxwell's house. It says here, Star Talk Live, Waterworld, panel discussion and reception, New York, June 5th. This is June 5th, 2014. says here, Neil deGrasse Tyson attends a reception at Ghislaine Maxwell's residence after Star Talk Live panel discussion. And then here we have Neil deGrasse Tyson accused of rape and sexual misconduct. Pretty dark stuff. It's from 1984. I don't know the present circumstances on these accusations, but they're there, and here he is hanging out at Ghislaine Maxwell. You can connect the dots. Maybe you want to look into, well, Bill Nye and the sex junk thing, which now that's a whole other topic, but briefly, Bill Nye did this dance called My Sex Junk on this Netflix special. And let me bring this up just so you can probably not have to look it up yourself. It's terrible. So he's with Rachel Bloom, and he's DJing. She's performing this song.
This next thing I feel is very special. This is a cool little segment. You know this woman from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Now, here's where it gets a little crazy. She comes out and does this horrible little choreographed dance.
It's evolution. I love may have some butt stuff.
Okay, so while she's singing about, quote, butt stuff, you have Bill Nye back here DJing, kind of like headbanging and hip thrusting.
If you sit up on it, drag queen, drag king, just do what feels right. You're tall, pansexual, flirty with Sprite.
It gets even weirder because they have these commercials with like ice cream flavors talking to each other. Very disturbing, targeting children. Again, this is Bill Nye, friend of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm just like, is he friends with Ghislaine Maxwell? I don't know, but wouldn't shock me. But now it gets a little stranger or grosser because Rachel Bloom has this song about Ray Bradbury, the scientist, only it's sung from the perspective of a 6th grader fawning after her old teacher in the most disgusting ways, as low as this video. Total garbage. Only 32,000 thumbs down. Segment from Bill Nye's original show, Bill Nye Saves the World. Let's see, commenter here says, these people have zero self-awareness. The cringe factor on this has actually ripened. It's more cringe now. Usually that fades over time, but this one is fermenting, growing more potent as time passes. I have to concur. And I'll be going back to this video here in about a year or so. Okay, again, Ashley Babbitt, my opinion on that, she's not dead. The whole thing's a hoax, but obviously it doesn't matter. We're looking at the world stage, and interesting to see where it goes, because clearly this is all leading to something. Trump is stirring the pot, and it's worth paying attention to. I got a question here. Alex Jones was there at 1-6, and he was definitely being a provocateur, so I'm starting to wonder, was this all a setup in the first place? And take a listen to this and ask yourself, why wasn't he arrested?
To the satanic, pedophile, globalist, New World Order, and their walking dead, reanimated corpse, Joe Biden. And we will never recognize him. President Trump had zero connection to Russians, no proof, 4 years of investigation. With the Bidens, it's open and shut. So I don't know who's going to the White House in 38 days, but I sure know this. Joe Biden is a globalist, and Joe Biden will be removed one way or another.
Okay, so who else could say this to that crowd on that day and not be charged? This is what I find to be strange. Like, so I asked back then, back in January, I said, what are we to make of this? Either is he an agent, a provocateur, or maybe the news media didn't notice this, but this is right side broadcasting. I mean, I find this to be very peculiar that 1 million people have watched this. Has he been brought up on any kind of charges for incitement?
Sure know this. Joe Biden is a globalist, and Joe Biden will be removed one way or another.
I mean, removed one way or another, while you have the guy with the spear and the Viking hat running around. You can understand the optics here, right? I mean, they don't have a point necessarily. However, they've been given a lot of ammunition by Jones and company. quite a lot of ammunition, which again makes me think we're looking at a bunch of crisis actors all around. All right, let us continue. Okay, so this thing with the towers, or rather the condo that fell, a lot of interesting connections have turned up between that event, 9/11, interesting correlations between that event, and even the Oklahoma City bombing. So we have a few things to discuss when we do open phones later, but listen to this, another crisis actor.
We didn't know what to expect. We rushed to the scene, and when we saw really what's happened with this collapse, we just kind of broke down in awe that my grandmother, my father's mother, was somewhere underneath that rubble. We couldn't believe it.
And your dad, of course, police chief, North Bay Village.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another thing you often find. You find these people are politically connected whenever you go into these crisis actors.
And it's just so unbelievable. If you can hold up, I understand your family found a card that morning. It's just unbelievable. Could you tell us about?
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's just like a movie.
About it?
It's surreal. You know, they kind of tell you, you know, if you pay attention, but none of this stuff is believable. It's all theatrical. It's meant to draw an emotional response. This is meant to jerk tears.
And inside is a birthday card that she just received 2 weeks ago from some friends of hers at a brunch. And so it was just surreal that we found.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these actors weren't recycled from the Orlando event of just a few years ago. That's another thing we often find. They get repurposed. And there's hardly any efforts these days put into concealing this fact. In fact, we've been giving awards out, the Golden Hoggy, to some of these actors and actresses who repeatedly just outdo themselves in bad acting. And I guess it doesn't matter, you know, when it comes to the government acting versus, you know, Hollywood or something. If you're not really trying to make a profit, if your money's coming from the public anyway, you don't actually have to deliver the goods, the quality goods. Okay, again, I'm just updating everybody on the McAfee thing. It is true, and we talked about this, that he does have a lot of body doubles, and he does have a lot of people thinking he's not dead. And one of the persons who thinks he's alive is the sister of the guy that poisoned his dogs, the guy who was supposedly, or who was tasered and shot in his home. And supposedly this was a retaliation. So again, there's a lot of talk. People are asking for autopsies. Out there in Spain, I think they actually published that they found a suicide note, but I haven't seen it. And if there was a dead man switch, it would have gone off. So we're waiting to see. By the way, JFK Jr. is alive and well. He was at the last rally. Here he is. The QAnoners are pretty unabashedly certain, and they proclaim it all the time, that, yeah, this is JFK Jr. I'm like, yep, we're going to go get JFK Jr.'s signature. And they're just, apparently he's wearing a fake nose and a wig. They're just waiting for the day that he's going to reveal it. And there may be others as well. I've heard Michael Jackson, of all things. So just a heads up, JFK Jr. is on the horizon. Apparently there's still that new variant going around. They're still talking about COVID. I kind of stopped talking about it. I mean, this is the biggest hoax ever. Here's some pictures from Wuhan if you don't remember. This is why we called it the Kung flu. Because the people who were catching it on the streets fell on their backs. Like they just fell on their faces. As though they had been kicked by some kind of ghost. Like some ghostly Bruce Lee just knocking people down. It wasn't like you just got sick, you got a tummy ache, and then you called in, then you got sicker progressively. No, it was like instant, zero healthy, 0 to full sick to death in a matter of moments. And then you would have the crews come out with their personal protective gear. Again, these ones aren't even wearing shoe covers. Like if you take a moment to be critical about what they showed us, you can pretty much tell that we were looking at drills that they used to shut down everything. But no surprise here. We all knew about it. Has anyone been able to explain this? This is such a weird story. Apparently, Anthony Fauci was sent some kind of white powder, probably anthrax or something. But look at the headline. Anthony Fauci was hosed down naked in what looked like a kiddie pool after being mailed mysterious white powder by Bridget Kennedy, contributing writer from The Week. So, strange headline. Looks a little bit coded. I'm not quite sure. I mean, when I look at the news today, it's not hard to understand why people arrive at these bizarre conclusions. Like JFK Jr. being alive. Well, how weird is that? Considering that they have rubber dummies on TV posing as victims for a plague that doesn't exist. Like, everything is so damn fake. Restless Bear says he does look like he's wearing a disguise. I doubt it's JFK Jr. Well, apparently the spouses are a match. So, Restless Bear says I sent him cocaine. Oh, yeah. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, the story is this, okay? A brief synopsis. Kennedy was killed. His son wants revenge and says, I'll bring down the government if I have to get revenge. So he hires Trump, or enlists Trump as an agent of the Kennedys to take back control from the deep state. That's basically the story. So it actually goes back to JFK. And JFK Jr. is, well, a death faker, along with probably, I believe, Michael Jackson, Princess Di, and a few others. So you have a lot of people, a lot of death fakers who are about to save the world from the deep state. And when you follow their breadcrumbs and their logic, it's actually not difficult to see how they arrived at what they've arrived at. So to me, it's a question of, well, who engineered this? Is this a government engineered psyop, start to finish? Are the Democrats running this? Like, I'm not quite sure, but... And look, I want to show you how crazy the media is. Like, I'm not exaggerating. You listen to me. I was on a podcast the other day. I was on a live stream with Mick Toons. And one of his commenters said, this guy seems nice, but he sounds like, I think what they said was, he sounds like Kit from Knight Rider. You know, the robot. So I guess what he meant was, yeah, I'm pretty plain. I'm calm, plain spoken. I'm not really shouting. I don't go full Alex Jones no matter what I'm talking about. And so it's kind of funny that Mick Media did an article about this channel, about our assessment of the news and how fake it all is. And on this article, well, they did a video. They were describing what we call the auto-hoaxer versus the auto-believer dialectic, where you have people who automatically believe whatever they see to be true until it's proven to be a hoax. Or you have people who, conversely, what we're doing, assume it to be fake until proven real if it's an extraordinary claim. That would be a critical thinker. Anyway, I've always seen what we do here as just critical thinking. You know, we're breaking down the news media and doing so dispassionately and objectively. So anyway, Mick Media did this article about me, but when they actually published it, they changed the headline to "Man," this is crazy, admits to smoking methamphetamines, screams about the lizard people during his arrest. So I have the actual video, which I'll play, but I just wanted to play the headline first, or read the headline first. So that was the headline, and I'm going to play about a minute from what they were actually talking about. And this just shows you how they twist things. So if you were just browsing through articles and you came across that one, you might skip it because it's like, well, do you want to hear about some guy who is obviously on meth and screaming about reptoids or whatever? So let me pull up that video. In fact, I'm going to see if I can find the entire thing. Okay, I don't have it actually, so we'll pass on that. Apparently, I can't access the Houston Chronicle without giving them signing my soul over. So not going to happen. NASA just sent a $23 million space toilet to the ISS. Astronauts will test out the expensive commode before its eventual use on deep space missions. $23 million. I'm like, what does that really mean? Are they trying to tell us that they're just flushing our money? That's an insane amount of money. But I was looking at the design on this thing, and it looks exactly like this.
Hi guys, Max Scoville here for IGN News. As part of his humanitarian work, Bill Gates has shown off a machine that turns human waste, yes, that means poop, into potable drinking water, and he's put his money where his mouth is. Well, I guess it's kind of the other way around. On his blog, Gates notes, the former Microsoft CEO describes watching piles of feces being processed through a machine, boiled and treated, the result being a glass of drinking water that he personally drank. The whole process is said to have taken about 5 minutes, which I'm willing to bet is longer than most people take to generate fecal matter in the first place. This new device is called...
Okay, I apologize for even playing this. This has been viewed 15 million times. Unbelievable. But yeah, this is an actual video of Bill Gates drinking.
Trash is another man's treasure. A lack of ultimate example of that old expression. One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Big smile on his face. I don't know how we got here. I have to apologize. I was actually looking for something completely different. All right, let's continue. I'm not even going to deal with that. I don't know how that happened, but again, oh, that's right. It looks exactly like the thing they're sending to the space station. And it's all about sustainability, recycling, and I think it's all some dark rite to celebrate their god of recycling, death and resurrection. I think it's actually probably sinister as much as it is revolting. And the fact that it's Bill Gates just makes it even stranger. And, you know, I'm like, what is with these individuals who are talking about the need to save the whole planet, vaccinate everybody, like it's the most important thing in the world, when there are people starving? Like, are we going to have a lot of vaccinated corpses? A lot of people who've starved to death, but at least they don't have COVID? Like, the priorities seem to be a little bit off, which makes me really doubt their intentions. Here's a redacted video. This is one of these things that you don't see on the news. This is another video, another angle showing that...
Take a look at this rare, super slow motion video of Flight 175.
This debunks Flight 175. It debunks it as being anything other than a CGI insert.
Take a really close look, because there are two impossibilities I'm going to show you here. This video was allegedly shot by Michael Herzakani, a diamond merchant based in Los Angeles, California. The first impossibility is the real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax.
So there you have it. If you're looking at
But the second impossibility is in plain sight.
So all you have to do is you have to look at where the wings are relative to the sides of the building. And it's just one of these things where, again, I was talking about this earlier with the actors. You're dealing with government employees. They're not selling a product. They don't have the same levels of quality control. I don't think they have the same concerns. Propaganda is notoriously bad, and this is just bad propaganda.
Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video. It's a fake. And this is one of many, many faked videos put out by the news media.
Now, this is what 9/11 Truth was designed to hide. And this is an important point because it relates to the vaccine issue. You see, they wanted to hide the hoax. So people would ask, well, was it a tactical nuke? Direct energy weapons? Was it Israel? Was it the Skull and Bone Society, the Reptoids? You have all these different stories that all presume that 3,000 people died, and we got to figure out who did it. because this was a major crime and they lied about who did it. So somebody got away with murder. That's the fake story that stuck for years, for almost 19 years. Eventually, people figured out that nobody died. And even last year, there are still people who didn't know, who are looking into 9/11, who still think that 3,000 people died and they got to get revenge for whoever did it. And now, as it relates to the COVID thing, now we have people who aren't willing to admit that nobody died from this thing. They're just debating on whether it was sent by China or whether it was caused by the vaccine or the 5G towers or the masks. So it's just like with this other PSYOP and many others, where it becomes a whodunit and they can talk about it forever without ever, like with JFK, who did it? You know, who shot Kennedy? Well, was he even shot is the appropriate question. Was it just a movie? Finally, how NASA helped to send Fast and Furious to space. This is an interesting one here. This article shows how NASA helped the Fast and Furious series. They helped them figure out how to fake space travel to convince audiences. It's just peak irony here. Like Tom Cruise going to the space station to shoot the first movie in space. Like from our side of the green screen, from our side of the front screen projection and the computer generated graphics, from those of us who are on the same side as the editors of this thing, who know it's fake, this is just irony. So you have the Fast and Furious director going to NASA asking, how can we make it look like this Fiero is going into space? So what it says here about that is, it started off as a joke about, you know, sending the car into space, but it says the bad guy's about to get away. They're racing cars on the moon, and they go to the Apollo 11 site and they find the original moon rover. So this is kind of where they're going at. So they went to NASA, who said, quote, the director said, going to space is not something I took for granted. It's something I have a lot of conversations about. I said, can this really happen? If other rocket scientists have to get up there and the capsules are coated with these polymers, etc., it's well thought out, and this is the most sound action set piece in our franchise. So basically, he goes to NASA to talk about how to make their cars moon ready. Again, just more levels of this deception. You know, we're behind the looking glass. There's so many layers to this thing. And a lot of people who see through the fake stuff on the ground still think everything else in space is real. Like the fakeness only extends 62 miles up. This is something not new to anybody here, but I guess in other parts of the world where they're still experiencing this scam. Ugandans are noticing something suspicious about their COVID burial. They open a coffin and there's no body inside. So what you're hearing a crowd of people around a burial, and there's no bodies in the casket. A little problematic there. No bodies, empty caskets. This happened in Brazil as well. Then you have all the empty hospitals, all the empty tents. You have the dummies. You have the dancing nurses. The whole thing has been a dummy operation, like the inflatable tanks of World War II. Where's the body? That's the question. In fact, I saw one commercial, I believe it was in Brazil, where a body was reaching up to help the paramedic get him into the vehicle. Like the body actually reached up. Here's some further confirmation for anybody who was questioning what I was saying about JFK Jr. Code Monkeys with a Z, who's very close to QAnon, has been forwarding this around. Is John dead? ... Or so they're the ones spreading this rumor. So if you're wondering where I'm coming from with that, I don't necessarily believe that JFK Jr. is dead, although I think it's highly unlikely he died the way they said. It wouldn't surprise me he's a death faker. If this whole QAnon thing is nothing but a big psychological operation to ensnare the right, to destroy free speech, if it's Operation Trust all over again, then yeah, I guess it's not that far-fetched that he's got some kind of a role here to play. But, you know, again, I'm not the one saying it, but there are big channels with hundreds of thousands of followers who are saying it's real, that it's all real, and it's all about to come true. And it does have some interest to me in the context of Kubrick and Kubrick's role in shaping the 20th and 21st century. His role in, I believe, directing and scripting some of the major psyops. So if you're new to this, there's a really good site I'd recommend. It's chartword.com. And there's an article about Kubrick called Kubrick Faked His Death and the 9/11 Hoax. And it goes through various psychological operations and hoaxes that they suggest that Stanley Kubrick was personally involved in. And I find it to be very compelling, specifically with 9/11 and even with other things like the assassination of JFK. But listen to this. Kubrick's involvement in productions like 9/11 was essential because events like September the 11th and the JFK assassination were not real attacks that occurred spontaneously, but were made for TV productions that were crafted and planned with the same level of detail and symbolism that he put into his film projects. So my point is, you know, we're looking at the CGI plane hitting the building. So like this is a legitimate critique and a legitimate assessment of what we're looking at. We're looking at made for TV productions. So if JFK's death was a made for TV production and Kubrick was involved, I think it's kind of safe to suggest that he was also involved, and it suggests that here, in the staged fake death of JFK Jr. Which leads me to think too that he would have a significant role in the QAnon storyline. Like the QAnon story, I would say, isn't new. It's not something that just started a few years ago, but that this was probably written back in the 60s and 70s with everything else that we're living through now. There are many things that suggest, even in Space Odyssey 2001 that came out in 1968, that Kubrick had a hand in sculpting 2020. So, again, I think there might be something to this QAnon thing insofar as it's part of the bigger psychodrama. Just as much as fake radical Islamic terrorists were part of 9/11, this QAnon thing is part of creating this white Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS, white nationalist threat for them to play off of. So it's real, not real in the sense that the believers think it's real, but it's a real psychological operation. And I heard at the last Trump event, they weren't allowed to wear Qs on their shirts. Like, what does that say? That's the level of suppression that this idea is getting. Like, I'm surprised they haven't kicked in your doors yet to take the Qs off your keyboards. All right, again, I'm going to put a link in the chat. From now on, just to make everything simple, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, and that will get you the live links and all the other links. It's the least confusing thing to have the most direct access to everything that we're involved in. The 24/7 stream is back on. Phones will be back on probably by tonight. As soon as I get the phones back on, we're going to have open phones. There's a lot of things to discuss, and I have a lot of voicemails to go over. So thanks for joining. We'll be back later. Stick around for the replays. Stick around for the music. There's a few new music videos in the works, so stay tuned.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Mask of the
everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Double E, yeah. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. Not supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out that I'm on a different plane, I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio way. All the hope, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't follow the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite game, man. That's in your mouth, I stay in my place. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down on this shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, what up, bro? Yeah, man. You don't get it.
people with pioneer hearts. A renaissance, the new age of discovery. A romantic frontier. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Best friend. Antarctica expedition. We have endless granola bars. Antarctica expedition. Hey, hey. Another shout to every lickety, lickety, lickety split. All dumb shit. Press Infinite. Oh yeah, Synchro. What's up, Tim? Hey, hey, thanks for mirroring this stuff. Mirror. Is it mirror? Or is it mirror on the wall? Is it who's the greatest? Oh man, I must be infected with the Mandela virus. Oh no. Did Tone Loc die? Is Tone Loc dead? I think Tone Loc. And oh yeah, shout out to Karen B for putting all the celebrations together and making it happen. I'll be playing a live set in South Carolina at the Solar Return Celebration. South Carolina. So everybody, Penguinati all up in it. Yeah, so everyone's here. All good, beautiful people. Gonna get down with it, you know. I think we got a couple more tunes. Done. Exit the dome. Okay. It's a pretty cool little bass octave, right? Some more tight riffs for me in this one riff. My brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this. That's called My Brother Played a Riff. All right. NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Yeah, 33 with a double E, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. WWWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. WWWWWF. Now you're out of got a little turd in the corner. Oh yeah, hey, James in Germany. LOL. Sharp phone earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey Brian Stapley, what's happening? I'm gay. It's a happy time. It's a happy gay time. It's a happy cucumber cheeseburger. Happy lickety split and dumb shit there with the mushroom head and the Leon with the missing and a Lilith and the Peace Smiley. Channel Love Craft Reefs. Oh yeah, everybody here with the Ditrix party. It's a Matrix party, chilling on the phone, chilling on the keyboard, all alone. With the cucumber and the cheeseburger. You got the diver on the face and a guitar flame. Everybody chilling on the computer. Matrix party. Everybody get down. No, man. Tone Loc from Blank Check. He's like, get that kid. Yo, get that kid over there. He took my boss's check. Boss is gonna kill me, Ace. And he's in Ace Ventura 1. They were doing the wild thing. Old Medina. Tone Logan it. Ain't no joking it. Wheels in the spoken it. Spoken word. Turds flying out my mouth. Spitting and shit. I got the sharks. Gonna put it on the charts. Number 1. Number 2. Shannon Jones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tone Loc from Ace Ventura, lickety. Right? He's sitting at the office chair there, and Ace is trying to, he's like, do you have any banaka? Talking with his butt cheeks. What's up, the toast? Yeah, Stephen Schmidt.
33, you know, 33 is cool, but I'll tell you what, it's all about two. Having a gay old time here. Cucumbers, cheeseburgers, everybody. Oh yeah, we got the flaming penguins. Check it out. Check it out now. I'm gonna tune back up. So this is the 1-year anniversary of the last flight that Mad Mike ever took. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike, man. He's a pretty far out guy. I was honored to play his party in Las Vegas. And I made a song for him. Got to play it at the party, hang out with all the Penguinati folk. Met Chris Pontius, got to see. Yeah, hopefully I'll see all y'all March 27th at the return celebration. I know, you know, they're probably gonna have to give me an anal swab before I get on the plane. So, you know, I'm taking one for the team, okay? I'm gonna fly to South Carolina to play tunes for all y'all. So all y'all need to get anal swabs too. If I'm gonna get an anal swab, we can get a double anal swab. I mean, they have Q-tips on both sides, right? So we can do that double thing. You know what I'm saying? Just boom, 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 boom. Anal swab each other. Anal swab each other. All right. So this next one here is gonna go out to Mad Mike, and just want to give a shout out for everyone that is hanging out here in the Matrix party, in the computer, the bowling alleys of your mind, the tainted swabs, the cucumber cheeseburger, the tainted swab. We got pancakes and rockets. I swear I saw Jesus at McDonald's. And I was got a pancake, and I saw Mark Sargent on the pancake. Yeah, if you look close enough to the moon, you can see the map, and it's Mark Sargent's face in the map of the moon, the spirit of the rainbow swab sticker. Everybody better be triple masking out there. How about the mask, right? Jim Carrey mask? Boo! Boo on the mask. Hey, commercial sound and video, what's up, bro? Oh, yeah. Don't swab me, bro. Leon, stranger, yeah. All right. Check it out. Here we go. Man, I get so high out of sight.
Land in the sky, new age of exploration. Infinite land in chaotic creation.
I always thought like Mad Mike would be all drinking some whiskey. This guy wrote a song about me, right? He's drinking with some fat chicks. And then it gets to the end of the song. And he just starts doing this sexy dance for the fat ladies. And they just be getting it on. Right? Mad Mike, he shot his rocket up to heaven. Psychedelic supreme. He's banging all the fat chicks in heaven. Somewhere far away. Thinking of it. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right, True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here.
Clouds reappearing soon, they reappearing soon. The horizon line is flat, says the sky looks the same through the lens of my senses. At peace upon the plain. Hey sunrise, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminary, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth. Where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the
Worked out there. Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo, woo. Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, in the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, Ace Slayer? Rosie Finn. Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon. Hey, hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. But it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee Tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house, shut up, cover your mouth. So opera dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords. Man, I can't remember the chords. Dude, chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman. Dottie's World Meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue? I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sports. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks. I wear this. Wait, check it out. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak. I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, Rance dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Squeegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee 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 board. I make the Benjis, the limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, Blue Ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Fepe Penguin Knot. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga. Bunch of important birds. bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 4, 81, a bunch of important numbers. 5, a bunch of important numbers. Number 9, bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 22, a bunch of important numbers. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important. Call. I'm not on a call. Wait. Colts are cool. I'm in a cold. 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 It's fucking cool. Colt. We make quilts. It's freaking sweet. I think they're sweet. Get visions of rainbow swastikas. Vision, baby. We're gonna finish this off with a cultish gospel song. Minor chord harmonica. All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's hey, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at he split out the H minor. Hey. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light. Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah. You can get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, pick the bar, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong, sell teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description, I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So, sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, come on, says a bit about it, but go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar return March 27th. If any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. March 27th, Crystal, okay? Not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2, peace, 2 up.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak banging or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and andoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's the next shit. No speak banging or die. Speak banging or fucking die. And go die already. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's time to hijack mass media narrations, inject real into all their creations. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for the science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rat pill and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Now speak banging
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that, I'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model-specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes. Moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages, entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
People run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. Now it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting backsies in my masky. I'm posting backsies in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting backsies in their maskies. Posting backsies in their maskies. But down is up and up is CG. It's like conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here. Inside is love. Infinite love. There's nothing on us, but we got this love, this infinite love. Have no fear. 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 Have no fear.
Where is the curvature? Show me a live stream of the earth spinning round with the buildings upside down. Show me a live
Okay, thanks for joining. It is now 3/12/2021. We're now in the second year of Clown World. Going through your comments, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says, I never sleep anymore. You know, I was just looking at some new show that's going to come out about H.P. Lovecraft, directed by Spike Lee, which promises to be very interesting. We'll be getting into that, I'm sure, here very soon. We talked about H.P. Lovecraft with one of the previous guests on Dark Matter. I think if you were listening to replays, you heard this. An individual who describes himself as a photographer to the extraterrestrials. And you can find him on the site. That would be Mr. McGill, darkmatter.radio. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. And let's go ahead and go through, first of all, the title of tonight's live stream, just so you know the trajectory of where this chat may go. And by the way, YouTube wrote me a friendly letter 3 hours ago. They said, our team, and so I assume there's at least, 10 or 15 people sitting in a room, like around a table. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, is there. And they have a screen they're all looking at. They're referencing this, and they say, okay, this video by Infinite Plane Radio. Happy hoax-iversary COVID-19. Rockets are blimps, and Biden is CGI. They had a discussion, and they decided between all their different terms of service violations, the one that most closely matched what we did last night in that live stream was medical misinformation. So that's all it took. And I don't even know why they said medical misinformation. I said that I'm not necessarily an anti-vaxxer, but I'm pro-anti-vaxxers because I'm really for the free flow of information, not into the censorship. But anyway, they have a policy that says you can't dispute the efficacy of WHO guidance. So if you don't think it's wise to put on 2 masks, well, you should probably keep that opinion off of the tubes. Unless you're like us, here at the Infinite Plane Radio where we have redundant copies. We're like a 17-headed Hydra. So they remove that channel. It'll be gone until June. So if you're subscribed to that one, there's another channel that looks just like it. And it just started streaming about an hour ago. Okay, phones are open again, 833-311-1984. I'll put the number on the screen. So the topic again, giant tree stumps in Antarctica and other strange anomalies. Really, the title should be the story about Kobe Bryant. Basically, let me get into that really quick here first. So on this channel, we were one of the first ones to hyper-analyze the reporting surrounding the supposed death of Kobe Bryant, as reported by TMZ. It's like, how do you know, out of 9 people in a burning helicopter, how do you know who was who to report it and tweet about it? I mean, TMZ has some incredible access. But anyway, we analyzed that story, and it seems more or less that it has all the hallmarks of being a major league hoax. And there are many things to substantiate this. Many, many things. But without getting too deep into the Kobe Bryant psyop and all of the predictive programming leading up to his staged exit from the world stage, it is believed that Kobe Bryant's back. And not very creative. I mean, people were wondering, is he going to come back? Do they go to some crisis actor island, some other place, where they reward their dutiful servants? No, he's actually back, apparently, as another basketball player. And he's, wearing a fat suit, apparently. Well, not a fat suit, but like the suit in Thor, the bodysuit that the actor wears. It looks like Kobe Bryant has one of those. So we will get into that. The giant tree stump topic, let's talk about that briefly. I came across this article and it's just something about it seems a little fishy. Basically, there's an article in Reuters right now about this outcrop. It's a rocky outcrop in Antarctica where you have the South African research base. Now, this is the first I've heard of it. But according to Reuters, this is basically a base in Antarctica. According to them, there's a conspiracy theory among flat earthers that it is actually a giant tree stump. And I bring this up because I've never heard this before. But it says here, in a group called Ancient Giant Tree Truth, with 34,000 members, they captioned it as Frozen Stump. So they drew attention to the South Africa station in Antarctica, and yes, this rocky outcrop does look like a massive frozen tree stump. But I guess because 24,000 people have, or 34,000 people have mentioned it on Facebook, Reuters is out here doing a fact check. And that's kind of what this is. So the actual post that they're referring to says, military camps in Antarctica on top of a giant tree stump. Research flat earth. Well, you can't really see it too clearly because according to independent fact checkers, it's false information. It says here, Reuters fact check. Photos show South African research base in Antarctica built on top of a rocky outcrop. About this notice. This information has no basis in fact. So we're going to go ahead and look at the censored photo anyway. I mean, look at the stuff they don't censor on Facebook. But they censor a rocky outcrop because some people think it looks like a massive tree stump. Well, it does. It looks like a massive tree stump. That's undeniable. Is it a massive tree stump? Well, I don't know. Where's the lumber from this thing? So let us continue. We're going through Reuters and their analysis of this misconception by a group of 34,000 people who actually believe that all of the mountains of the world are in fact the stumps of ancient giant trees that were likely cut down by some hostile alien force and harvested at some point in mankind's distant past. It's an interesting story. It even suggests that the roots, that the tunnels are now miscalled lava tunnels. If you haven't heard this giant tree theory, I believe it started with a video put out, and it was called No Forests on Earth or something, saying that all of the forests that we have are in fact just nothing more than shrubs compared to the trees the world used to have. Hoaxahana says, good question, where's the lumber burned, harvested? Well, that's the idea. I think one of the ideas behind this theory is that our Earth was essentially harvested. They took all the lumber, they basically... In fact, the same people who will tell you that the tree stumps are giant trees will also say that the Grand Canyon, for example, is some kind of excavation, not a natural formation. Okay, so let us continue. This is from Reuters, and again, they're trying to correct everybody on this. It says, this is one of the, it's the South African Base 4. It says it's one of 3 research stations of the South African National Antarctic Program, or SANAP, which is managed by the country's Department of Environment, Fisheries, and Forestry. The scientific data collected on their expeditions are, quote, critical in the understanding of, amongst other things, the impacts of climate change and weather information associated with extreme events, like snow-nados, for example. You know, a few years ago when they started introducing fire-nados, it was preceded by fire-nados in a movie called Geostorm that was in all the red boxes. So people aren't home watching fire-nados on TV, and then they appear in the news. And now we have snow-nados. Let's stay on topic here. Basically, it's this. It says the research station is on the western side of a ridge, which is on top of a cliff or something, and essentially it looks like, it looks like a big tree stump, but it says more visuals of the station can be seen here and here. Wider angled shots will show that the cliff isn't really shaped like a stump, so much as the angle on the social media post would suggest. So I've looked, and here's what it says, and this is from Reuters again. It says, the Reuters fact check team, which is great. You got Reuters following flat earthers around. Like they really care about the unscientific opinions of 30,000 people who are speculating about what might have happened millions of years ago or something. Meanwhile, these same fact checkers are completely oblivious to the destruction of definitions, which you need objective definitions to have any kind of a science anyway. It's like they care about science. Give me a break. They're trying to I mean, we're dealing with this massive, this consolidation of media concurrent with digital book burning on an unprecedented scale. Okay, so let us continue. As previously explained by Reuters fact checkers, claims about alleged giant tree stumps speak to a belief among flat earthers, conspiracy theorists who contend that our planet is not a globe, but a flat surface, and that real trees no longer exist. So there's a statement here from an environmentalist named William Thompson from 2019, and he says, many flat earthers believe that the trees we see are small versions of giant 20-mile high trees that used to exist on the earth in ancient times. In short, the things that we think are trees are actually called bushes. So the original video that sparked this thing was called There Are No Forests on Flat Earth, Wake Up. The thing is, that video, which was very popular, was removed. So are they censoring wrong ideas, bad ideas, dumb ideas? You know, what's their criterion? It seems like they censor inconvenient ideas. If something's wrong, it's wrong, and it practically debunks itself. You know, I always say sunshine is the best decontaminant. Finbar says flat earthers are the problem. Well, they have a pretty good track record. You know, every major, as far as like looking back in history, let's just say 2020 on back, you know, every major terror attack, serial killer, atrocity, every insane thing was pretty much done by somebody who believed we were on a ball. Although you can't really say that. I mean, you can't be that general. People like to say everybody knew it was a ball as of ancient Greeks looking at boats going over the horizon, but that's not even true. The Chinese were essentially flat earthers until the 17th century. So you can't say that people who don't believe it's a ball are somehow deficient. You have entire societies who believe that the world is flat and stationary, and they're making observations. They have their own systems of astronomy, their own systems of timekeeping. So there's some level of objectivity. So, you know, I don't think that people should be so arrogantly dismissive of the topic, but they are. And as I said, the video here positing this notion that mountains are remnants of massive trees that used to exist, well, you can't even watch the video and discuss the thing. And I didn't think it was that far-fetched as far as what I was taught as a child in school. I remember being told about that these massive dinosaurs could not exist today because their size would preclude it, gravity or something would be too great. That it was hypothesized that maybe the atmosphere was different, then gravity was different. I don't know. Anyway, it's just one school of nonsense versus speculation, and the establishment science. The establishment science is what it is. If they say it's real, it's real. If the masses believe it's real, it simply is willed into existence. And that's really the nature of this thing. I just find it really noteworthy here that people noting that you have the appearance of a massive tree stump is somehow worth censoring. And I wonder, how do they make these determinations, trying to walk this line between satire, parody, and dangerous misinformation. And as I pointed out a few moments ago, one of our 3 YouTube channels was removed for medical misinformation. And again, I have to point out, we're pro-vax here. I say vax the media first, please. And you know what? If anybody ought to be vaxxed first, if anybody deserves to go to the front of the line, it would be all of the fact checkers. So let's just I'm donating the vaxes that would otherwise go to my subscribers to the Reuters fact checking team. Where would we be without them? Because it's only benevolent. When people are trying to control what you think, it's got to be benevolent. It's got to be for your own protection. A case in point, Truman in The Truman Show. The reason why every single person in his life lied to him and manipulated him so he would never leave was for his own protection. I mean, that's pretty much what we're looking at here. These benevolent dictators. I really don't think there is such a thing. Okay, so this topic I want to get into. So I said giant tree stumps in Antarctica and other strange anomalies. Well, here's some of the other strange anomalies. Jim Carrey and Tom Hanks. The two of them have a number of overlapping synchronicities or references. I mean, they're not even synchronicities. Encoded references to Sirius, the dog star. We're talking Jim Carrey, Tom Hanks, and both of them have roles in movies that make use of very specific types of some symbols and very specific numbers, such as 9/11 and 3/11. So we're going to parse through a video here by Tominoid, and I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat for people who want to follow it later. 33 Ren says, "Hey Tim, I missed the connection how flat surfaces invalidates the trees." Oh, they didn't really make a connection. They just said that people who don't believe in the sphericity of the earth are prone to believing in giant trees. I mean, they make that connection like it's just almost like if flat earth, then everything else is invalid. Okay, let us continue here again. And I'll take calls if people want to call in. Let me go ahead and open phones. 833-311-1984. Ringer is on. Okay, we're going to go and peruse this video for just a moment.
Such a special audience. Yeah.
Okay, so Jim Carrey, we talk about him at length and how these characters, one of the reasons I want to bring them up is that they're used in these protracted psychological operations. Basically, there's a movie separate from the ones that you go see in the theater. And this is the movie of the character evolving in your face on the world stage and what they do, what their roles are. And you'll find that they supplement all of the major psychological operations. Their roles often precede things that happen in, quote, real life, on the news. And you find many, again, it's the consistency. And so we'll get into this tonight, but basically there are many, many correlations between 9/11 and what we here call 3/11. Now, if you're not familiar with that, 3/11 is the date that this was actually declared a pandemic. And I would contend that that date is the, quote, 9/11 of this particular mass mind control operation. Because that's what I think it is. I think it's trauma-induced mind control. And I think they needed 9/11 to synchronize an entire generation around their, hyper-mediation, the fake news. And it's all fake, by the way. But I think they have to reboot the programming for each generation. And I think that the coronavirus, which kicked off on 3/11 as a pandemic, is the thing, is the cudgel that they're going to use for the next 19 years to replace radical Islamic terrorists. Same thing, just on a bigger scale. They scaled it up, if you really look into it, in the sense that they've replaced many of the same things that only pertain to a small group with a universal threat. So now instead of the radical Islamic mind virus that they have to isolate, quarantine in Guantanamo, possibly waterboard to see if they have that mind virus, now everybody has it. And everybody has to quarantine. And instead of having to go through the waterboarding, you just have to go through the test, which if you have to choose between the nasal or the other one, I think a lot of people would opt for the waterboarding. Okay, again, phones are open. I saw someone just try to call in, 833-311-1984. Also, you're welcome to bring up anything at all. A few other topics I want to get into. Here, one, we could talk about the interview earlier we had today with Micah Dank, who talked about the Book of Enoch. Also, I wanted to talk about more predictive programming. It's everywhere, but an episode of Friends that was supposed to air right after 9/11, and they pulled it because it was nothing but jokes about airport security. Maybe that's worth looking at. In this context, a couple of other things. I brought up Kobe Bryant still alive. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Go ahead and...
Hey, what's up, caller? Go ahead and...
mute your speaker.
Hi.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, we had a little bit of an echo, but we're good now.
My bad.
Okay, so what's your take so far on anything that we're covering?
Well, the trees. I think that's very interesting because you bring up South Africa. You bring up Table Mountain, I believe it's called. Or Table Mountain is also known as could be a tree stump. Right? There's some research about that one too. But the one tree stump that I know has been researched a lot, and there's legends about it, is the Mount Roraima, which is in Venezuela.
What's it called? I'll look it up. The picture.
It's called. Okay, it's called Mount Roraima. Roraima. And this is in Venezuela.
Okay, got it.
And it's the most giant, they would call a mesa, or tabletop, or they like to call it Devil's this, Devil's that. There's actually a place there that's called Angel Falls or Paradise Falls or something. So somehow they were able to keep a lot of the more positive labels and names to that actual specific mountain. They call it a mountain. And I think it's because the locals, they're not going to let the story slide. There's too many legends. There's too many stories about these, it being this grapevine that the word came down and it fed fruit, different types of fruit all over, huge miles and miles of land, fed all of the land. So there's all of these stories that there's actually Google books about it too that you can link that they talk about the Indians and the Bushmen. They're the Papuan Aborigines. There were also other natives that were about that area, but very, very interesting when you get going with the tree stumps, because then there's also like a local spot. As I started researching more about Mount Roraima, which is where they also say the dragons used to, like, that was like their main place that they came from, is this tree, this Mount Roraima tree. These are all, stories I've read, stories I've heard people tell me about that they've read. So, and these books are available, for research and stuff like that. Everything's on the internet.
Okay.
But it's worth looking into.
So, okay, the dragons.
There's a place. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, you said dragons. So I'm like, are there any other myths where they specifically mention trees that reach into the clouds or anything like that?
Yeah, exactly. So I guess there's one legend in Mount Roraima talking about the Lord chose the man to carry this black book to the people of Mount Roraima. It talks about an elder, talks about a grapevine, right? So all of this just makes me think of, they are talking about some kind of extraterrestrials, they're talking about some kind of like other angels or aliens or whatever other forces, the Hopi. Okay, and then it goes into the Hopi, because the Hopis, they took over the Mesa regions at one point. And I don't know if you know much about the Hopis, which I'm sure you do, but it also has a lot to do with the Celestials. And so the other legends that also were saying that the dragons were deifying the mountain in the sense that in a negative way. So that's why they would receive the label Devil Mountain or Devil's Tower, because there's a bunch of places out here, and I'm in the States, Devil's Tower, Devil's Mountain, Devil's Falls, and they're all, when you do the research, look like tree stumps. So something disconnects with the mythology, trying to steer us away from, demonizing these things instead of glorifying them as maybe they were once nature. And then you said something about the dinosaurs, and then I just clicked. I said, wait a minute. Okay, if there were dinosaurs, okay, well, let's just not say that there were dinosaurs. Let's say there were dragons. Okay, let's just say there were some giant beasts that were way bigger. This is the legend everyone's been, we all hear in every culture. Well, if that's the case, then there had to be some kind of large foliage around. It only makes sense. So were there no mountains? Like the documentary said, there's no mountains, there are only tree stumps. When you look into it and you look at the indigenous tribes and what they say, it makes a lot of sense.
Right,
So,
and it's really
I think
suspect.
yeah.
It's suspect that they don't even want to entertain the idea when, if anything, it would pique people's interest in geology. If they start taking a very extreme interest in these formations, but instead they say nothing to see here, don't look behind the curtain. And so it's like, well, maybe these things weren't created by erosion. Maybe there's something else that we're not being told. And these stories and myths might hold the key if we're talking about, well, if they're correct, if we're looking at some kind of I mean, what do you think? What do you think would be the cause of these supposed massive trees being cut down?
Oh yeah, that was another thing you mentioned. Well, okay, you mentioned harvesting, and then I was like, well, maybe they burned them. But then I look over at my side table and I said, wait a minute, they just petrified into crystals. They changed form. That could be one of the reasons. That could be one of the reasons why the roots have disappeared. When you go into the deep caves and you see all the stalactites and the stalagmites, where the heck do those come from? Is it really water? Is it really erosion? I question it more, because erosion doesn't behave that way, in my opinion. And then when I see the formations of the crystals, if I'm thinking, okay, well, there's so many different species of trees in this world, and I know that crystals, like when I say crystals, I mean like elements, stones, amethyst, turquoise, things like this. Even metals like copper, things like that, they come from different parts of the world. They come from, and so do trees. The seeds, like there's so many different species. Like, and my point is that there's so many different types of crystals, and they're still discovering new elements all the time. Some elements have very high radiation levels, which would make a lot of sense too, and some of them don't. Some of them are very, very mild in their energy. So that to me is what's fascinating. When I made that connection, when I watched that documentary and looked into it a little bit more, 432 Drop Radio, they have great information about Mount Roraima. Con Drop, he goes into it. Oh my goodness, he goes really into it, and he auto hoaxes the crap out of everything that's about Mount Roraima, Venezuela, South Africa, or South America, all of the Americas. Because yeah, the dinosaurs, out the window. The globe, out the window. They've come to conclusion with a lot of the text that they've read, a lot of their voyagers like transcripts that we never read in our history books. Not Columbus's transcripts, but like other explorers and travelers that we never even heard of. But we have their documents, but we have their transcripts because somebody was smart enough to scan them at one point. But I do notice a lot of those books have been burned. A lot of that information has been burned online as well. So, get it while you can.
Well, here, look, you're talking about book burning, and it's kind of like, well, here we are, 2021, and even talking about this or discussing this alternative backstory to where we are now, it gets the attention of Reuters. And I just found this story to be peculiar because I don't know anybody talking about these tree stump looking things in Antarctica. It goes viral on Facebook for a day, and suddenly, media has these various, tentacles have to go out there. They have their tentacles in every single Facebook group, and they're ready to label it misinformation. So what we're talking about, they could say it's misinformation, but it's like, is mythology misinformation? And that's the line that we're kind of crossing here, I think, by allowing all these censors to rule our lives. Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call. Caller, it looks like we just got dropped off. Let's see here. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Overthought says, there was a guy who claimed that mountains are formations made from the remains of giants. Right. I've heard that. I've seen some interesting conclusions people have arrived at regarding that. But anyway, this tree stump idea is fascinating, but I'm more interested almost in the overreaction to people coming to these conclusions. And what is kind of interesting about this one is that this is, I guess, what I imagine people imagine the flat earth to look like on the edge. Hey, what's up, caller? I believe we got dropped there.
Oops, my bad. Are we still talking about the same thing?
Pretty much. Well, I was actually looking at the picture of Mount Roraima, and it's like up there in the clouds, and it kind of looks like what I think people think the edge of the world would look like if it were flat.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's almost like they took a model of that and said, okay, that's the edge of the world, or edge of the, to fearmonger. And then people actually went down there and they're like, wait a minute, there's all these crystals down here. Half my amethyst, I bought a huge box of amethyst straight from Uruguay. Uruguay in South America. They're saying that there's a lot of these these tree stumps in very portal places, like in Utah and South America, all over the world. I mean, even in China, everywhere that has people, even without people, I'm sure, had probably these types of trees, because everywhere in the world there's some kind of element that develops into these crystal forms, unless we're totally being, joked and fooled, and these are being, here goes my mind, and these are being planted into the ground, or, into our reality, and we're finding them going, oh wow, a crystal, and then we make the connection with the tree and all that, which that's really going out there. They're really messing with us if that's the case.
Well, the first one I looked at was the so-called Devil's Tower in Utah, and you remarked how consistent it is that all of these formations or many of them, are named Devil for some reason, as though to attach some sense of foreboding to it. And that's one of the things I find fascinating. Anytime they tell you not to look. So that just means that I'm going to probably start opening up this topic now. If people think that mountains used to be giant trees, they should call in. Absolutely. And now that that documentary is down as well, nobody really has a place to go and discuss these things, because it was a big topic at one point, especially for the flat earthers. That for me, one of the first videos I saw about flat earth was that, and I was like, what? This blew my mind. Like, I know these places, and it really did blow my mind. Well, and that's how I got into the 432 radio as well, because they have a whole, they just have all these old books and old PDFs and stuff that talk about these things, and nobody, there's no resources anymore. So, well, true or not,
find the resources.
True or not, though, this thing, it is an interesting idea, and when you watch the videos, it's undeniable that you do see these repetitive patterns in nature, which is pretty typical. So, is it conclusive? I don't necessarily think so. However, I think it's worth looking at, and I wouldn't have looked at it if it wasn't for these attempts to have fact checkers bury it. So yeah, anything the fact checkers are burying, I'm taking an interest in.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we have to do. It's funny, I was listening to This Is Where It's At the other night when he called in, and he was like, I just want to go through my notes, right? And me, as a nerd that I was today, I was taking notes. So I just want to tell you about something that I watched on, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Mr. M33BBB channel. I don't know. I'm not trying to advertise anyone's channel, but he does a lot of sky sightings, and not to change the subject or anything, but just kind of is along the lines, because it has to do with the sea floor now. So I don't know if anyone saw this, but somebody sent him some Google Earth thing where off the coast of West Australia, there's this structure underwater, and it's like a circular structure, and it's huge, and you can see tracks, giant tracks. And I'm going, okay. The first thing I thought about was the tree stump. Well, maybe it's a tree stump. Maybe it's a tree stump. It's not some facility, because he was trying to say it looks like a facility, and there's shadowing on this side. He really investigates photos the way, trying to find the phenomenons and things like this. So as I was watching the video, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, is this are they breaking up Mars into different factions, different regions? Here's Mars 1, Mars 2, Mars 3, and it's underground, like you said, underground. So it's even harder to detect. They're going to take you through the rocket or whatever. You can't see where you're going. You have no idea that you're going underground, underwater, which makes a lot of sense, because NASA, they do all their training underwater anyway. So
Yep, that's true. They do, and that's kind of fascinating too, because I brought this up once, how the astronauts are more or less like these high priests, and they wear this fishbowl on their head when they go to the heavenly realm, space. But if you look at the high priests in the old religions, the Babylonian priests, they have the fish suit because they believe that God is underwater. And I kind of correlated the fish head hat of the Pope, the Mitra, with the astronaut helmet as a fishbowl. And it really kind of is. I think there's a correlation here. And I wouldn't be surprised if everything we're seeing that's supposedly happening way up above is actually happening below, whether it's below the ground or beneath the ocean.
Yeah, very interesting. And the legend of Nuwa, and UWA, she's like, the legend is she's the goddess, or the mother of men, and she's half fish, or kind of like a mermaid, but she's like, in some cultures she's the mother of men. And she's a giant. She's like a giant mermaid. But I think that's also connected to Nuanet, or Nu in the Egyptian, who is the primordial waters, which is also the mother, right? So, the overlapping culture legends and stuff, it's really telling, and then the whole movie Waterworld and all this. Oh, and then the first thing I wrote down, though, was Terra Del Mar. Terra, what was it?
Yeah,
Dazzling,
correct. Terra Del Mar, you're right. Terra Del Mar is a nation founded by Ghislaine Maxwell.
And I'm going, is that Terra Del Mar? My mind just kept going, because I'm thinking Del Mar is ocean. In Spanish, mar. But Mar can also be Mars. But then Mar is ocean. But Mars is ocean, is the planet? And I'm going, wait a minute. It's the same word. It just added the S. Like, is there more than one ocean, terra, whatever? They call it Mar because it's the ocean, the sea, but it's Mars because there's more than one. I don't know. My brain, I was going there with this because I started thinking about, well, where are all these people now?
I'm open to that. I really think that Mars is a place on Earth, and I don't think it's new. I don't think it's something they decided.
Might be many places.
Most likely many places. You could have. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole Gulag system just went literally underground. I mean, that's kind of where I'm thinking with this. I think deep space might be underground. You mentioned Del Mar. Kobe Bryant, who some believe he's alive, and I found his new identity. He was buried in Corona Del Mar. So, that phrase.
Oh, wow.
Maybe it means something with Ghislaine Maxwell's supposed nation out there in the uncharted seas. Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, that's what really got me thinking about this when I watched the video. I was like, wait a minute. A secret underwater base spans nearly 75 miles long. And there's a circular bit on one end that I forget what the circumference was, but it's giant, this thing. If anyone gets curious, it's off the coast of West Australia. There's tracks, you can see, giant tracks that make this off the coast, like they go into the ocean. It's really a trip.
Well, today I was looking at a video by Tracy Twyman called Hidden Hyperspace Kingdoms for the Elite. And she talks about a few things, but one of the things she talked about was this idea that the elite do have land, a continent, possibly Atlantis or something like that, but it's kept from us, and that it's more or less revealed in the subtext of various movies, like and also in some Disney theme parks, for that matter. But I don't think the idea is too far-fetched, because again, we're looking at, well, they have to be going somewhere.
Exactly.
Crisis Actor Island.
And we are right. We already know that they're not going into space. I mean, they can't get too far. So they have to go somewhere. Where else are they going to go down? They know that Hill's not down there. They figured that much out. So they're having fun wherever they are. They're definitely, it is a whole different parallel reality. It's a trip when you think about it, because, yeah. And then I think about, I'm going to go into the Terra Papers, which I haven't fully read yet, but I did watch his 3-hour-long, Robert Morningsky's 3-hour-long video. But I want to read the actual papers because there's more information there. But how funny, okay, synchronicities. Terra Del Mar, Ghislaine Maxwell. Then you got the Terra Papers. Okay. Well, Robert Morningsky, he's a Native American. I think he's Navajo or Apache. I don't remember, but he always comes out in his regalia. And he's very proud of, where he comes from and his story. Because it was, told to him from I forget, 5 generations or something like this. Anyway, it really got me thinking because the story he tells, and then the things that Micah says, Micah Dank, about a lot of us do know this, the elites or so-called elites, trillionaires or whatever, the ones that are know more about the monetary system. They're the ones that are going to use astrotheology. And the ones that don't really mind not having that full connection, they're not going to go that far. They're not going to go that far to look into astrotheology. Now, what is astrotheology? People don't really understand what that is. When I discovered astrotheology, I was like, oh shit, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense because there was a disconnect between why certain people were in certain places and where religion came from. It just, and the whole thing is still blowing my mind about how, because as much as research that I've done and as much as I feel like I know about certain things, I know it's never going to end. The learning and the mind-blowing, just experiences about reading these documents. So it kind of just clicked in a weird way, where I said, okay, I gotta talk about these, and I gotta get more people to read these. So I'll post them. I posted them in Discord.
Hey, let me run this by you.
Video.
The other day I had a conversation with someone who claimed, he describes himself as a photographer to the extraterrestrials. That interview. What was your take on his notion that the aliens that he was communicating with weren't really in, I guess, high-tech craft, but were actually somehow beings that were more or less telepathically or something, somehow interacting with him? What was your take on that whole thing?
Interesting. Yeah, that guy was Miguel, right? He was an interesting caller, for sure. Because you could tell he had a lot of passion and spontaneity. And he was just the excitement, maybe because it was still kind of new to him, the experiences. And he was making money. Because I remember he said something about business partners and this and that, which made me think again about these Terra Papers, because the whole story is there. The connection between, I don't want to lose this one point I want to say about the jalapeno or the bell pepper, right? And he was trying to claim it was a fish or an alien fish, or he was like, yeah, what do those eat? And then they presented him with this thing, and he was trying to claim it was a fish. And I'm going, okay, well, it kind of looks like a sardine. I get that. But someone told him something, or he read somewhere, or he maybe innately knows about the fish. Here we come back about the fish, and that's connected to what you were just talking about, the priests and all the ancients that,
yes,
that were the elects. And who's to say these elite, when I say elite, these alien, extraterrestrial, if that's what we're talking about, aren't looking like these fish-headed priest popes. We don't know. I mean, unless we've had the experience, the stories are there.
Well,
the pictographs
What was
you
he
know?
trying to say? I think, I mean, it sounded like he was trying to suggest, I don't know, maybe I read it wrong, but something that this extraterrestrials were high up above and that they somehow left him a sign, an artifact in the form of a, for all intents and purposes, an extraterrestrial fish, which had some wondering, is he suggesting that space is water and this thing fell? I mean, whatever it was,
Right.
it didn't look like any
Right.
shrimp I've
Or
ever
it's
seen.
underground. No, it didn't even look like a shrimp. So as above, so below. Maybe he was just trying to put that out there without really knowing he was saying that. Or he picked up a bell pepper by accident. He was so high he didn't know what he was, what
Wait,
he was
as
looking
above,
at.
so below. That's one of the hand signs that you see this priest of Dagon making if you look at the pictures. One hand up, one hand down. And I've seen this basically, I guess, interpreted to mean that above is water, just like the ocean.
And you know what? Check this out. Okay, this is something this is something else I witnessed, that the pictographs that I was telling you about, yeah, they do have that as above, so below, where it looks like the guy's standing with his hands up and his legs, it looks like an H, basically. But then don't forget that that's also the symbol for, so they say, the photograph of, what am I trying to say? The electromagnetic field, what is it called? Like the torus, basically, the toroidal field. And if you look at it from its side, you see the arms up and the hands down. It looks like he's saying as above, so below, but in all reality, it's just the side view of the torus.
Okay, I
Have
got
you
that.
ever heard?
Yes, and here, someone has a correction. The guy's name, the individual who's the photographer for the extraterrestrials. If you want to look him up, his name is Richard Magill. It's Migill, and you can find him at darkmatter.radio. But he did open up this whole conversation of the nature of aliens being something other than beings in high-tech craft, but actually something else.
Well, he was also saying, this was really curious to me, that he was a business partner with them. They're my business partners. He talking to them like he was going to go have a meeting with them in an hour about some product they're putting together. I'm going, what is he talking about, business partner? Right? And then I remember what some of the Terra papers said about how the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers got the inheritance of the earth, how they received the monetary, runnings of the earth. That's in the Terra papers. It's Robert Morningsky. He's got these documents. It says in there how Rothschild has to do with Roth, and the connection between, it's a long ass story. Like, I don't want to give you bits and pieces of it, but just know that it is connected to that. And it makes sense once you read it, and once you're like, oh shit, this is where the Rothschilds got their inheritance.
Well, let me run this by you then.
The story is. Mm.
Okay, so the movie The Man Who Fell to Earth with David Bowie is about an alien from, I guess, Mars or whatever, and he lands in New Mexico. And then he finds a human proxy, basically, and he gives the guy alien technology to patent to get rich. Kind of like the story of what you're describing here, that his wealth was attributed to his connection to some other life form, or an alien, more or less.
Right. So these are the things that I'm still researching about, because that to me is, I've learned about the Rothschilds and the monetary system, the Rockefellers, and and what they've done, and the DuPonts and all this stuff, and why certain things are legal, and blah blah blah. But when it came into these types of things, it's like, oh shit. So it opened up a whole new set of research. And that guy, no, I don't want to call him that guy, Richard, he sparked that, because I was like, wait a minute, I've heard that before. The business partner thing? Is he trying to tell us that they're setting the monetary system, and they're looking for new recruits. Because I don't know how much longer they want these people around. They don't have very many fans. There was actually somebody in the chat the other day that was like defending the Rothschilds, and I don't know if they were just kidding or whatever. They were like, the Rothschilds have got a bad name, and the story's all wrong about them. I was like, whoa, where did this come from? So nobody was even talking about the Rothschilds. So it's interesting to me. It's very interesting how these extraterrestrials made this business deal with him, doing this art, investing in him.
Right.
He was.
Now,
and then he did the whole DMT thing. I don't know. I don't want to get into that, but.
Well, that came later. He didn't originally contact them with DMT. But something worth pointing out here is that the phenomenon of alien visitations, aliens from above, hybrids, abductions, all that stuff, that's a fairly recent thing. 1947 was the first one. And the whole idea of alien invasion or whatever, a war of the worlds and that kind of stuff, I think it's just a modern replacement for these ancient myths, and that it has nothing to do with just advanced technology, but we're looking at some other life form, if anything at all. That's kind of been my take on it. And that's why I was really interested in his way of describing interacting with these things. But it almost sounded to me almost like a form of, magic or evocation. And so I'm wondering, is there some overlap, with the occult and magic and so-called aliens? And I see many, especially conspiracy theorists who lean Christian, conflating aliens with demons.
Like summoning. Well,
but wait,
you said
the devil thing.
Yeah.
You said that the towers, they call them all devil. Why wouldn't they want to label something they fear as, immediately demonic?
Right. It's because at one point in some generation, those places were revered. I mean, that's the only thing I can, because why else would you want to keep your child away from something? They want candy. I'm going into analogy now. They want candy, but it's bad for them. But it might make them feel good, for that sort of period of time. But then if they learn that they're going to get cavities along the line, if they eat too much candy, it ends up being a wrong thing. So maybe that's what they're trying to do with these types of things for us. Oh, keep them away, because if they find out the full story, they're going to be heartbroken and maybe, riot or, what I mean? Like, go to NASA and
well, you know what?
Or, I don't know.
I've seen some people get pretty hostile when told that, for example, dinosaurs never existed. And I remember there was one famous paleontologist who was talking about dinosaurs with Joe Rogan. And Joe said to him, have you heard of Eric Dubay? He doesn't believe in dinosaurs. And this guy, jokingly, I guess, said he would like to debate Eric Dubay about the existence of the T-Rex in an alley with a baseball bat. I mean, he got violent about it.
Wow. Yeah. People's feelings get hurt because they're so into it when Land Before Time. Wait, is that what it's called? With freaking Littlefoot, and everybody was raised on that movie. It was instilled in us from so young. I mean, I remember the encyclopedia. We had like different types of encyclopedia sets because we grew up in the 80s, and the dinosaur encyclopedia set was like the biggest one. And I'd be like, wow, they're so fascinated. They're so magical. They're so dragony. Why are they so dragony? We never asked that question. Some kids did. But I think it's another one of those things. Keep them away from the truth because it's going to hurt them. We don't want, the humans are sensitive creatures. We don't want to hurt their feelings.
Well,
because then they get depressed and they get suicide. You know what I mean? It's like.
Well, at the beginning, I was talking about the benevolent dictatorship that kept Truman locked in his little prison reality. And maybe they felt like they were doing him a favor, but, he was clearly a captive who had Stockholm syndrome and he was in love with his captors. But to everyone there, it was a harmonious movie set, as long as he didn't find out. And so you might be right about the idea that if there is such a deep secret that's so like shocking and alarming that really destroys the credibility of establishment science, of course they wouldn't want us to know. And that's why a lot of people are really, their interest is piqued by the flat earth topic. And that's why I think that people are looking at this giant tree thing. And it's funny that Reuters is, of course, trying to do fact checking.
Yeah, they're like, quick, get that fact check button on, because people are going to start researching and looking for that video, and somebody has that video downloaded. They're going to repost it. It's just a matter of time. But just like in The Wizard of Oz, I mean, you think all the characters, they were all going, follow the Yellow Brick Road to where? To go see The Wizard of Oz. Why? Because he was going to grant the motherfucking wishes. Okay. But then you get there, and he's the man behind the curtain, the short man behind the curtain, you know, and he's just like calling hoaxes on everyone. So they actually freed the released the demon by going towards it. Oh shit! I mean, I make that mistake sometimes. You know, you're like, oh, your intentions are so good, and you really have, you know that it's going to be a struggle to get there because that's what life is. But then you get there and you're like, oh shit, I'm in, you know, I'm not in a very good position right now. Like, who are these demons around me? Okay, I gotta learn a fucking lesson.
Well, I'm up for radical historical revisionism in the sense that I'm not willing to start with this point that 66 million years ago, an asteroid the size of Mount Everest hit the Earth, and this is, you know, the science that they're publishing, their reports that they actually feel comfortable expounding on. They'll say that the asteroid actually ripped a hole in the atmosphere, meaning that space was touching the surface of the Earth and everything was basically sucked out into space. And they're saying there's dinosaur bones on the moon. So to me, science, or rather establishment science, has already jumped the shark.
Yeah, it's more interesting to say that dinosaur bones got blasted into space and now they're coming back because of magnetism or whatever. They can make up all these great stories. Science becomes more interesting when, and maybe they plan this from the get. You know, they're like, oh, you know, we'll get to build and continue to go through the generations, because people are going to find out. People are going to dig. People are going to end up going, you know, Mad Mike. You know, people are going to take the risk and go see what's out there. Me,
I'm glad you brought that up. Because we have people who are willing right now to go to the edge of so-called space to prove or debunk one side or the other. We have Mark Gold, who was on the show about a week and a half ago, and his story went viral for the month of February. So here's the guy getting millions of dollars in free publicity on a crowdfunding campaign to buy a ticket to space for a flat earther. And before he could raise $300, they shut it down. It's like, you know, to me, it's just like, wait, all they're doing is they're making themselves look like they got something to hide.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And even someone like that who really took him seriously, you know what I mean, when it came to that, because the whole time he was like laughing and kind of poking fun at it and really challenging the fact. He didn't really want to do the experiment. He just wanted to see how much of a fuss he could make about it. In my opinion, you know, it was kind of a, you know, popularity thing in my opinion.
Well, he was willing,
but I don't know the guy.
He was willing to sit side by side with somebody representing believers in flat Earth, and he's willing to go with them. He still is in a suborbital flight. I invited him to speak at Flat Earth 420, which is the April 20th Zoom conference that we're having, and he's going to basically make the pitch. And I think we have a plan here to try to get most of that money.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I didn't know he was involved in that way, because that in that case he's a little bit more proactive in finding answers, or having some kind of, you know, substantial evidence that he can see with his own eyes. I respect that.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
debating
And
is so fruitless at this point. I mean, I feel like even though you might disagree about who owns the burden of proof, the status quo is set in stone, and somebody's going to have to go the extra mile and actually get some kind of evidence to end this topic once and for all, or it's going to continue despite all the legions of fact checkers they got out there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I got
Exactly.
another person attempting to call in. Appreciate the call very much. I have a couple of people here asking, though, if you have
No
a channel
problem.
to share.
Yeah. Well, I just got on your forum, Hoaxahonest, on the IPR forum. I don't know if anyone's a part of that. I don't know if you're advertising that. But that's a good way to get some of my links. I'll put a link in the chat. You guys can definitely talk. I had like some notes that I wanted to talk to you about. So I might.
Yeah,
I'm
go
definitely
ahead.
gonna
Yeah, if you have
have
another
to call
topic,
back.
by all means, if you have another topic, bring
Oh,
it up. And I
really?
put a link. Thanks for bringing
Yeah,
that up. So we have a forum at infiniteplane.media, and it's kind of like Discord, but I think it's more lasting because you know how it is in
It's
Discord.
cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
So you can go and
I
introduce
do. I like
yourself.
it.
I think you put a link to your music over here or something, and to your. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I put a link to my store, and my music is there. My store is there. My music's at my store. I'm just, low key and try to design some stuff and bring some more awareness or whatever. My single's Bow Down Babylon. You've played it so many times. Oh my gosh, it's surreal to hear it and to hear the feedback. So it's really cool to have a platform to, where people do resonate and give me feedback. So that's great. It's like, thank you so much. I'm really humbled every time you play it. I'm like, oh shit. So thank you.
Oh yes, so
But
everybody
yeah,
should know you then.
now I'm-
Everybody here knows that you're the singer of Bow Down Babylon and also a few other songs that
Yeah.
I mean, those compilations that came out in 2020 are really incredible, cutting edge. I think that the music that came out as a result of the lockdowns was one of the best things, to arrive out of the whole situation.
Oh yeah, that was some good times. We definitely had to use that time world, and we just pieced everything together. Well, the producers, we all pitched in, but like the main producers, really did a lot and did an excellent job, in putting those things together and having me to be a part of it was so. I mean, I felt so honored to have that opportunity because these are really great producers and musicians as well. So I have a lot of respect for them as writers and truthers, or whatever you want. IPSers, because I don't like truthers so much because, yeah, we'll go there.
Isn't it
Go
funny?
there
Isn't
another
it funny?
time.
No, we're at a time though where if you're called a truther by the establishment, it's a bad thing. It's like you're known as something of an enemy of the state because you tell the truth. I mean, what does it say about them?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not one with the liars, so I'm a truther. It's like, okay, I'm
Right. They've twisted up both, definitions. It's like an Ouroboros. Sort of reminds me of. Is like you tell somebody truth, but then you're like, wait a minute, is that fully truth, or is there a bit of a sprinkle of a lie in there? And then you realize, oh shit, I got to dissect this. Even the word that you're saying consists the lie, or the spell, or the trance, or so we have to learn other languages, other syllables and techniques of using your voice in different frequencies as well, and you do that by listening to music in that frequency. Then you start to like play music and then talk, and then everything is, you start to feel your vibration is there, and it's just different. It's different than what everyone else is vibrating on. That's what separates, and just your thoughts separate you from the next person because of the vibration of your thoughts. So that's why I feel like this what they're doing right now, and this is what I'll segue into what I want to talk to next, is they're using frequency, which includes anything from music, anything that consists of liquid substances, even air, anything that can catch ether, anything that can catch waves, sine waves, okay, so I'm going into the virus, the vaccine, all of this, everything that's going on, the music that's being played, Cardi B, Miley Cyrus, all these people, and then even ones that I used to like before, they're twisting these artists into their pawns, basically, because that's what they've signed up for. We all know this. That's what they call them, celebrities, because they're just cells to them. They just, they're moldable cells. So what was I going to say about that? Oh, and so with the vaccine is like, or not the vaccine, but the virus itself. Okay, first of all, my children are unvaccinated. Okay, so period, from the beginning. So to give them a vax in the middle of their, their immunity building life would be detrimental to them.
Well, let me bring this up really quick here, because this is what's insane about the environment we're in right now, is they will censor us for talking about this stuff, whatever your point of view is. And the last 2 times I've been censored, one, I was making fun of QAnon, and they blocked the video because they said I was pushing QAnon. And then I've been questioning whether or not there's anything to really fear, but now my videos get taken down for that. But anyway, continue, because I'm not censoring people's opinions on this matter. But I'm saying that I'm pro anti-vax, even though I'm not anti-vax.
Well, right. No, I hear you. I totally listen to your point of view about vax, and I think it makes sense. Like, if you're going to vax, okay, so I'm fully vaccinated, so I've experienced the whole, vaccinated situation. I'm fine. I'm broken from whatever, spell they were trying to put me under in some ways. Like, I'm going in that direction. Were the vaccines what they are today? That's a very good question, and I doubt it. So wasn't there more mercury in vaccines in the past? So maybe mercury wasn't so bad for us after all. I mean, these types of things are what comes to my mind. So I was like, okay, those aren't the reasons why I didn't give my children the vax. It's just because I don't feel like they need to go through what I went through. It's unnecessary. I have done the research, and they haven't gotten, they're the only struggle that we go through, because I homeschool my children too. See, this is the thing. It's like, trust me, if there's any moms out there, if there's any,
one second here. Let me go ahead and turn it. I have somebody else from calling. But anyway, look,
go ahead.
Okay, so look, I'm of the opinion, because I have people here who are calling me pro-vax, and I want to say this: anytime there's a topic that is 100% predictable, like I can tell by one bumper sticker somebody's opinion on 50 different issues. And all those issues are meaningless to me, because I think that anything that is perfectly split down the middle is a political football. So I think people are being played. Right. And so I think that the anti-vaxxers, like the ones who protest and they're worried about the future, I think that they are more or less part of a government agitated group. And it's almost like one group is terrified of the virus, and the other side laughs at them and says, you guys are foolish. Nothing. They're like, there's nothing to fear. Why are you wearing the mask? And the other side says, I'm terrified of the vaccine. It's just like, wait a minute. Both sides are.
Well, you're right. And then at this point, really quick, because I know there are other people trying to call in, if I put the mask on my children now at this point, after vaccinating them for so long, immunizing them for so long, it would be detrimental to their immunization. So I would be doing them injustice if I don't allow them to assimilate to whatever bacteria and so-called viruses are out in the world. So that was my main point of the whole thing. The next thing I really quick wanted to mention, I don't know if you heard about this news, but Pfizer was coercing countries okay, like Argentina and Brazil, for, and I hope this is going to be, this was news, okay, for, they were demanding military bases guaranteed for vaccines. So not only were they saying, okay, with the vaccines are limited, but they're going to certain countries saying, hey, give us your military base and we'll guarantee you the vaccine, point blank. And then if they say no, then they try to sell them some insurance. So there's some twisted shit that Pfizer's doing that I'm just like, that's another reason why I'm anti-vax. It's because it's more than just the fucking what's in the needle. It's actually what's behind the curtain, just in the Wizard of fucking Oz. And that's what I want to say. So
Awesome. Appreciate
do
that.
your research, figure that out. Like, just know that it's Pfizer is up to no good. Johnson & Johnson, all these people, but these people, yeah, they shady as fuck. So just that's that's a real main reason, right? I mean, we gotta keep those people far. But anyway, it was so nice talking to you, Tim. Thank you so much for
Awesome.
giving me
Yeah,
this
appreciate the
time.
call, and thanks for promoting the forum. I want to make more use of the forum in the future, and so I'll send people over there, Infinite Plane Media /community. You can introduce yourself in the forum, and then they can find you there and your music. Thanks again for calling. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, how's it going, man?
Oh, pretty good here, and just got off the phone with the caller about this topic, which I don't know if you know, but my video from the other night when you and I spoke, YouTube pulled a channel over it, which I don't. I
heard that was what I was going to start off with. I was going to apologize for being the person who got it struck down, got you censored. So
I want to thank
it's
you.
Crazy because
I want to thank you because look, the sooner we get censored 150 times, the sooner the world's going to look and they're going to say, why is this channel being targeted? So no, I appreciate it. It's another
dude,
notch.
I feel bad, and I should have known better. You know, they're out bragging today. I saw an article that they've deleted like 1 million videos for medical misinformation, and I should have known that they had their algorithms on it and not even brought it up. It's actually a smart way you say your stance is. So it sucks that you're trying to just have a call-in show and people can't even call in and say something because YouTube takes that against you and gives you a strike and takes down your channel. So sorry again about that.
No, not at all.
My
I want to
bad.
say thank you for real because I'm encouraging people to call in literally and speak their minds because we have so many redundancies. Because even though they kicked us off 80 some times, most of those channels are still there and they're still validated and I can log back in. So we're live right now on 3 YouTube channels in addition to everything else. And the archive from that show already went out. So no, it's too late. We let the genie out of the bottle. It's too late. You know, anything they do is just, it's futile. So no, I'm actually happy about it. We're keeping tabs, you know, we're keeping track. It's a record.
Yeah, it'll create like a black market, and I think that stuff will be in good demand. But yeah, it sucks. We have to think about. I guess you have a pretty good plan with you can have channels go down. Although they could strike all your channels at once. I guess if you're streaming on 3 and somebody calls in and says something, I guess is one risk with that approach.
They haven't been able to because I never turned them off. So the live stream we're listening to now, even though I'm recording this segment, has been going on for some 70 hours, and it will never process. And I found this to be foolproof. The only time they ever get me with a strike is if I upload a video in isolation. So they might not like it, but they can't render a video that's a week long.
It just sucks. It's like, do they even tell us what the medical misinformation is? No. And they don't even give us a list of like what the WHO is saying. Like YouTube is essentially saying they have some list of all the claims the WHO has made. And you can't say anything off that list. And, you know, our conversation yesterday wasn't even that misinformation filled or anything. So yeah, it sucks. But what's the topic at hand today? I don't want to get you struck again.
Well,
the giant trees, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, one thing. Okay, so infectious waste. If the mask is infectious waste, just hypothetically, why are people hanging it from their rear view mirrors in their cars? Like that should be in the trash. So, you know, we're just making social commentary just to question the official narratives. And I think that's what's really so dangerous. And they're just using this as a loophole because obviously we're raising valid points. And even though I'm not necessarily specifically an anti-vaxxer and I'm pro-anti-vaxxer, I'm not going to take I'm not going to take a cough drop if they tell me to, just because I don't trust them on anything. So I kind of think one of the side effects of this operation has been to try to create a more compliant population. And that's one of the side effects of the vax, more than anything that bothers me.
Yes. And the censorship and the coercing and forcing things and telling us what to do. I just saw something, Joe Biden came out today and said, well, I probably can't even quote him because they'll take it down for misinformation or something, but it just scares me what he's talking about with invoking all these wartime terminologies, like we're at war with the virus. And he says, I'm going to do everything in my power. I will not relent until we beat this virus. So anything's acceptable. Anything's on the table if it's war. I mean, they could use these troops that are already out in the street and round up dissidents or anything. Like they say everything is still on the table for them. And I think that they're kind of freaking out at the moment because if there wasn't as big of a ripple going through the population, they wouldn't have to resort to such blatant things that might actually wake more people up, the Streisand effect.
Well, after we spoke last night, I was looking at my Twitter feed, and every few minutes something would fly by my feed. So somebody took this vax and this happened. And even though you can't necessarily say that A caused B, these stories are numerous. And so it looks like is this a deliberate attempt to sabotage the public confidence in this thing? I don't know. The left is a bunch of vax junkies and mask cucks, and the right are being, I think, they're doing their due diligence, which of course, again, is labeled as dangerous misinformation. But anyway, what do you make of all these very popular stories of people dropping dead like flies?
So you're going to go there. You're not even going to let them censor you. I think that there's something very peculiar going on, and I've done, in-depth coverage on these situations. I just saw another one that I just posted. It's really sad. I don't know if it's necessarily what everybody is jumping to the conclusion it is, but it doesn't look good for the. I'm trying to pick my words. Yeah, it's I don't know, because all we can really go off of is the clinical trial results and then what happens in the wild, so to speak. So we have the social media posts, we have databases like, I'm not even going to say the word because it probably is a red flag word for the algo companies.
Right. And here's something I'm finding to be great. We're dealing with known liars, and I think we can just call it that. I'm seeing people calling out hoaxes on a whole new level. There are people who are questioning if Joe Biden is even there or if he's literally like a hologram or something. And did you see that piece, by the way, yesterday where the top of Joe Biden's head disappeared as he walked in the room?
Yes, I saw it. And I don't know if that was just, him matching the wall or if that was something else. I was trying to look really closely at some of the markings on the wall. I was just thinking, though, either way, it's funny that that's like the poster boy of the Democrats right now, given how much they disdain white people, seemingly. And it's just crazy that they've made such a big issue out of this, white privilege and stuff over the years. And then this is the guy they went with.
Yes, absolutely.
He matches the white wall.
Yeah, no, he's
fading into the.
Yeah, it was like the Predator, where he blends in with the background like a chameleon. But
what was your assessment, your analysis from watching that tape? Do you think that there was some green screenery going on?
Well, see, that makes no sense to me at all. I can understand a body double, but maybe that's what they have to do. Maybe it's more convincing. The technology is there to digitally insert somebody, but then the question is why? Why do we have a CGI president and not the real thing? So to me, it's an open question.
Yeah, and why aren't they using the Oval Office? I guess maybe they just figured no one would notice, so less travel or something, easier to produce. I don't know. You would think that they would just use the actual building, but it seems like they have different venues, and maybe that's just an actual thing the government does. If they're like, they're not smart enough to know We tell them there's people on the moon and they believe that. So I don't know what to make of it exactly, if it's just their laziness. I don't even think there's anything like they're trying to fool us with. Like, I think Joe has access to all the presidential stuff. So I don't know. That's where the theory kind of falls apart for me. But it is weird that they're, doing movie magic in politics as well.
Right. And I remember there's this clip where Barack Obama was talking about how he would like to be able to have a third term through a proxy, through a puppet, where he could just sit in his flop clothes in his basement and remote control it. And he gives this duper's delight grin. And or if it's Beau Biden in a hideous silicone mask.
Yeah, I don't think there's I don't think it's Obama that's really calling all the shots. I could be wrong. I feel like Obama and Biden are getting their marching orders. They're both drones from the same entity or person who's calling the shots. But maybe it's like one person on a puppet and then another person underneath him on a puppet string, But do you see that Obama is like the top of the totem pole?
No, I really don't, honestly. I think these guys are all clearly puppets. And yeah, I'm looking at this CGI Joe Biden thing as just, are they just trying to prop up this guy who probably is dead just long enough so that we don't cry foul when Kamala Harris takes over? And I think that might be in the cards here, which it's a nightmarish thing.
That's looking likely.
Well, it's predicted by The Simpsons, so it's almost a certainty.
Yeah, she was wearing the same outfit as Lisa in the episode, like where they flashed to the future and Lisa became president at the inauguration. So, yeah, lots of weird stuff going on with the politics these days. And yeah, I don't think they did it. It's like you were saying earlier with the V word. It's hard to tell if we're jumping to predictable, desired outrage. And like right now, everybody hates Joe Biden. Like I guess a lot of people are happy it's not Trump, but I don't think there's that many people who are like actually happy with Joe Biden's performance. Like you go to a YouTube video and it's like 99% thumbs down. Everyone's just loving to hate on him. But I just don't know why they wouldn't have gone with somebody more popular, that can actually, like a JFK kind of personality that they can hype up. And I know they do try to hype up Joe Biden, but it doesn't seem like it's working.
No, not at all. It doesn't seem to be working at all. It is very curious, and it's almost like they did it because he's disposable. And here's a quote. So there's an episode from The Simpsons, episode 17, season 11. And this is from 21 years ago. And this is Lisa Simpson in an identical uniform or wardrobe to what Kamala is wearing. And she says, "As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump." I mean, that's pretty blatant.
It's very blatant because especially Trump obviously hadn't become president yet, and it wasn't even being discussed. It doesn't even make, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense knowing the celebrity culture, but he wasn't like he wasn't a well-known politician that looked like he had presidential ambitions or anything. And I guess we have to point out the possibility that Kamala could be, matching Lisa since the Simpsons had already been out there. But yeah, it does seem like predictive programming, and I'm guessing all from the same source. I doubt that it's like Kamala pranking us or anything.
Right. And with regards to Biden, I was thinking about the symbolism of him, and I thought, well, maybe Joe Biden represents an old, enfeebled white America giving way to something new. And that's represented by Kamala Harris. And so we're watching him die, and it's kind of like, and if you look at it, we're actually seeing, that's kind of how my impression, it's like we're watching the end of this version of America.
To make the next move more dramatic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's good writing, and I think that's what they're doing.
It is good writing, because if they're playing off someone that, is really poor performance, then the next person, it looks like Kamala is at the front of the line here. She's just going to shine that much brighter because of his lackluster. You're right.
Yes, exactly. And okay, so this is again, more examples of predictive programming. Yesterday or the other day, we were speaking about Stanley Kubrick and this coming space war narrative. So one final thing here, we now have discussion of Russia and China more or less, I guess, staking their claim on the moon. So Space 9/11 seems to be in the cards as like the next thing coming along. Any thoughts on that, on the Stanley Kubrick kind of more or less predicting or meta-scripting our future?
Yes. Great video you did yesterday. Shame it got deleted. Or was there one in between? I don't remember. But the one you did yesterday was really good with showing The Shining and like the twins. I never thought about that, or if I had, I forgot that I had thought about it. The twins representing the towers, I thought was very interesting. Also, it's in regards to the moon. I saw a news story today that they were going to send 6.66 million sperm samples to the moon because I guess that's supposed to be a good idea or something. Did you see that one?
Okay, I knew that they were sending a whole lot of stuff to the moon. I didn't know it was 6.66 million. Doesn't
well, I
surprise
assumed
me.
it was. I saw that they were going to send 6.7, so I just assumed they rounded it. Try 6.7 million sperm samples to the moon.
Now, this 666 number is always connected with the space program in general, and I think it has to do with the sun god and sun worship. But yes, NASA is sending, I'm going to find that headline. Man, that's just so in your face. It's kind of like Peg Whitman. She was the captain of this space station for some time, and she orbited the world for 666 days. Like, again, that they chose that.
Well, there's also just the aspect of, it looks like an egg up in the sky, and they've done so many of these like fertility rituals with the phallics shooting off the ground, and then the astronaut, like the baby at the end of 2001 Space Odyssey, the astronauts look like a fetus with the umbilical cord and the big head and all this stuff. You've covered this before, but I just see it like blatant insemination ritual here with the sperm being sent to the moon, which is what they've been doing, playing out for a lot of iterations here.
Great catch here. It says that specifically. It says we need a moon ark to store frozen seed, sperm, and eggs from 6.7 million Earth species. So yeah, clearly they rounded it because 6.666 would have been a little too obvious here. So you got the phallic rocket that's going to basically deposit the stuff on the moon. Give me a break. It's a ritual. It's a fertility rite.
Exactly. So I guess that'd be kind of a question I'd pose to you, because you've covered this before. Like, what do you see in terms of the fertility ritual and the occult side of that, or the mythology or anything? I know you've done a ton of presentations on this. Does anything come to mind when you see the story?
With this one, yeah, absolutely, because there's stages to the space program. It went from first man in space, then you had first man on the moon, then you had a period of time in low Earth orbit, and now we're getting to the point of actual colonization. And it only makes sense that before we actually have colonization, there's going to be some ritual insemination. Like the obelisk, of course, is the Earth god, and it has to go knock up the other planets, basically. And yeah, that's exactly what it looks like to me. And the fact that they put that 666 on there seals the deal, because that number is always associated with incarnated sun gods. That's what the Pope's number references. The Pope has been his title, which is basically the Vicar of Christ, translates with numerology to 666 for this reason. He's the embodied sun god. So again, what you caught here, they also call it a Noah's Ark on the moon. So they're using all kinds of archaic symbolism and terminology here. It's definitely fertility cult.
Fascinating. And just to loop back, the coverage you did the other day with the 9/11, I guess you've been doing it for a few episodes in the series. The 9/11 and the Kubrick stuff, I find very interesting. Like, I don't know if I go far enough to say that he's still on the world stage or behind the curtains of the world stage, but I wouldn't put it past him. And it just begs the question, why was there so much encoding into his early films Was it just a fact of it, or just a case of them telling him, okay, here's the predictive programming we need you to put in there, all work and no play, or A11 and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and the standing up at the carpet looking like the Apollo launch site, and the Apollo on the kid's sweater, just so many things like that. And then the 9/11 stuff too. Yeah, it's fascinating to think about. So are you partially joking when you say you think he's still on the world stage, or is there something that really makes you think that?
Well, I think he's probably, age-wise, I don't think he's an active participant, but I can see that his vision and his script, his narrative framework that was evident in all of his films, I think it probably extends to stuff we haven't seen yet. Like, I kind of think even the coronavirus lockdown was hinted at. In fact, even in Space Odyssey, it even does foreshadow a virus as a false pretext for a lockdown. And what kind of sealed it for me, among a few other details, is that his first film, Doctor Strangelove, was going to be screened on 11/22/63, and they canceled it because of the assassination of JFK. And the same body of research that connects Kubrick to predicting 9/11 has connected him to essentially directing the so-called assassination. You know, this theory suggests the assassination was fake, but yeah, even this has a lot of Kubrick connections.
Very interesting. And how would you see that working? I know that, we can't really tell for sure. We can only kind of infer, but do you see him writing the metascript, as you would call it, or do you see him enacting it and kind of putting it into art?
Yeah, that's probably what I think his task was, that of, and you can find many articles that talk about the alchemy of his work with regards to Space Odyssey. I think his task was getting us to basically emotionally and psychologically attach ourselves to the mythology of the space age. So they replaced all the old gods with this new vision of a multi-planetary species human. So I kind of think that this task was going to be about transforming humanity over a period of time. And I think that maybe as a script writer, his task would have been, okay, well, we need this to consolidate everybody on this new concept of sin. This is the virus. As in, we need a universal threat. I mean, how many times have we heard them talk about universal threats to unite everybody, whether it's climate change specifically, or asteroids, alien invasion?
Right. The term existential threat, which I guess means a threat to our existence itself, right?
Exactly. So I would say that they probably started with the end in mind. And that's my thinking here. I kind of think that 2020 was the end of the age as far as the script goes, because many of these events, like 9/11 and many others, are more or less connected to 2020 as an end date. So it's bookended. And in my analysis of what I call the metascript, I've come to believe that the end of the age, in the new age, I think that we just passed that time period. And I think they are able to write the script and stick to it because they write it with the end in mind. And this gives them solid dates to work back from. And this would explain all of the weird coincidences, like these things that are just beyond coincidence. Like I brought up last night, the blackouts in New York happening exactly 42 years apart, or many other things we can name. I think that the only way it would work is if you started with the end in mind. And I think that Kubrick would have been more or less a technical advisor because of his expertise on visual special effects.
Fascinating. Yeah, I've got to do some more research. Maybe we all do, just about like how are those decisions made in things like The Shining to get the carpet just right, and to like who did the costume design there. I don't know if we'll ever really know. Was that you covering, or was that me reading somewhere else? Stanley Kubrick's daughter has been in the news lately for like retweeting stuff about QAnon and stuff. I don't know if you saw that. There was one that she retweeted, which was a photoshopped image of Jake, the QAnon shaman, bursting through the door like Jack did in Shining with the axe and sticking his head through the hole. Did you see the drama about his daughter?
No,
recently?
I haven't. But now that I think about it, I'm going to have to look at that because, wow, that would be funny. And something else you brought up, would we be able to find out who is behind orchestrating or how they actually pull it off? I did manage to find an article last year about Christopher Nolan and the Batman movies and how the art director that he hired was the guy that put the connections to Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing in the film. And so you can actually find a who done it, like actually who did it. You can solve that mystery with regards to who connected these major psyops to these Batman movies. And that story ends in a weird way because the art director that Christopher Nolan used actually ended up dead, and he's buried in a cemetery in Sandy Hook. So there are some answers. I think you could find it in the art departments and some kind of oversight by I would imagine, the intelligence agencies that run the psyops and are guiding these broader stories.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. And we can only guess, really, because even when they tell us one of those stories, it could just be a fall guy that they said, oh, no, they caught on to it. It was you. Just say it was you, and here's why. And also they can just say, hey, Christopher Nolan, we're going to give you your budget here, but you need to pick this as your art director, and what he says goes, or something like that. But yeah, man, thanks for taking my call. And I'm sorry again about the saying some stuff that YouTube, I know YouTube doesn't like, so I don't know why I said it on your show other than just to defend the other side of the issue. But keep up the great work, man. I appreciate you taking my call.
Awesome. No, that was our 89th badge of honor as a channel. Thanks for the call, Tim Truth. Appreciate it. And yes, dangerous misinformation got us kicked off, and I'm happy about it because we're going to reach a breaking point here. Like I said, we have backup channels, we have redundancies. We're live right now on 3 YouTube channels concurrently, along with everything else. And as much as they would like to censor us and block us, they can't, because we've got video files that are so large that they can never be processed. Our videos are like a week long. I never turn them off for this reason. And I talk about it because I know they're listening, and I know it hurts them. And I'm just curious, like when they say, our team members sat around and deliberated for hours last night and decided to flag your video. Like, I want to know how many people are sitting around discussing these things, and where are the victims? Show me the victims. Like, I would like to see a written statement or maybe a video of somebody weeping, somebody crying, just complaining about something that somebody said on the internet. Where are the victims that we're censoring these videos for? It's like the Minority Report. You're pre-convicted of a hate crime, pre-convicted of a thought crime. All right, so let us continue. This thing with Stanley Kubrick, if you're new to it, this whole theory is based on the idea that all of the major conspiracy theories of recent memory are all guided by the same hidden hand. So there aren't factions. It's not like the left wing does fake shootings and the right wing does fake terror attacks, but they're united at the top of the pyramid, so to speak. And so the idea here is that they took the best actors, the best directors, and charged them with helping to create this necessary sequence of major psychodramas that would result in the changes that they seek to make in the world itself. And that may sound like a conspiracy theory or maybe a couple of years ago, but you can't deny that the world has utterly been changed in the last year. This is now year 2 of Clown World, which kicked off on 3/11/2020, in which everybody showed just how programmed they've been this entire time. You didn't know that you lived in a world of MK Ultra sleeper agents? You do now. But no, I like to be pretty brazen about the fact that we respect free speech, and the exchange of ideas is something that we defend here. I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will happily lose a YouTube channel to defend your right to say it. And at the end of the night, all of the recordings here get uploaded and disseminated anyway. So if you don't want to miss anything, Become a patron for $2 a month at patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society, and you won't miss a thing. Overthought says the Q believers are still waiting in queue. Yeah, the Q believers are still waiting for Q-tips. The anonymous Q-tips from their anonymous source that tells them to remain in queue and trust the plan. They don't want the Q-tips that go up their nose from the bad guys. Again, I want to point out, and one of our first callers, Hoaxahontis, brought this up. Over at the Infinite Plane site, if you go to infiniteplane.media, the very first button says the IPS Public Web Forum. As many of you know, our Discord server is active 24/7, and if you miss a few days, you've got to scroll for miles to see what you've missed. So I'm distilling the best topics, the best ideas and links, and conversation starters, and putting them over here in the public forum, which it's more lasting, it's organized, it's searchable, and these threads can be built on for years. And of course, when somebody responds to a thread, you get an email notifying you. So it's just another area to network that will ensure that we maintain the integrity of this think tank into the future, despite the best efforts of Big Brother to shut it down. You don't have to pay. It's a free open forum for the public, like I said. And also Discord is also available for Patreon members. Now the chat rooms, by the way, and this is why I'm so big on being on all these video platforms. The chats all cross post. So if you're on YouTube, you can chat with somebody on DLive, etc. But this is where the think tank used to exist. The think tank has always just been a highly active and engaged chat room. And people wonder, why do you have so many moderators? So if you go into our YouTube channel, you'll have hundreds of users with wrenches, which allows you to ban people. And that's because we used to say, let's just keep this a members only thing and ban everybody who's not a part of what we're discussing, because we're trying to maintain quality. And it worked. It turned out that we could actually create more or less like what a paywall does, but without a paywall. A wall, a phalanx of wrenches. So if you're curious about why you're always seeing penguins with wrenches associated with Infinite Plane Radio, that's the origin story. And we specifically used the wrenches, the moderators, to remove trolls, or just agents there to distract people from the substance of the conversation. Okay, shock claim, Kobe Bryant is alive. I mentioned this earlier, and here is the theory. Now, this is really interesting. If you look into CIA disguise and their procedures, Jonah Mendez was the CIA master disguise for some 27 years. Expectations. In other words, if somebody sees you, you want them to check every box on a list of attributes opposite of what you used to be. So if you do all these things to throw people off. So someone brought this to me and they said they believe that Kobe Bryant, who is probably not dead if you've looked at any of the so-called evidence, that Kobe Bryant has been recast as another athlete known as Myles Garrett. So this is, of course, a football player. The first time hearing it. This is from Conscious X. And I'm going to play some from here just so you can see that. But let me go ahead and play a clip. This is from Conscious X. This video came from a commenter recommending it.
I'd like to take this.
Okay, so it starts off with he's playing basketball, and this is where I think people have noticed the similarities in the style of his playing.
Ripping the ball away from people. I'm like, this guy here do that. I don't know about all the lateral quickness and stuff, but I know in the paint he'll definitely be a crazy problem.
Yeah, I didn't play in the NBA, Jay, but I played with enough NBA players early in my career in the off season as well as pickup when I was in college. I hate to say it, man. I have never seen an NFL football player
at basketball for a football player. And his name again is Myles Garrett. And the theory posited here by Conscious X is that you're looking at Kobe Bryant possibly in prosthetics, a bodysuit, or maybe not. Maybe after he faked his death, he just put on weight. So let me go through some of the commenters think, people who are more familiar with both of these characters. Okay, here we go. Someone says, maybe it's aliens taking on human form shapeshifters. Probably way off. Okay, Lightning McLean says he's got Kobe's dunk packages, the same one from the year 2000. Bro, it can't be Kobe. There's no way someone can go back to being 21 when he died at 41. That's another thing about it too. Jonah Mendez, and I'm going to bring her up in regards to their age. Jonah Mendez is an American former chief of disguise in the Central Intelligence Agency's Office of Technical Service. There's a number of speeches she gives, some talks, interviews she's conducted, and this is just par for the course. You're going to want to do things that make people instantly incredulous. Because most people take incredulity as an argument in favor of their point of view. Well, there's no way it could be this. Okay, let's continue. I'm going through the they want. Something to think about. Chicago Drill says, you can't tell me that's not Kobe. He sounds and looks. So, again, these are individuals who know more about Kobe and Myles. I don't know. I haven't watched either of them play. That's what they're saying. This is where it's at, says, hell no. That's not Kobe. Myles Garrett is a psyop. He hit that quarterback Mason Rudolph. Okay, listen to this one. Lionel Sanchez says he's probably juiced up off of... I have to listen. Melina Universe says that's Kobe's voice. It's him for real. They shouldn't do this, as they have people so sad about his death. This is sickening. Convincing to a lot of people. Now, let's go ahead and listen to him speaking, just so you have a reference.
For me to share not only what I've been doing, but what I'm doing to take a step forward and leave all that behind me.
Were you surprised when you were reinstated?
Yes and no. I was hoping for it, so I kind of tried.
I'll need to see a close-up Photoshop analysis of the teeth side by side. Just keep it 300 with me said, man, that's Kobe Bryant. See, someone else here says that layup gives it away. All right, going on. Someone else did some deeper research, and he says that idiot's rule of thumb. Two things. One, the rule of thumb. And the second thing is a new... So first, anything they could fake in the movies, they can fake in the news. That's just the bottom line. So special effects are not just for the movies. And then two, you have to ask yourself, well, is it even fakeable? Once again, I believe my ringer... Okay, it's back on. If you want to call in... Someone says his daughter will probably... Backup number you can call and put it in the chat. Yeah, some believe that Kate Perry is JonBenet Ramsey, which I find at least. Mason Rudolph with his helmet. So anyway, let's get to the bottom of this. Are we looking at Kobe Bryant repackaged? But I think most of us here can agree, or those of us who've looked into it, that his death scene, supposed death scene, the crash scene, the whole thing is very questionable. And just to point out one more thing here. The reason why people come to question some of these events that you should might add up. And so what you'll find is that, let's say the people who don't believe the moon landing happened, 8% of the population thinks the moon landing was fake. Well, what do they have in common? What they share in common is they investigated. Infinite Plane Radio, do you think that Kobe Bryant is alive?
Oh no, Kobe's alive.
he's chilling with Tupac and Epstein and Steve Jobs. And big shout out to Hoaxer Hondas. What a call, great call. No, Myles Garrett is a walking psyop. I'm gonna put you on to what's going on with the NFL. A lot of the high profile problem players in the NFL end up being in the broadcasting booth. Myles Garrett is a pretty articulate dude. He's a smart dude, and he was part of a psyop involving a quarterback by the name of Mason Rudolph. Myles Garrett hit that white dude, Mason, with a helmet on the field. He is a walking psyop, but people are wrong about this. They are not the same people at all. He's soft spoken. He's articulate. He's going to end up in the broadcasting booth or in politics or whatever. He did a humiliation ritual when he hit that dude with the helmet. He was like America's bad guy for a week. But no, I don't buy it at all. The age difference. And another thing is, people are acting like Kobe Bryant could really fall like that. Kobe Bryant is one of the most overrated players in the history of the NBA. He got so many points from the free throw line. And I'm not even a fan like that. And I know he's an overrated ball player, but no, I don't buy this one at all. This is gonna throw a lot of people to. I didn't mean to cut you off, but this is gonna throw a lot of people off.
Well, what can you tell me about this? What can you tell me about the whacking Rudolph on the head with a helmet, with his own helmet, no less?
He hit. Have you pulled it up on the screen? Have you seen this fight at all? And the fight is fake, and it was a huge story. And he said, Myles Garrett said he hit Mason. The dude, keyword Mason, he said that Mason called him the N-word or something like that. And they had a mini riot on the field. Really staged riot. You know what I'm saying? With all that gear on. They're just LARPing on the field. And it was so fake. And it was so contrived. And it was a humiliation. But I'm telling you, Myles Garrett he's probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame. He's going to end up being on TV. And under that type of scrutiny, nah, I don't buy this one. Nah.
Yeah, that's probably not Kobe. Now, this is kind of interesting here. So the guy getting hit on the head's name is Mason. And so for those of you who aren't initiated, past, and raised Freemasons, if you're not in the cult, when you're in the third degree, they hit you on the head with a hammer, but it's all staged. It's a fake. Yep. So this looks very Masonic for hitting a guy named Mason.
It was. As a matter of fact, I saw a show today. It's called, it's a judge show. And I think it's Personal Injury Court or whatever. And there was this dude, he was in the cage, and he was gangbanging with the judge, and he won. He literally threw up Masonic signs to the judge, and the judge ruled in his favor. It was so crazy.
Okay, well, hey, this is great. Another NFL psyop, and there are so many of these things.
Oh man, that's all they do, bro. The whole league is a psyop, man. I'm not big on Zachary Hubbard all the time, but he's been breaking down a lot of these things involving the sports and stuff like that, like the marriage of sports, entertainment, politics, and all that. Like it's mind blowing. Like some of the early psyops. The psyops involving all the NFL players and the NBA players that die in weird ways, the athletes and all that. And I always say all these estates and the insurance companies and things like that, people don't even really realize like who's controlling all these assets and stuff like that. A lot of these people are worth more dead than they are alive. It's crazy.
Well, this is, I've heard this before. You brought up Zachary Hubbard. This is very consistent, the type of theater we see. It's like what you would see in World Wrestling Entertainment. And sports is sacred.
We live in the worldwide, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying sports are so sacred these days. And you can criticize religion, but when you say sports are fake, criticize the Bible all you want, but don't dare say football's fake or rigged. That's a blasphemy.
Oh, yeah. And another thing, I think there's going to be another wave of COVID again, bro. I don't think they're going to let it die. Did you see that Duke University said that they're not going to go to the NCAAs because of the March Madness? They're not going this year. They said it today. They're not going. I was like, what the hell? That's a lot of money that school's walking away from. So again, another big time university is saying they're shutting down. They shut down the whole basketball program. That's unheard of in sport.
Well, another wave, I'd like to say no way. It's not believable, but after that event of 1/6, I think they could just say it. If they say there's another wave and that we have to lock down, the public is on a leash right now, and they have trauma-induced mind control and Stockholm syndrome, and they'll do whatever they're told. So I hope it's not the case, but I won't be shocked.
Yeah. And another thing, though, these tree stump things, like, is this gaining traction for real?
It's gaining traction enough that Reuters is now sending out fact checkers to confront anybody on Facebook, basically starting the conversation about whether or not we're looking at ancient giant trees when we're looking at mountains, and specifically in Antarctica. So somebody put the tag on it, research flat earth, and it got Reuters all triggered, and they sent out their agents. Not even reporters. Wow. They're not reporters. They don't do interviews. They're called fact checkers, book burners.
Man, it's the same thing though. Like, I've been like trying to figure out a way to like phrase it, bro. Like, this job really doesn't have a lot of oversight. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you could almost literally print anything and you're not gonna go to jail for nothing. Like, this is pretty like when we started talking about this a couple years ago about probably like from the beginning, and to me, that makes me think that this whole thing's been orchestrated from the beginning of this country, that we could do this without being punished.
Well, that sounds absolutely accurate to me. And when I say Metascript, I'm talking about the blueprint that the elite have, because we can see their fingerprints. They knew that there was going to be a reset and that it was going to be timed along about the time that Saturn and Jupiter have their conjunction, which happens every 20 years or so, and they knew it was going to happen in 2020 at least 50 or 60 or 70 years ago. I believe they knew this.
Yeah, I mean, like, and just to backtrack a little bit, I think that a lot of people, like, they'll like, people will throw a lot of things up against the wall to see what sticks. Like, one person did, I think it was Cam B a few years ago, he made a video about Martin Luther King being Don King and stuff like that. And a lot of his other things I didn't really, but that one always stuck out in my mind. But the Myles Garrett one, I don't know, bro. Like, dude is so young. You can't fake a college football career while you're playing in the NBA. I don't care who you are. You cannot be a Superman and just do this. Like, I don't know. I don't want to call whoever posted that an agent, but this one is, people need to use your discernment a little bit. Just because somebody presents something that might be feasible doesn't mean it's actual fact or something that you should even investigate. Like, this one, you
have to see, okay, it's an extraordinary claim. Let's see if there's anything to it. But like you said, you have to look and see, cross-reference it with other things, and if you can debunk it, you should. And I often will share something, even if I know it's probably not true, just to see what other people have come up with, and just to see how skeptical people are. And I actually think it's a good thing that so many people are willing to even go there. That's how little they trust the liars who control the MSN.
Oh, yeah. Nobody, I mean, it's getting to the point where nobody's even trusting, like, I don't know, like, people with a rational mind and a free thinker is going to look at everybody that has a huge chance to just lock us all down in some way, because there's no way that we could start a real grassroots movement and not be surveilled by Karens, snitches, by the police, the NSA, CIA, or FBI and all that. You cannot get 20 people in a like-minded room. Just like, our lives are an open book to these people, point blank.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Westworld or Hunger Games, where the elite have this view where they're almost, when I say the elite, whoever controls the media, they have all of the conspiracy theories out there about how centralized control is. And it didn't take like NWO troops to subdue everybody. It just took the TV and Dr.
Yeah.
Fauci, and it worked beautifully. And honestly, I mean, they deserve some level of at least appreciate how total this thing is. Like you can laugh, you can mock this stuff, the conspiracy theorists, but I'm sorry, but yes, we just watched the whole world go into lockdown over something invisible that, I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody's ignoring the fact that, like, in Miami at one point, they said, like, this was the longest stretch ever in Miami where somebody didn't get shot, what wasn't killed by a gunshot. And then it turns out that everybody in that county, they were counting all that stuff was probably as COVID and stuff like that. So, like, all these statistics, I think that all the statistics that we used to trust, we need people own guns. We don't know how many people are here. We don't even know how much land is on the earth. I personally think that Diego Garcia, that little island, is a jump off for somewhere else. Because that's a major base in the middle of nowhere. Could you pull up the map? Because my phone just timed out while we're talking. But if you pull up a map and see that island, where are they going? That's a major. I won't say major, but that's a jump off point. I'm worried about who Kobe is. I'm worried about land and freedom.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point there. And that's one of the reasons why I think they probably want to censor the flat earth topic so much, is that it has people questioning the globe model, not just the shape, but is it really 70% water? Or is there land they're hiding? And I figured that maybe they're going to start plundering.
Way drug. You feel me? It is, because if you don't get into flat earth, you're probably never going to get, look at mud flood or, it's just like a jumping point. I think that's how come, like, flat earthers are not going to go kill nobody over this or anything like that. It's the starting point of a debate and opening your mind to everything else. That's how come they ridicule it and stuff like that. People are like always like feeling sorry for themselves. Like, why are people coming down on you? Because what you're looking at is contradicting millions of dollars that was spent to program your ass. Pardon my language. You know what I'm saying? So when you're labeling auto hoaxers some way, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So, I mean, like, yeah, it's the gateway drug to freeing your mind.
And what are they going to call us? Non-believers? I mean, they're running out of terms. They call you a denialist. It's like, it's pretty much clear to me that the world state has a religion, and I define religion as a worldview. And those of us who don't accept it, we've been outed as heretics, dissidents, and in need of salvation because we reject the injectable Holy Communion, the vax. Not the vax, but the doctrines that support it. Like if you reject the science, that's why it's such an important issue for them. It shows who believes in the modern paradigm, who believes in the cult of scientism versus who's still skeptical.
Really believe that they're trying to murk everybody. I think that they're trying to merge this. All right, I'm gonna watch my mouth. They trying to, when you really think about the three systems, I call them three systems. Call it democracy, the other one communism, and then what's going on in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? And the elites are just sitting there. They're trying to figure out which experiment they're going to run with for the next part after the reset. And right now, you'll satisfy the Middle East, with the whole covering your face and all the other things like that. And, and they'll just clamp down on the population. That's exactly it. It's one way you want to do it. The nice way, like China, or you want to do it the other way when you're getting stoned and getting executed in the streets. There's not really a lot of options for it.
You make some very valid points. And when they first brought out the face coverings, first I thought censorship. And then I saw the hand sanitizer, which I said, no, this is the holy water of this new paradigm. I said the new religion is clearly a combination of Christian eschatology, that's your global warming end times, Islam, and scientism. And then, of course, you can throw in there communism for sure. But
you got to sprinkle some capitalism because everybody at the top of the pyramid got to eat while we're the goy. You know what I'm saying? We're the animals. We're the cattle. You feel me? And what they're going to understand is that, at least in this country, that I believe that there's probably going to be a good 50 million to 100 million people that's going to really wake up one day that are going to, like, we're not with this. Like, for real, we're not with this no more. And it's going to be everybody from the managers to cops to nurses, doctors, lawyers, judges, sheriffs, sanitation department, the people that cut your lights off. Those are the people that they're going to feel our wrath. Believe that. Sooner or later, people are going to, it's not going to, maybe it'll be spontaneous, but it's not going to be televised, and it's not going to be televised. Ain't no revolution going to be televised. For real.
Not unless it's controlled opposition led from within, like everything that we've seen thus far. I mean, even the leader of the Proud Boys was outed as a federal informant. There's.
But we knew that. We knew that they were cool, but they had, once you have logos and you have a budget, it's the same thing with BLM. You know what I'm saying? Antifa and all that. And the student, it goes. They just keep rerunning the same psyops from the Summer of Rage in the '60s and all that, and all the students, the white liberals, not being racist or anything, but the white liberals and the Jewish people that were running these different movements in the '60s. Their kids, those people, some of those people went to jail in the '60s for terrorism, and they're teaching kids, bro. They're professors all over. Professors are wilding out, and those are the people that are harming our children, and they're harming us, and they're harming our grandparents and our parents. You don't think that these people ain't scared right now? You don't think that these politicians are not scared shitless to go out the door, that somebody is not, they're going to take Cuomo off the scene because somebody in New York is probably going to try to whack him. If it's even a real dude, because there are real people's lives that are getting affected. They're just acting like we're toy soldiers on a checkerboard. You know what I'm saying? Or with pieces on a chessboard. Bro, people have, like, these nurses dancing. Like, somebody gonna walk up in one of these hospitals and really let them know what's good. And I'm not saying I want to see it or telling anybody to do it, but yeah, when you whack grandma to get X amount of dollars for each time it's labeled as COVID and you did not take care of our elders, yeah, you're going to pay for that.
Yeah, someone here says that throwing Cuomo under the bus. Yeah, this is this should be true. You would imagine that you would expect there to be outrage or something. I would like to think that there would be some sort of response commensurate to the severity of this major psyop. We shall see, I guess. We shall see. But do you know, but hold on though, but do we really know how many of these old people are really dying? I'm telling you, somebody's grandma get whacked, somebody's going to get pissed off, and I don't see these nurses walking around like they're acting scared about this. Maybe nobody's dying. That's what I think. That's what I think. Down. The flu died. I mean, I said this even like everybody's saying it though. Even Tony Robbins, the motivational speaker, has come out saying that all they did was they shuffled around some numbers. It's a big power grab and a psyop. And I think it should be safe to say that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the fact that even saying that jeopardizes the channel, that's almost confirmation that we're on the right track. So I'm going to continue, to say that. I kind of think that what we're looking at is nothing more than the establishment of this new religious paradigm, which you were alluding to as well, and it worked. Clearly, most people believe in it. Man, bro, I'm gonna tell you, when are people gonna start saying, "Well, I'm immune and I don't have no rights"? And why is it that we're supposed to be considered innocent till we're guilty? But now I'm guilty of having COVID before, and I'm telling you that I'm immune, and I've been immune. How long? When are people gonna say, "What about human rights"? Well, yes, the presumption of innocence as a principle has been thrown out the window. You've all been pre-convicted. And people were mad about this on the smaller scale after 9/11, where it seemed like, okay, now we're targeting an ethnic group. We're targeting a religion. And so you had people standing up for that saying, you can't just pre-convict all Muslims of terrorism. It becomes xenophobia, it becomes bigoted, etc. Well, now you're allowed to be bigoted and xenophobic against everybody, literally everybody.
They went so far. Every time I go to the airport, I hate flying so much right now because the same people that they said were the terrorists are the people that are patting me down and making me taking my shoes off. And I'm offended every time. But when we started giving up those little rights, that's when they just paved the way for this. So, you know, it's the new 9/11, it's 3/11. You feel me? And it's the same thing, but it's just worse. But the next time it's coming around, it's going to be the blue hats. And I'm not even saying it like, you know, as being facetious, white hats, black hats, small hats. When them blue hats come through, that's going to be when people are going to realize something's true, because this is really a worldwide system, man. I go sit here and watch the news around the world, and I don't understand what they're saying, but they're all saying the same thing. Blah, 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 COVID, blah, 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 mask, blah, 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 blah. You feel me? It's worldwide for real. And the next round of it, I think, you know, that's when we're going to go into the 1984 thing. They have so many people working from home, going to school, you know, our little apartments are going to be they're going to be our jail cells. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have get a pass to go to the store to prove that you're essential or whatever, and things like that. And people who are working in sanitation department are probably going to have some, you know, in the future one day, you know, they're going to be on par with the police department, because the post office, they have guns. A lot of people don't even realize that the post office has not a military wing of it, but they have access to weapons and all that. What's going to happen when the sanitation department, you know, has to? No, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't want to take it that far and make it sound like.
Let's go a little further though, because one, it does seem like the worst nightmare of the conspiracy theorists about being dragged off to FEMA camps has been realized, but in the sense that they've made the home the FEMA camp, and everybody's ready to basically lock down at will. So you have that, but as far as where things are going, if we go by predictive programming as a predictive model, 2021 is the year of Mad Max. 2022 is the year of Soylent Green.
Green. Man, all I know is about 20 years from now, 19 years after COVID hit, the next thing is going to pop off. And it's going to be a doozy. Probably that's when they probably going to let a Jesus Christ or Muhammad hologram have a concert, or, you know, I just can't call it no more, bro. Like, I'm just so sick and tired of this whole thing, and the way the media could just twist the truth, you know, it's just mind blowing. But I don't want to vent too much. I'm gonna just enjoy the rest of the call. Big shout out to Hoaxy. That was an awesome call. Tim Truth, the whole crew. And I'm gonna jump in the chat and somebody else call.
Awesome. Well, hey, this is where it's at. Appreciate you calling in as always. And yeah, we're always opening the phones to more callers. It's great hearing from Hoaxy. We always hear her music here. You've heard a number of her songs. So yeah, appreciate the call. Have a great night.
All right. Later, homie. Peace.
Some Overthought says the next one will be the aliens. You know, that kind of seemed to be alluded to. So we've been analyzing the Stanley Kubrick films in this context. And Space Odyssey 2001, in addition to the references to 9/11, and this is a movie that came out in 1968, it has references to a lockdown under false pretenses. A virus being used as an excuse for a lockdown. So a false pretense for what? A cover story is what they use, the phrase they use. A cover story for what? And I believe it alludes to an alien. And also you have hell, you know, H-A. There's a few things about this we should probably look into, but mainly I think we're looking at the emergence of the alien threat that they've been telling us about, and it may actually be AI. Totally manufactured, obviously, but what is it really going to take to convince people? Have you met any real skeptics? 99.9% of the population appear to be auto-believers. And really quick, let me break down those terms. You may hear it on this channel, auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer used to be a pejorative term. So they call you a hoaxer if you say something in the news is a hoax, which is projection. Because you're saying, oh, this guy's doing a hoax. Now you're a hoaxer? That doesn't make sense. Like, I'm not a magician if I observe somebody doing stage magic and I call it out as a magic trick. But this is what they do. They call you a hoaxer if you see evidence of a hoax. Well, among the hoaxers, the ones who called out the hoaxes first, even if they didn't have time to sort out all the facts, they used to call them auto-hoaxers as a pejorative. Don't be an auto-hoaxer. It meant to discredit you. And I remember at the time, I first heard the term from Paul Joseph Watson from InfoWars. And he was basically banning people. He said, anybody calling this a hoax, referring to the truck attack in Nice, he said, anyone calling this a hoax, all you auto-hoaxers are going to get banned. This is a real attack, real victims. It was a Muslim killing people. So if you called it a hoax, they banned you. Anyway, the more I observed, the more I realized that, hey, the people calling it a hoax first, one, they seem to be doing it because they get more hits. It's like clickbait. But two, they're right 100% of the time. They haven't been wrong. And I realized the people who assumed the news media events to be real first, and then later having to back it up and realize they were misled, they were wrong 100% of the time. The ones who said don't call it a hoax without first waiting until the victims are done grieving, the ones who said don't rush to investigate it, yeah, they were all wrong. So the auto-hoaxers, of course, would be the ones who are automatically calling it a hoax until the evidence supports it, or unless the evidence supports it. And there is this caveat. It's not everything is fake. Only extraordinary claims. If they say it's going to rain the next day, it's not extraordinary. But when they say some 90-pound kid with a bowl cut carrying 14 weapons kicked down a door and shot 26 before shooting himself and he got a headshot every time, they give you some story. It sounds like it's basically a cartoon violence. Yeah, you have to look for evidence. It's too extraordinary to just believe it. Now, on the other side of it, you have the auto-believers. So the auto-believers are the ones who automatically assume it's all real, unless somebody tells them it's a hoax. So they assume that the hoax is the exception, not the rule. It's the rare exception. And that's the majority. The majority of the population believe that what's reported is pretty much vetted and truthful, with some bias here or there, but they would never be totally made up stories, fictions presented as real. There's no way they would hire actors to fake a tragedy. They would never, the auto-believers would never question their media, their media priesthood. And so now you have this split between auto-believers and auto-hoaxers. Now, somewhere in the middle, though, you do have people who knee-jerk call everything fake, and what they're doing is not necessarily the same thing as what we're doing. If you're not parsing the facts before calling something fake, then you may be engaging in what I would call nihilism. Posel says, it's hard for me not to feel like I'm living my life in a history book about the fall of the American Republic written in Chinese. Now, we can point out, the Russians, the Chinese. You can point out these various actors on the world stage. But ultimately, you have to keep in mind, the International Space Station. Every single nation with a space program is on the same program. They're all friends up above. The International Space Station, to me, is proof that there's a conspiracy by a centralized elite, and the conspiracy is against the masses. It's not Russia and China trying to beat America in the space race. It's the oligarchs staying ahead of the masses. This is where it's at. TV says they cut off your other channel. Let me take a look. But basically, we have so many backups, and I did come up with something. This is something you might find to be very convenient. If you go to Tim Osman, that's TIMOZMAN.cc, like Chief Crow. TimOsman.cc gives you a list. One, it has my numbers you can call. You can also call in on Skype. It has the YouTube, DLive, Facebook, Twitch, and also the audio stream if you just want to listen on audio. All right, everyone, I want to say thanks for joining. Appreciate the callers very much. This will be replayed tomorrow. I have a new routine, which I'm going to maintain. So the late night streams we do like this, I premiere them the next morning. So if you miss it, you'll catch it, and other people will be there as well. Okay, this track is called March 11th, featuring PGA. This is JT33. Again, happy Hoaxiversary COVID-19.
Was our new 9/11, and it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like a prep talk. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
I've lost my mind dealing with drama. That comment, the shit with weight, it's just a matter of time. Cause I find myself in front of these pages. Can't you see what the rage is? Lost time and lost wages. In quarantine, they stick them all around the whole world. Playing victim, you don't realize that they don't face the fact that they're hitting them. Cause I'm running them on through to this phase of shit that they're sitting in. Sick of listening to their words. They're crumbling, tumbling, falling out of their mouths. We're taking it down south to the border. With this clip we be so tight, we're coming that Supreme Order here. The fear, they pushing no justice gets served. They got some motherfucking nerve. You're gonna like the way we run shit, we run it tight. You fucking heard me right. And it be like they're closing so many doors.
Yeah. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Globe, the globe is my home. I'm too infinite. Globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Telling me the globe is my home. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. I'm too infinite. And I'm cutting it. I'm drilling it. And I said it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in the spaceship. This is fake shit. Got on my camera. And I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress. Cause I saw that NASA is. Space isn't real. The stars are a spirit. And I'm trying to do it real. I'm counting it. Space is so fake. Nobody can relate. So infinite, I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so different. Infinite, yeah. Knowledge.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. That's those are striking terms. Those are striking terms.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike.
23.
A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 484. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important numbers. 0. A bunch of important numbers. 9. A bunch of important numbers. 23. A bunch of important numbers. 7. A bunch of important numbers. 11. A bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult. 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 Here's shit I got still when they mouth.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past as the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix. These maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season. The elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice, for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
The harness roaring upward toward the heavens like a lioness. Heated hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segments, fortune blazing, higher fire priestess. So fly, wings descend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since we hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Get the cut to introspective human consciously. Sacred serpent lick their ears for hardening.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, go to a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least don't like you breathing. There's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order. They've inverted all the meaning, so we do this for a reason. Keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon. It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
All right, thank you for joining. This would be episode 5 of the Auto Hoaxer Revolution podcast. Go to autohoax.com if you miss these because they can be deleted. I just want to start off, if you're watching on the screen, we have footage of protesters gathered in Portland around a vehicle, and one of the protesters gets in front of the truck. He throws his arms up and he flails and he falls backward onto the ground, but the truck didn't actually move. And so we have an example of crisis acting in broad daylight. So he mimed it so hard that the glasses flew off his head and flung onto the truck behind him. I haven't seen flopping this unconvincing since the last time I watched LeBron James play. It's pathetic. Just thought I'd bring that up, just to show you that it's not just the mass media engaged in lies and deceptions. It's everybody around you. Everyone wearing a mask is engaged in the deception, if you think about it, especially now. By the way, don't trust the Jell-O. Don't take the Jell-O. Bill Cosby has been released. Listen to this, quote, "I was shocked by the verdict. Gloria Allred, lawyer for 33 of Bill Cosby's accusers." Now, I don't know how many of you believe this story to be real. I've seen some convincing photos of some of his so-called victims that makes me wonder if the whole story isn't completely made up. Why? That's another topic. New York City is urging its citizens to reduce electricity to avoid blackouts. And now there's open talk, as I brought up last week, about climate shutdowns, climate lockdowns, locking down to save the planet. And I want to point out that Jeff Bezos was talking about, quote, freezing civilization back in 2017. They said that if we're going to go to space, we have to freeze civilization first because the Earth cannot survive. It's been this ongoing theme, as you're all aware of. And I think it's important to call these stories out in advance, because if you don't, well, the herd goes with it, and by default, you go too. By the way, global warming is 33. It just turned 33 years old. Happy birthday, global warming, this month, or it's actually in June, celebrated its 33rd birthday. So they actually kicked it off on June 23rd of 1988. NASA scientist James Henson testified the greenhouse effect, blah, blah, blah. Right. Global warming, but they changed it because it wasn't actually warming up. They said, okay, it's too random, let's call it climate change. But basically it's just weather and selective reporting and computer models replacing perception. A few more follow-ups. That McAfee thing. Okay, so there has not been a dead man switch. We're still waiting. We're still waiting on the dead man switch. I figured 7 days they're going to have something come out on this matter, but nothing has happened yet. So we're still waiting to see. This is an important one too. This story is just now breaking. Donald Trump has his own private Twitter feed, his own website, Save America or whatever, and he puts out these statements. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. So he makes these statements as though he's still in charge. And he asks, who shot Ashley Babbitt? So that ties into 1/6 and the whole farce about 1/6 itself. It doesn't presuppose that the thing was a psyop or that it was staged by crisis actors. No, this assumes that it was real and that there's some kind of cover-up on the other side. So this isn't someone trying to get at the truth. This is stirring the pot for the mainstream media brainwashies. And it will do exactly that. So what are they doing here? I think they might be creating a martyr for the right. Something to give them like someone to rally around. And martyrs are very powerful things. This hasn't been investigated. And they're drawing attention to the lack of transparency. There's more than 10,000 hours of closed circuit television footage inside of the Capitol that we're not privy to that would show us the truth. Although those of you who watched it live and those of you who pay attention to the news know it was simply a guided tour with some acrobatics, some theatrics, and more photographers than so-called insurrectionists. They were even quiet. You wouldn't have known. There's no fires, nothing burned, nothing was looted. So you had this shooting of Ashley Babbitt, which, in my opinion, that thing was just totally fake. You can look at the footage if you want. You have this character who in the silhouette looks strangely a lot like Chuck Schumer. And then she's jumping through the window like a zombie. And this is Ashley Babbitt I'm speaking of. And she gets shot in the neck and falls on her back. Now, she's wearing a massive backpack, padded like a turtle shell. So it looks like a stunt. She's literally wrapped in an American flag. So she could have blood bags. She could have padding. We don't know what she's wearing. But I'm suggesting that based on the footage, there's no reason to think that there was an actual death that day. And most of the deaths that day were actually kind of comical, like bad writing, Shakespeare. So for example, one of the victims was supposedly trampled to death by the other protesters. And this happened while she was carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" American flag. So in fact, her name was Roseanne Boylan. So she's got a flag that says "Don't tread on me," and she gets trampled on. This is just bad writing. Now here's a family member. Again, if you don't know what a crisis actor looks like by looking by now, I can't really help you, but this is pretty obviously a crisis actor. He's reading cue cards. There's no tears, barely even a convincing sad face. This is supposedly the brother of somebody who was trampled to death, and he uses this to score political points against Trump.
Family's privacy as we mourn her death. On a personal note, Roseanne was very passionate about her beliefs like I'm sure a lot of people that were present at this event yesterday were.
Now, again, mind you, he's supposedly talking about a family member who just died.
But it is my own personal belief that the president's words and rhetoric incited a riot last night that killed 4 of his biggest fans. And I believe that we should invoke the 25th Amendment.
And we should invoke the 25th Amendment. Right. Okay, so that's that narrative, though, about the insurrection, which, at the time I was just surprised. But it's the second time I was hit with that level of cognitive dissonance about the sheer credulity of the American public. The last time it hit me that hard was after the Tesla Roadster was launched into space. I thought, you know what, there's no way that's going to pass muster. That thing is going to make the American public say, wait a minute, why are they showing us computer-generated simulations and passing it off as real? But no, it actually didn't happen that way. Nobody questioned it, and they said, there you go, Flat Earthers, proof. Okay, I called this, I called this more than a year ago. I said, hey, this has nothing to do with a virus. This entire lockdown is about controlling the flow of information. It's about the infodemic. The infodemic is real. The pandemic is not. The infodemic is the flood of information that the elite, that the monolithic mind control cabal don't have complete control over. Anything that they try to censor, anything they try to marginalize is something that might challenge what they're trying to establish as the dominant worldview. So they're pretty open about this now. Now there's no talk about the virus. This is a report, quote, no longer about health. Canada will prevent groups from gathering to stop the spread of unauthorized information.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my questions. I'm wondering about the injunction banning public gatherings and whether there really is a need for such a far-reaching one given the trajectory we're on now.
So, I mean, I think it's still there. We still have bringing large numbers of people together. It can present some risk. We'll continue to look at that. But I think the other purpose of the injunction is to prevent groups that are spreading deliberately spreading false information. Is to prevent groups that are spreading deliberately spreading false information that can actually create risk.
Okay, the guy's hard to listen to. He's babbling, but he eventually says unauthorized information. Unauthorized, non-canonical, non-MSM. Like, what does that mean? Unauthorized, and by who? Really kind of strange. Oh, by the way, Donald Rumsfeld died at 88. So who's going to spike the Diet Coke with neurotoxins now? Here's an article from HuffPost. Donald Rumsfeld and the strange history of aspartame. I've been told that aspartame is a neurotoxin, and Donald Rumsfeld personally dumped a whole lot of this waste called aspartame into it in order to damage us. Now, I don't know how true this is, but anytime I see Rumsfeld, I think aspartame, and I reach for my Diet Coke. NSA, by the way, if you missed this one, the NSA was accused on national television by Tucker Carlson of reading his private text messages. And so they released a statement. They said, on June 28th, 2021, Tucker Carlson alleged that the National Security Agency has been monitoring our electronic communications and is planning to leak them in an attempt to take the show off the air. This allegation is untrue. Tucker Carlson has never been an intelligence target of the agency, and the NSA has never had any plans to try to take his program off the air. Goes on to say, the NSA has a foreign intelligence mission. We target foreign powers to generate insights on foreign activities that could harm the United States. With limited exceptions, NSA may not target a U.S. citizen without a court order that explicitly authorizes the targeting. So there you have it. They're not targeting Tucker Carlson. This is a picture of Elon Musk. I don't know if any of you find this believable. He said, I don't know Ghislaine Maxwell at all. She photobombed me once. at a Vanity Fair party several years ago. Real question is why she invited me in the first place. So I just wanted to put it out there. Should any pictures of me surface with Ghislaine Maxwell in the future, I can assure you that I was photobombed. Here's a few other images. You know, decide for yourself. Photobombed or photoshopped. I think there's a little more going on. I bring this up because I just found out that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was accused of rape in 1984, he Cosby'd somebody, gave somebody the jello. He attended a reception at Ghislaine Maxwell's residence in 2014, and I have a picture here. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson with his Masonic swag, his sun shirt, his vest, the suns and the moons. Very kind of a ominous picture here. His hands are covered. They're in his pocket, but how I can't tell what his hands are doing. They're covered by the scarf. But that's Ghislaine Maxwell's house. It says here, Star Talk Live, Waterworld, panel discussion, and reception. New York, June 5th. This is June 5th, 2014. It says here, Neil deGrasse Tyson attends a reception at Ghislaine Maxwell's residence after Star Talk Live panel discussion. And then here we have Neil deGrasse Tyson accused of rape and sexual misconduct. Pretty dark stuff. It's from 1984. I don't know the present circumstances on these accusations, but they're there, and here he is hanging out at Ghislaine Maxwell. You can connect the dots. Maybe you want to look into, well, Bill Nye and the sex junk thing, which now that's a whole other topic, but briefly, Bill Nye did this dance called My Sex Junk on this Netflix special. And let me bring this up just so you can probably not have to look it up yourself. It's terrible. So he's with Rachel Bloom, and he's DJing. She's performing this song.
This next thing I feel is very special. This is a cool little segment. You know this woman from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Now, here's where it gets a little crazy. She comes out and does this horrible little choreographed dance.
It's evolution. I love may have some butt stuff.
Okay, so while she's singing about, quote, butt stuff, you have Bill Nye back here DJing, kind of like headbanging and hip thrusting.
If you sit up on it, drag queen, drag king, just do what feels right. You're tall, pansexual, flirty with right.
It gets even weirder because they have these commercials with like ice cream flavors talking to each other. Very disturbing, targeting children. Again, this is Bill Nye, friend of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm just like, is he friends with Ghislaine Maxwell? I don't know, but wouldn't shock me. But now it gets a little stranger or grosser because Rachel Bloom has this song about Ray Bradbury, the scientist, only it's sung from the perspective of a 6th grader fawning after her old teacher in the most disgusting ways. As low as this video. Total garbage. Only 32,000 thumbs down. Segment from Bill Nye's original show, Bill Nye Saves the World. Let's see, commenter here says, these people have zero self-awareness. The cringe factor on this has actually ripened. It's more cringe now. Usually that fades over time, but this one is fermenting, growing more potent as time passes. I have to concur. And I'll be going back to this video here in about a year or so. Okay, again, Ashley Babbitt. My opinion on that, she's not dead. The whole thing's a hoax, but obviously doesn't matter. We're looking at the world stage, and interesting to see where it goes because clearly this is all leading to something. Trump is stirring the pot, and it's worth paying attention to. I got a question here. Alex Jones was there at 1-6, and he was definitely being a provocateur. So I'm starting to wonder, was this all a setup in the first place? And take a listen to this and ask yourself, why wasn't he arrested?
To the satanic, pedophile, globalist, New World Order, and their walking dead, reanimated corpse, Joe Biden. And we will never recognize him. Trump, President Trump had zero connection to Russians, no proof, 4 years of investigation. With the Bidens, it's open and shut. So I don't know who's going to the White House in 38 days, but I sure know this. Joe Biden is a globalist, and Joe Biden will be removed one way or another.
Okay, so who else could say this to that crowd on that day and not be charged? This is what I find to be strange. Like, so I asked back then, back in January, I said, what are we to make of this? Either is he an agent, a provocateur, or maybe the news media didn't notice this, but this is right side broadcasting. I mean, I find this to be very peculiar that 1 million people have watched this. Has he been brought up on any kind of charges for incitement?
Sure know this. Joe Biden is a globalist, and Joe Biden will be removed one way or another.
I mean, removed one way or another, while you have the guy with the spear and the Viking hat running around. You can understand the optics here, right? I mean, they don't have a point necessarily. However, they've been given a lot of ammunition by Jones and company. Quite a lot of ammunition. Which again makes me think we're looking at a bunch of crisis actors all around. All right, let us continue. Okay, so this thing with the towers, or rather the condo that fell, a lot of interesting connections have turned up between that event, 9/11, interesting correlations between that event and even the Oklahoma City bombing. So we have a few things to discuss when we do open phones later, but listen to this, another crisis actor.
We didn't know what to expect. We rushed to the scene, and when we saw really what's happened with this collapse, we just kind of broke down in awe that my grandmother, my father's mother, was somewhere underneath that rubble. We couldn't believe it.
And your dad, of course, police chief, North Bay Village.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another thing you often find. You find these people are politically connected whenever you go into these crisis actors.
And it's just so unbelievable. If you can hold up, I understand your family found a card that morning. It's just unbelievable. Could you tell us about?
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's just like a movie.
About it?
It's surreal. They kind of tell you, if you pay attention, but none of this stuff is believable. It's all theatrical. It's meant to draw an emotional response. This is meant to jerk tears.
And inside is a birthday card that she just received 2 weeks ago from some friends of hers at a brunch. And so it was just surreal that we found.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these actors weren't recycled from the Orlando event of just a few years ago. That's another thing we often find. They get repurposed. And there's hardly any efforts these days put into concealing this fact. In fact, we've been giving awards out, the Golden Hoggy, to some of these actors and actresses who repeatedly just outdo themselves in bad acting. And I guess it doesn't matter, when it comes to the government acting versus, Hollywood or something. If you're not really trying to make a profit, if your money's coming from the public anyway, you don't actually have to deliver the goods, the quality goods. Okay, again, I'm just updating everybody on the McAfee thing. It is true, and we talked about this, that he does have a lot of body doubles, and he does have a lot of people thinking he's not dead. And one of the persons who thinks he's alive is the sister of the guy that poisoned his dogs, the guy who was supposedly, or who was tasered and shot in his home. And supposedly this was a retaliation. So again, there's a lot of talk. People are asking for autopsies. Out there in Spain, I think they actually published that they found a suicide note, but I haven't seen it. And if there was a dead man switch, it would have gone off. So we're waiting to see. By the way, JFK Jr. is alive and well. He was at the last rally. Here he is. The QAnoners are pretty unabashedly certain, and they proclaim it all the time, that, yeah, this is JFK Jr. Like, yep, We're going to go get JFK Jr.'s signature. And they're just, apparently he's wearing a fake nose and a wig. They're just waiting for the day that he's going to reveal it. And there may be others as well. I've heard Michael Jackson, of all things. So just a heads up, JFK Jr. is on the horizon. Apparently there's still that new variant going around. They're still talking about COVID. I kind of stopped talking about it. I mean, this is the biggest hoax ever. Here's some pictures from Wuhan if you don't remember. This is why we called it the Kung flu. Because the people who were catching it on the streets fell on their backs. Like they just fell on their faces. As though they had been kicked by some kind of ghost. Like some ghostly Bruce Lee just knocking people down. It wasn't like you just got sick, you got a tummy ache, and then you called in, then you got sicker progressively. No, it was like instant, zero healthy, 0 to full sick to death in a matter of moments. And then you would have the crews come out with their personal protective gear. Again, these ones aren't even wearing shoe covers. Like if you take a moment to be critical about what they showed us, you can pretty much tell that we were looking at drills that they used to shut down everything. But no surprise here. We all knew about it. Has anyone been able to explain this? This is such a weird story. Apparently, Anthony Fauci was sent some kind of white powder, probably anthrax or something. But look at the headline. Anthony Fauci was hosed down naked in what looked like a kiddie pool after being mailed mysterious white powder by Bridget Kennedy, contributing writer from The Week. So, strange headline. Looks a little bit coded. I'm not quite sure. I mean, when I look at the news today, it's not hard to understand why people arrive at these bizarre conclusions. Like JFK Jr. being alive. Well, how weird is that? Considering that they have rubber dummies on TV posing as victims for a plague that doesn't exist. Like everything is so damn fake. Restless Bear says he does look like he's wearing a disguise. I doubt it's JFK Jr. Well, apparently the spouses are a match. So, Restless Bear says I sent him cocaine. Oh yeah. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, the story is this, okay? A brief synopsis. Kennedy was killed. His son wants revenge and says, I'll bring down the government if I have to get revenge. So he hires Trump or enlists Trump as an agent of the Kennedys to take back control from the deep state. That's basically the story. So it actually goes back to JFK. And JFK Jr. is, well, a death faker, along with probably, I believe, Michael Jackson, Princess Di, and a few others. So you have a lot of people, a lot of death fakers who are about to save the world from the deep state. And when you follow their breadcrumbs and their logic, it's actually not difficult to see how they arrived at what they've arrived at. So to me, it's a question of, well, who engineered this? Is this a government engineered psyop, start to finish? Are the Democrats running this? Like, I'm not quite sure, but NASA just sent a $23 million space toilet to the ISS. Astronauts will test out the expensive commode before its eventual use on deep space missions. $23 million. I'm like, what does that really mean? Are they trying to tell us that they're just flushing our money? That's an insane amount of money. But I was looking at the design on this thing, and it looks exactly like this.
Hi guys, Max Scoville here for IGN News. As part of his humanitarian work, Bill Gates has shown off a machine that turns human waste into potable drinking water, and he's put his money where his mouth is. A lack of ultimate example of that old expression, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Big smile on his face. I don't know how we got here. I have to apologize. I was actually looking for something completely different. All right, let's continue. I'm not even going to deal with that. I don't know how that happened, but again, oh, that's right. It looks exactly like the thing they're sending to the space station. And it's all about sustainability, recycling, and I think it's all some dark rite to celebrate their god of recycling, death and resurrection. I think it's actually probably sinister. as much as it is revolting. And the fact that it's Bill Gates just makes it even stranger. And, I'm like, what is with these individuals who are talking about the need to save the whole planet, vaccinate everybody, like it's the most important thing in the world, when there are people starving? Like, are we going to have a lot of vaccinated corpses? A lot of people who've starved to death, but at least they don't have COVID. Like, the priorities seem to be a little bit off, which makes me really doubt their intentions. Here's a redacted video. This is one of these things that you don't see on the news. This is another video, another angle showing that...
Take a look at this rare, super slow motion video of Flight 175.
This debunks Flight 175. It debunks it as being anything other than a CGI insert.
Take a really close look, because there are two impossibilities I'm going to show you here. This video was allegedly shot by Michael Herzakani, a diamond merchant based in Los Angeles, California. The first impossibility is the real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax.
So there you have it. If you're looking at
But the second impossibility is in plain sight.
So all you have to do is you have to look at where the wings are relative to the sides of the building, and it's just one of these things where, again, I was talking about this earlier with the actors. You're dealing with government employees. They're not selling a product. They don't have the same levels of quality control. I don't think they have the same concerns. Propaganda is notoriously bad, and this is just bad propaganda.
Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video. It's a fake. And this is one of many, many faked videos put out by the news media.
Now, this is what 9/11 Truth was designed to hide. And this is an important point because it relates to the vaccine issue. You see, they wanted to hide the hoax. So people would ask, well, was it a tactical nuke? Direct energy weapons? Was it Israel? Was it the Skull and Bone Society, the Reptoids? You have all these different stories that all presume that 3,000 people died, and we got to figure out who did it, because this was a major crime and they lied about who did it. So somebody got away with murder. That's the fake story that stuck for years, for almost 19 years. Eventually, people figured out that nobody died. And even last year, there are still people who didn't know, who are looking into 9/11, who still think that 3,000 people died and they got to get revenge for whoever did it. And now, as it relates to the COVID thing, now we have people who aren't willing to admit that nobody died from this thing. They're just debating on whether it was sent by China or whether it was caused by the vaccine or the 5G towers or the masks. So it's just like with this other PSYOP and many others, where it becomes a whodunit and they can talk about it forever without ever, like with JFK, who did it? Who shot Kennedy? Well, was he even shot is the appropriate question. Was it just a movie? This is something not new to anybody here, but I guess in other parts of the world where they're still experiencing this scam, Ugandans are noticing something suspicious about their COVID burial. They open a coffin and there's no body inside. So what you're hearing a crowd of people around a burial, and there's no bodies in the casket. A little problematic there. No bodies, empty caskets. This happened in Brazil as well. Then you have all the empty hospitals, all the empty tents. You have the dummies. You have the dancing nurses. The whole thing has been a dummy operation, like the inflatable tanks of World War II. Where's the body? That's the question. In fact, I saw one commercial, I believe it was in Brazil, where a body was reaching up to help the paramedic get him into the vehicle. Like the body actually reached up. Here's some further confirmation for anybody who was questioning what I was saying about JFK Jr. Code Monkeys with a Z, who's very close to QAnon, has been forwarding this around. Is John dead? ... Or so they're the ones spreading this rumor. So if you're wondering where I'm coming from with that, I don't necessarily believe that JFK Jr. is dead, although I think it's highly unlikely he died the way they said. It wouldn't surprise me he's a death faker. If this whole QAnon thing is nothing but a big psychological operation to ensnare the right, to destroy free speech, if it's Operation Trust all over again, then yeah, I guess it's not that far-fetched that he's got some kind of a role here to play. But, you know, again, I'm not the one saying it, but there are big channels with hundreds of thousands of followers who are saying it's real, that it's all real, and it's all about to come true. And it does have some interest to me in the context of Kubrick and Kubrick's role in shaping the 20th and 21st century. His role in, I believe, directing and scripting some of the major psyops. So if you're new to this, there's a really good site I'd recommend. It's chartword.com. And there's an article about Kubrick called Kubrick Faked His Death and the 9/11 Hoax. And it goes through various psychological operations and hoaxes that they suggest that Stanley Kubrick was personally involved in. And I find it to be very compelling, specifically with 9/11. Hey, is this Lou?
Tim.
Hey, thank you for calling, and let me go ahead and just briefly introduce you to everyone here. So, for those of you just joining us, I am joined with Crater Earth USA, and as I explained in the emails that I sent out, he has a radically new cosmography. If you haven't been able to wrap your mind around flat Earth, here's something else that will challenge you a little bit. So why don't you go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you're positing here.
Oh my goodness, Tim, I didn't know when you answered the phone that I would be live.
Oh, I
But
see. Okay, that's great. We like to do it this way, though. I'm like, let me just meet him live, and we'll just go from there.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's the Tinder of the truth community. I'm with you. I'm Commander Lou. I'm the commander of the Northeast region of the Cult of the Living God, formerly my only affiliation. Now we've started a new chapter, Crater Earth USA, and we're growing. And yeah, you want me to explain the cosmology? I think you need to know, Tim, I did not develop this concept. I don't know how much you've looked into it on your own, but this is the work of someone by the name of Wim Carrett, or Carrett, from Belgium. His channel is God Give Lamsey. I don't know if you've heard of that. Have you seen that?
Yes, and in fact, this is the thing. I have been seeing in the comment sections of my videos people talking about this thing called Crater Earth and referencing the moon. And so there's just been a lot of conjecture. And so I've been trying to find, well, who knows enough about this to be able to explain it. And so I've seen there's a number of channels. And then I came across your channel. And you had a video called How to Tell Your Family You Live in a Crater. And I'm like, okay, let me talk to this guy, and then he can be our tour guide.
All right, good. So, all right, I'm glad to hear that, Tim. You've just put me at ease. I'm really excited to be here. I got to tell you that. I didn't expect any kind of notoriety, but I have to say I listened to your broadcast last night for about 45 minutes, and my lovely wife Christine and I are intensely intimidated by your intelligence. And so you're just going to have to deal with that. There is no match here. I had to take a break after 45 minutes. I needed a lobotomy. I had to erase all the knowledge you put in my brain. I was on overload. So I just want to compliment you and say I haven't come across someone with such a grasp and you said something. Now you called me in the bio a cult leader. You played that intro, and it upset a couple of my followers. I mean, subscribers, because this isn't a cult any more than, like, I'm not a cult leader any more than Bezos, Gates, or Musk. You know,
Yes,
this
yes.
is just.
Let me
Yeah.
go ahead and address that point really quick. And I appreciate what you said here. And yeah, you must have caught on last night in the middle of what I call, like, it's sort of a data dump where I have a minds.com account. And when it's live and it says what's on my mind, that's when I'm going to be going through all of the ideas that we're gestating in the think tank. And it can be a lot to take in, but it's meant to be, you know, an open forum, open mind. And we just keep hearing this Creator Earth thing, and I'm like, we have to talk to this person. And I saw the word cult, and I kind of like that because I've been accused of being a cult leader, and we took
Thank you.
And we've taken that word to mean culture. And if your culture, if it splits from the mainstream, they call you a cult. But what does that really mean? It just means that you have uniqueness, and that's what you're centered around. So I see the cult as just the center of culture. It's a positive thing. It's not necessarily a negative cult. The word has just been, I think.
Well, I'm a benevolent cult leader. Let's just say that. Plus, we don't have any property yet, so we're not a danger to anybody. But the funny thing that I thought about while you were saying all that is, when I first decided to start streaming or posting videos on YouTube, I chose the word cult because of its dictionary definition, which is a group of people, a small group of people who have beliefs. In the definition, it's religious beliefs that others consider strange or sinister. So I just get such a kick out of that, because the belief, for me personally, it's a messianic belief. I'm not going to say I'm a Christian, because that word's been confiscated by the mainstream. But I'm going to say I believe the message of the Messiah, for lack of a better way to explain it with these monkey words we're given, it's just a pure truth, and it leads us into all these other places of discovery, and it's mind blowing. And now, just to get to the Creator Earth thing, how long? I don't know about you, but for me, how long have we been looking at that thing up there with these new eyes? Or I don't know how long you've been. I don't even like to use the word awake anymore, because they've confiscated that. But how long have you been looking at that thing up there?
Right. Okay. It stopped being a dead rock floating up there, a sphere.
Yeah.
It stopped being that for me several years ago. And I find it very perplexing, entertaining. It amuses me that it's somehow tidally locked, and yet it supposedly rotates every 27 days. There's so many problems with it. The moon's perplexing, and unlike the sun, you can stare at the moon all night, so you can think about it. And the sun is just, you know.
Yeah, you can't look into the sun, which brings me to, back to the scriptures. I'm not going to make this about that, but you can't look God in the face. You can't look at God. So whatever that means to anybody. I mean, my cult is all inclusive. I don't care if you're a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, astrotheologist, or an atheist. It doesn't matter. Bottom line, well, maybe not an atheist, but agnostic. There's something bigger than us that's in control of all these things, and that's where I land. And I believe whoever or whatever that is personified came into this habitat to save us out. So whatever you want to think of little green men, or Aztec warrior type gods, or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. But that's my truth. Now the moon isn't what they say it is, which I mean, you just have to listen to your take on it for 30 seconds, and that explains it all. It's just not what they say it is. So I'm going to drop another channel. It's Quantum of Conscience. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Matt, in Pennsylvania.
Quantum of Conscience has been recommended to me probably 50 times, and I ought to look into him. I believe I've probably seen one or two videos, but I'm going to have to look again. And what should we be looking into as far as his videos?
Well, frankly, he's moved away from the truth. He's from commenting on the truth or reporting on his journey, because he doesn't want to lose his YouTube channel. And so if you go there now, you may not find what the reasons why he was recommended to you so many times clearly evident in his recent videos. But he did write a book, an ebook. He reads it. I would recommend you read that if you did anything. Read what he wrote. It's just a compilation of everything that proves this world is not real, but for whatever that means to him or you or me. One of the things that he brings up is the impossibility of the eclipse. Just how things line up so miraculously well for a moon however many miles away from the Earth, and the sun however many miles. And you probably could say it better than I can. It's impossible.
It takes a coincidence theory to even believe it, to explain away how the sun 400 times larger and 93 million miles versus 238 perfectly lines up to where it blocks out the light. And even that's problematic to me. I don't think that it should totally make the sky black if it's not a spotlight. It ought to just be a black orb in the sky for a minute. But I think everything's wrong about this thing. So I'm going to look into this quantum of conscience because, this is what I'm mostly interested in. I'm trying to figure out why these things are so, they're perplexing for one thing. For example, the craters on the moon. Do they look like impact craters to you? Where's the skid marks? Why are so many of them appearing to be just flat plains?
Well, because it's a reflection of a greater Earth, and the craters are the craters formed as a result of hot boiling mud cooling. You can find that with great ease scientifically on YouTube. Just search for bubbling mud, hot bubbling mud craters. It makes more sense than impact, because first of all, I don't believe space is what they say it is. Obviously, I don't even think it exists in an infinite what they call the universe. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's stars and planets and systems. It's to me, it's just not. I've known that for quite some time. Just in my soul, in my consciousness, it's just not what it is. So bubbling mud, cooled. That's a crater. Period. They're too perfect. But there are videos out there where they maybe try to document or show high-def photos of the moon, maybe from that Japanese spaceship that's flying around, hovering above the moon, going around and around, and just videotaping.
Celine,
by the way.
Okay. Now that one I know about because I was on YouTube once and I saw this was purported to be live footage from Celine, the Japanese satellite orbiting the moon. And I looked into it and they said it was live. And I looked and I said, wait a minute, this looks like CGI. Well, it turns out it was apparently footage, not even footage, it was photography from 2009 wrapped on a CGI ball.
Wow. I did not know that. Very impressive. You see, Tim, I'm outnumbered here. You blow my mind, and that's exactly what it appears to be. So, but when they were explaining it recently, and I'm covering this on Crater Earth USA, we do live streams. We unpack a lot of this stuff, and I played a video where a scientist or a professor, whatever, I don't know, was narrating the video and showing the different craters and saying how they were formed. And it's almost insulting when they claim it as a fact. We know science needs, proof. Theories need to be proved by observation, and there's just the conjecture is astounding, and it's insulting, irresponsible, and I think it's treason. These people should be jailed. I know I'm being a little, you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of us know what you mean. The powers that should not be, the ones who've given us the false paradigm. So if I'm understanding this right, the concept here is that what we think of as the moon, what we're told is a physical object, is actually a reflection. And what it's reflecting is what we are on. And moreover, what we are on is an area of land contained in only one of the craters.
Well, it's all right. Try to keep me focused. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I'm pretty sure you've seen this, and a lot of us have. The black and white video of the scientist from the 60s who is interviewed saying the moon is plasma, made of plasma. I don't know if does that ring a bell for you, Tim?
Yeah, I believe his name was Foster, and yeah, he said the moon was made as a plasma phenomenon, and it wasn't going to be landable, and this was like 1965.
No, yeah, that's it. Either you have the fastest fingers on Crater Earth, or you should be on Jeopardy, Tim. That was fantastic. Yes, that guy. So, to me, that just confirms that the fact that we're seeing that now. And I brought up quantum conscious because in a short video, Matt just put it out there. That's how I found it. I was watching one of his videos. It was very short. He's just like, look, I came across, someone sent me this, and he's like you. He's tentative, you know. I don't know how much credence to give it. I don't know if I'm going to do research, but it is something to consider. This concept, this theory, this discovery, whatever you want to call it, that we live in a crater. Now you go to God Giblansky's channel, and he shows us the manifestation of the reflection supernaturally in this object, and he does explain it in some ways using science. I don't know. I don't know that part. It's a wonder to me how he even came up with it. But he claims that, you know, he started to understand like we do that it's not what they said. So he was looking into the flat Earth thing, and that's usually where we all start. You know, we're like, this just doesn't seem like there's a curve. And well, when we look into that, and then the wealth of knowledge that's out there and proof, and just the ship thing, like you brought up last night, you know, ships disappearing on the horizon, fantastic. U-2 spy planes, no curve, you know. Yeah, okay, so now Wim Carrot from Belgium, an artist, it goes deeper and develops these models and starts looking at the craters closely. And like a channel, there are other channels out there that say it's projecting the Earth. I don't know if I'm sure you've heard of that too, that the moon is an actual projector, like in a planetarium, and you can look at the craters or the shadows, and you can make out
yes,
a similar terrain.
Yeah, there's a channel I've been following for some time, and he suggests something similar to this, but that the moon is in fact something of a projection, giving away the land masses beneath. And he seems to correlate the continents that we are shown on the globe with an additional one or two, with a certain section of craters on the moon. So it is interesting. That one suggests that the Earth is flat. With what you're talking about, is that the case, or is it simply that the Earth is bigger?
I'm glad you asked that, Tim, because Wim says it's a globe. I took the crater Earth discovery. Can I call it a discovery? What do we call this, Tim? What is this? Is this a discovery?
Is it a discovery? Is it a theory? Is it a question? I think we'll use the word discovery for now. I like that.
I appreciate it. So, as my practice is to always take these kinds of truths, cosmology, you said, and try to align it with Scripture. Now, when I say Scripture, I don't mean the canonized Bible. I mean Scripture, ancient Scriptures, whether it's Hebrew, Babylonian, Mesopotamian, whatever it is. I will try to align it to show me that it's something I need to know. I don't know if that makes any sense. But doing this, when I first started understanding that the Earth in the account in the Scriptures, and we're talking about Enoch and references a little bit here and there in the Old Testament, that there's four corners and that it's a stationary and like you say, flat plane. I like infinite plane, but it's not a flat Earth. You've probably heard me say, if you even looked at my channel at all, it's a lumpy Earth. So I'm not going to fall into that category because they're isolating the flat Earthers like they are an insane group of fundamentalists of some kind.
Yes, you nailed it. The instant they took that label flat Earth and they were assigned a model that has a dome over it and it says it has an ice wall, and that model isn't all that defensible, and it becomes an article of faith, and then you just discredit this group. And so when I say infinite plane society, I'll jokingly mention that official science, establishment science, says that the universe is flat, galaxies are flat, the solar system is flat. Maybe the Earth is an extension of the universe. But I don't even know for sure. All I can say is it appears to be, but it's infinite possibilities. So as far as I'm concerned, there's question marks at the edge. Does it curve? Is it a bigger ball? Is it a cube? I don't know. But what I like with what you're describing is it doesn't rule out the possibility that the world is bigger. And I think that's the central thing. Are we in a closed system, or are they hiding a bigger world?
That's exactly right, Tim. Because you can expand that plane to be large enough to absolutely, dissolve a curvature in it based on our limited ability to see and to build and to grow. But with the measurements that they've given us, which are only recent, they built the railroads in the 1800s, I believe, from east to west across the United States. And there was no curvature calculation in that engineering. So if you just take a ruler and put it on top of a basketball, every mile is 7 inches. I forget. There is a calculation that by the time you get from New York using a level and iron rails that don't bend, they'll try to say that it'll bend to the curvature because it's so huge, but that's a significant adjustment that needs to be made.
It is. Really, and just for context, the same people who say, well, no, it's so big you wouldn't see it bend, are the ones who will tell you that boats go over the horizon a few miles away. It's like either this thing is bent or it's not, but we don't have any evidence that it is.
That's right. It either is or it isn't. And that's when I brought that up to, I brought that concept of the railroad tracks up to an engineering student while I was supplementing my ridiculously low income driving Uber a couple of years ago. I brought it up to an engineering student, and his immediate response was, well, it's just such a wide, vast distance that even iron can bend to it. Which is, if we have if we use half of our brain, maybe a tenth. How about not even under an ounce of our brain? That you just can't explain that away. You can't. But they do. So what are we? Are we flat earthers? Are we lumpy earthers? Are we crater earthers? Yes, it's a greater plane. But guess what? If you look at the True Earth map, where they have the ice wall based on the UN map logo, and you go beyond that, and you've got all these like you said, land masses, and then beyond another ice wall, there's other land masses. I'm pretty sure you probably are familiar with that map as well, Tim Osman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen them all. And that one's interesting. It posits that there are concentric circles with an orbiting sun. To me, for all I know, it could be scattered poles, similar. But the idea that there was like puddles is how it's been described by some, that we're in some kind of a puddle that's been melted out. That's been one description. What you're talking about, though,
bubbling mud.
Bubbling. And
bubbling mud.
It seems to, like, even someone in the chat here, they say the moon has always looked more bubbled than impact. And it does. That's hard to deny.
I see that. Mary Smith. Very good, Mary. If she has any property, we're looking to build a compound. But yeah, it always looked more bubbled. And that's exactly what it is. And really, it's astounding how simple it would be for anybody watching to just see it and adopt it as their truth by just looking at a simple what do they call those actually it's it's a bubbling mud pool. I don't even know. That's all I had to put into the search engine, and I saw it. And you just imagine when you can imagine something that's happening once it's completed its process, what it would look like. Those bubbling mud puddles or bubbles will look like a crater, period. And the impact crater theory is ridiculous because there's no such thing as meteorites and asteroids as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing there.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because, look, I'm looking at the moon right now, and they don't look like impact craters. And if it's a big impact, where's the thing that did the impact? If whatever punched the hole is apparently disappearing, doesn't make sense. It absolutely looks like it came from below. It looks like a bubbled surface. But the topic of asteroids is always headline news. There's always an asteroid about to hit us sooner or later. It's this constant threat. And personally, I don't believe in their model of outer space. I don't believe in falling rocks, but it's one of these things that they keep us believing in. And they really start programming you with a belief in falling rocks when you're a child, with the whole dinosaurs going extinct because of a falling rock. But no, I don't even believe in asteroids. And your explanation matches what we observe, and it definitely makes more sense than the official one.
Well, let's take it a little further than that. Now, let's say that you have to. Now, I don't know what whims the person who figured this out. I don't know what his religious. I don't know him personally. He just likes. He thinks I'm crazy, and I like that. That's all I want. Because really, my goal here is to lighten this up a little bit. I'm sick of the truthers, even in the Crater Earth community or in the Flat Earth community, or just exposing psyops. How there's this idea that they can do something about it, and all they want to do is alienate family and friends and scare the children with their knowledge and try to convince and get people to see what they see. And it's a futile effort. And I defer to the scriptures for that understanding and wisdom. So I backed off. And now if someone wants to talk about it, I'll let them know. But in the meantime, I'm going to come at it like you said last night, and I'm going to use it, Tim. We're laughing along with them right now. That was if I had to say one of the most amazing ideas on how to express how I look at this is, these reporters, you said it, you may want to say it to give it a little more credibility. The way you said it, if you remember saying it, we're laughing, they're laughing at us, and we in this community who know exactly what they're doing when they teach us, when we're still wetting the bed about this solar system and craters and nuclear war and everything.
Okay, so a few moments ago you brought up a compound, and soon I'm going to be speaking with an individual about something like that. The concept is something of creating an enclave. So it's not like an underground bunker, but networking with people on certain principles. So you could conceivably form a network of people who don't want to abide by certain rules or don't want to treat something as serious as, you know, in other words, if you wanted to create a community of free thinkers, I think now's the time to do it. And that's what I'm trying to do with this channel, with what I've with what we have in the chat. Many of these people have been here for a couple of years, and yeah, we try to network based on ideas and do our best to avoid a lot of the drama that tends to typify research communities.
And incarceration into a re-education camp. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Oh yes, yes, and they have the mass media has its sights on people. Like, I looked at your video, okay, and I didn't hear you talk about QAnon, but for some reason it has, like, one of your videos I think had QAnon warning labels. As you know, if you talk about anything flat Earth, they'll put a flat Earth Wikipedia below your video. Like, these are warning labels. So the fact that you're getting warning labels means you're onto something.
I understand that. That actually, I can't even tell you where in that video, because I don't say that. Not on purpose. It's just nothing happened. You said it too. You know, and I'm sorry, everybody who's watching, both of you that are watching this video. I'm sorry to say it, but I keep saying you said it last night. It's not, you see, now I just lost my thought because I went to look and see if any of my subs are here, and I don't see any of them.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about QAnon, and hey, somebody brought something up here to add on to what we were saying about craters really quick. He said, Sun Rabbit says, I've seen real bomb craters in the woods from World War II.
Yes.
He says they're bowl-shaped, not dish-shaped. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. It's a complete, and they try to say that the model in that video I brought up where they were teaching the children what an impact crater looks like is dropping a ball in a sandbox, you know, the heavy steel ball into a sandbox, and recording it and then slowing it down and then showing them. But the residual effects are just not evident. So if there's no wind, there's no atmosphere, which, by the way, if you haven't noticed, suddenly there's an atmosphere, water, and evidence of volcanic activity on this dead rock that we've been taught is floating up there. But suddenly that's what's coming up in the reports. But there, you know, where's all the residual rubble? Where's the rubble? There should be. And was it pulverized? It should be. It shouldn't be just dust. There should be stages of destruction. There should be large rocks, smaller rocks, and on and on.
Yes,
I think.
Yes, good point. And yeah, you're right about this. They've added something of an atmosphere, a residual atmosphere from the Earth reaches the moon, and they say there's little water droplets. It's kind of like a misty rain on some parts of the moon, ice on the bottom. Just wait until they discover oil on the moon. I mean,
it's coming. It's coming, Tim.
They're totally misrepresenting this thing. And okay, so let's get into this for a second. Somebody in the chat had mentioned aliens. Now, the way that aliens have been used throughout, well, generations now of science fiction is to connect the idea of life being very far away, requiring advanced technology, so they have to fly over here. Now, if what you're describing is not the case, then aliens would just be our next door neighbors, right?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. If you go to the scriptures, any scripture, there is a creation that, may I just use the Torah, the Old Testament, Genesis 1, 2, and 5? May I, Tim?
Yeah, please do. I rely on biblical scholars for all of my biblical knowledge. So.
Oh, I am not a biblical scholar. I have a computer. Okay, anyway. Genesis 1, in my view, and quite a few other folks out there that I've come to know, not personally, but the fallen angel, all right, so you've got a creator God. Creator God creates an essence, a consciousness, a supernatural being. They're the angels. Michael, Michael, Gabriel. Then there's the fallen angels, led by Azazel. This is in the book of Enoch. Now you take those fallen angels and you create them with the ability to create. They create what the Jehovah God, the self-existent, eternal creator God, always was, always will be. They take his gift and create their own habitat, plane, greater earth, whatever. They create this place. It's huge. Outside our crater, and I'll explain that to you in Genesis 2, but during the creation account of Genesis 1, it is clearly the Elohim, which is a plural, which is God. The singular Jehovah God does not appear in the scriptures until Genesis 2. So in Genesis 1, his children, which are not, you've got to shed. Tim, you got to stop thinking like this flesh suit is anything. Okay, so these beings create arachnid, reptilian, who knows what else on this immense earth, for lack of a better word. Okay, so in Genesis 2, the Lord God is not happy. And again, I'm speaking like a fifth grader because I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a guy who figured it out. In Genesis 2, the Creator God says, no. He creates Eden. And he puts in there and breathes a soul in Genesis 2 into his creation, showing the fallen ones who are no longer allowed back into heaven. In the book of Enoch, who is, I believe, Noah's great-great-grandfather, actually gets to advocate for these beings to the Lord God himself because of his righteousness. And the Lord God says, no, they're not coming back. So these fallen angels are just there. They're gone. They can't get back into whatever is beyond the sun. Whatever the sun is. I'm not saying I know what the sun is. I hope that's not your next question. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God shows us how it was supposed to be, and he creates a garden. And he creates mammals. In Genesis 1, there are no mammals. In Genesis 2, there's the Adam, and there's mammals. And Adam, and then his helpmate from his rib, a surgical procedure, creates Eve. But now, if we hear that story and consider Adam to be the same kind of creation as we are, then we're greatly mistaken. His DNA is different. His makeup, I don't know. His biology, his genetics, nothing like that is still here on this infinite plane. In Genesis 2, they fall because they did the same thing as the first creation, the Elohim. That ended it, essentially. So the idea is this crater with this wonderful habitat, which we've built concrete jungles on top of for some stupid reason, what was underneath this was perfection. It was paradise. And now, if you look at the crater Earth model, this crater, it's Sulficus Gallum or Gallus M. That's the name of our crater if you look on a moon map. If you look at it, you can see how Antarctica, which, by the way, is shaped like the temporal lobe of a brain in our crater from above, astounding, which may speak to the Nephilim, the giants, and who knows? It's astounding what's here. But getting back on point, and I'll try to wrap it up quick, which is hard for me. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God fixes it, gives us a chance, creates what was intended. But even that doesn't work. Why didn't it work? Because the creation from outside our crater, outside of what I consider, now this isn't whim, this is me, outside our crater, which was at one time Eden, for lack of a...
Right, I was going to ask you, is this Eden? Is this the ground zero for that story?
It could be. Eden could be a very small part. It could be. It would seem to me, if I'm aligning it with Scripture, it would have to be, just because of how it looks without all the stuff on top of it. Waterfalls, vegetation, beautiful animals that are just delightful to watch, and and oh my, if we could sleep with the lions, right? So I'm not going to get all mushy on you, but yeah, this to me aligns with Scripture and the concept of this being a habitat, perhaps even the firmament, the dome is just over this crater. That we're still trying to uncover in the Scriptures, but it seems to me that the dome, and I'll explain that in a minute, but the dome is above just this one crater. The firmament, waters above, waters below, misty earth.
Let's talk about let's talk about the dome for a moment. So anybody who's looked into the flat Earth cosmography is familiar with the idea that there's a barrier above, and this has been reiterated by some who believe that the military's they've had some various attempts to nuke it or something, Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, they have to blow a hole in it to get out.
So this is, in other words, some kind of container over a habitat made for us, and we're talking about this as being just one area. So is this dome, in your opinion, impassable?
Well, the dome in Genesis 1 could be above the entire greater Earth, and the dome in Genesis 2 could be just above our crater. But, that's conjecture. That's guessing. I'm just being honest. I'm guessing. But let's just finish real quick. So the fall in Genesis 2. Now, when you get to Genesis 5, all of a sudden, Scriptures rehash the creation account. So you've got a translated Bible, whether it's King James or whatever. You've got the word God used to describe the Elohim, the Lord El, and the Jehovah God. But when it refers to the Jehovah God in the Bible, they at least put the word Lord in front of it. So that was their ineffective attempt to separate the Elohim, the plurals in Genesis 1, from the actual creator God in Genesis 2. When you get to Genesis, so when you ask a scholar, well, let me ask you a question. Why is Genesis 1, God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, and then Genesis 2 says God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, but there are some differences, so they conflict with each other, and there really is no answer unless you've done the work or can know about the Book of Enoch, which fortunately suspiciously has been kept out of the really any Bible used in the Christian religion with the Old and New Testament, except for the Ethiopian Catholic Church. They still have the Book of Enoch in their Bible, but I don't know if they understand.
It's really something, though. When it really caught my attention, I'm like, wait, why is this book, which is supposed to be the authentic Word of God, why is it missing these big pieces? And the Book of Enoch has a lot of interesting explanations for a number of things. The concept of the fallen angels, how various angels gave man different bad habits, gambling, war, they corrupted us. So the origin of evil could be attributed to the intervention or the
there you go.
Meddling.
You just did it again, Tim. Because in Genesis 2, when Adam and Eve, now you have to look into the extra canonical scriptures to see the account of Adam and Eve's life outside of Eden. There is. I'm not sure if it's from the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Nag Hammadi. I don't know if I'm saying these things right, but there are books, ancient scripture, that give an account of Adam and Eve after they were cast out of Eden. Now, that's where in Genesis